School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yalmin of Revolution. The Iran War is 10 times worse than Vietnam. No way out for Trump except humiliating defeat. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all, where the humiliation continues and the hardest working revolutionary in the news business is back. Let's get straight to the content. Salute.
Even as tensions in the Middle East intensify, Iran has quietly revealed one of its most impressive military innovations, a secret underground airbase built to safeguard its air power deep beneath the earth. Known as Ogab 44 or Eagle 44, this facility is more than a bunker. It's a strategic vault for Iran's Air Force. The footage, originally released in February 2023, reveals Ogab 44, Iran's first publicly unveiled tactical underground airbase. Carved deep into the mountains of Hormozgan province near the Strait of Hormuz, the base is a massive concrete labyrinth, complete with giant blast doors painted in the Iranian flag and sprawling tunnels capable of housing fighter jets, bombers, and drones. Inside, rows of aging F-4 Phantom II jets, relics from the 1960s, taxi through the tunnels, while Iranian military officials stroll through the facility, inspecting aircraft and conducting operations. Dramatic shots show the jets emerging from the mountain entrance, giving the entire facility a Bond villain feel. While the video is old, it has resurfaced amid escalating US-Iran tensions, feeding the narrative that Iran still has hidden air assets ready to strike, despite recent strikes on other military infrastructure. Analysts note, however, that the jets are outdated, and some personnel seen in the 2023 video are reportedly deceased in subsequent conflicts. Social media reactions have been mixed, some skeptical, highlighting the age of the footage and the vintage aircraft, while others marvel at the sheer scale and secrecy of Iran's underground operations. The recirculation of this video underscores Tehran's strategy of survival and deterrence. Even in the face of modern air campaigns, Iran maintains hardened subterranean air bases designed to protect key military assets and preserve its ability to launch retaliatory strikes. Subscribe to One India and never miss an update.
I want to start by sharing something with you that the mainstream Western media, the same outlets that spent years telling us about Israel's invincible military and its impenetrable Iron Dome, are desperately trying to downplay or even hide. We are witnessing a moment that will be studied for decades, not just for its military significance, but for its sheer, horrifying symbolism. In the heart of Tel Aviv, in what can only be described as a scene of utter devastation, over 40 residential buildings collapsed simultaneously following a direct impact from 50 Iran's newly deployed missile barrages.
A month has passed since Israel and the U.S. launched their joint offensive against Iran. Iran's retaliation has been relentless, keeping millions of Israelis inside shelters every day and night.
Ballistic missiles slammed into Dimona and Arat, residential neighborhoods in Israel's heavily guarded south.
Iran continues to fire missiles towards Tel Aviv as well.
We aren't talking about a few shattered windows or a car set on fire. We are talking about 10-story apartment complexes, concrete and steel, folding in on themselves like a house of cards. Israeli media, under the tightest censorship grip we have seen in years, is calling it an unfortunate outcome of what they euphemistically describe as Netanyahu's escalation policy. But let's be very clear about what we are seeing here. This is the direct result of a war that was sold to the public as a preemptive victory. For weeks, we heard assurances from Tel Aviv and from their backers in Washington that Iran had been defeated, that their missile capabilities were decimated, and that the settlers in occupied Palestine were safe. Yet here we are, looking at the rubble of 40 buildings with dozens of families trapped beneath the weight of those lies. This is not a glitch in the system. This is the system collapsing under the weight of its own miscalculations. This specific event, which is now being circulated on independent channels as a viral moment of raw, unadulterated reality, occurred during what the Israeli military is calling the 7th barrage of the day. But what makes this strike fundamentally different from anything that came before is the nature of the weapon used. This wasn't a standard ballistic missile that the Arrow or David's sling systems are designed to pick off one by one. Reports emerging from the ground and confirmed by technical analyses indicate that Iran deployed a heavy cluster munition variant. The missile itself, likely a modified version of the K-Bar or Khorram Shah class, doesn't act as a single explosive. Instead, as it re-enters the atmosphere, it splits. Imagine a single missile turning into 20, 40, sometimes up to 70 independent warheads, each weighing between 2.5 and 5 kilograms, each with the destructive power of a Grad rocket, and each dispersing unpredictably across a wide area. The Israeli Air Defense Command, by their own admission, is not designed for this. Their systems, sophisticated as they are, track a single threat. When that threat turns into a swarm, when the warheads separate at altitudes between 7 and 10 kilometers and begin to scatter uncontrollably, the math becomes impossible. The interception rates plummet to 0. By the time the sirens wail in the streets of Tel Aviv, it's already too late. The warheads are already in the terminal phase and the buildings are already coming down. If you are finding this information valuable and you believe in independent journalism that tells you the truth about the cost of this American-backed aggression, please do me a favor. Right now, hit that like button. Share this video with someone who needs to see beyond the propaganda. And for the love of honest reporting, drop a comment.
Revolutionary salute to our family, the Arshik Age, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love soldier. Appreciate you keeping the community informed. I appreciate y'all coming and helping me keep the lights on here at the House of Revolution. Salute, family.
Comment, even if it's just a dot, to help push this truth past the algorithmic censorship. If you haven't already, hit subscribe. We need to stand together to support journalism that doesn't carry water for warmongers. Now, let's dig deeper into what actually happened here, because the details matter more than ever. The collapse wasn't just a random hit. It was a surgical, albeit devastating, demonstration of Iran's evolving military doctrine. According to intelligence gathered from open sources and corroborated by former Israeli defense officials like Zvika Haimovich, the former air defense commander, the challenge presented by these new warheads is existential for the occupation's military. The system has to decide in split seconds, do we launch a 3 million Arrow interceptor at the mother missile before it splits? Or do we conserve it for the next threat? And even if you hit the mother missile, the physics of the cluster warhead means the submunitions often continue on their trajectory, scattering death and destruction regardless. This isn't a technical failure. It's a structural vulnerability that Netanyahu and his war cabinet were warned about but chose to ignore. They were so confident that their American-supplied THAAD batteries, those $15 million interceptor missiles, would create a hermetic shield over occupied Palestine that they forgot the fundamental rule of warfare: the attacker always adapts. We are now on day 32 of this war, and the narrative that was sold to us in the beginning, that this would be a quick, decisive operation to mow the grass or degrade capabilities, has evaporated. What we are seeing instead is a slow, grinding realization that the interceptors are running out. You have to understand the economics of this war. Iran is firing missiles that cost a fraction of what it takes to stop them. A single Arrow interceptor costs upwards of $3 million. A David sling costs around $700,000. Iran is launching barrages that force Israel to burn through
a little dip in the market. So I bought $2 million with crypto. So in total, last night, $1 million of XRP, 400 ETH, 750 of BTC. Blood in the streets. Dave's like
through these stockpiles. The cities of Tel Aviv and the northern settlements are being emptied against swarms of cluster munitions that are designed specifically to overwhelm them. The victory that Netanyahu promised is turning into a war of attrition that Israel cannot sustain. And while all eyes are on the smoldering ruins of Tel Aviv, the north is burning just as fiercely. The Lebanese resistance, which the occupation forces have been trying to push back with a so-called buffer zone, has not only held its ground, but has actually intensified its operations. We are seeing back-to-back barrages that are decimating northern Israel in ways that the media is heavily censoring. Just this past week, the resistance launched complex coordinated attacks that went far beyond simple rocket fire. They are using swarms of suicide drones to strike deep into occupied territories, hitting the Amiad base north of the Sea of Galilee, and even targeting the missile defense site at Mishmar HaCarmel, south of Haifa. These aren't just harassment tactics, these are precision strikes designed to dismantle the occupation's defensive architecture. Settlements like Kiryat Shmona, Metula, and Doviv are facing barrages so frequent that life there has effectively stopped. And yet, Netanyahu stands in front of cameras talking about deep security zones and changing the face of the Middle East, while the reality on the ground is that the occupation is bleeding from every front. The tragedy in Tel Aviv, the collapse of those 40 buildings with people trapped inside, the saddest indictment of this war. It represents the failure of the Israeli government to protect its own people, a failure born of arrogance and hubris. For weeks, the military censor has been clamping down on any reporting that shows the true scale of the destruction. Journalists inside Israel have spoken out, accusing the authorities of withholding critical information that could have allowed citizens to prepare. Instead, they chose to spin a narrative of invincibility, assuring the settlers that Iran was defeated, even as Iran was rolling out its most devastating weaponry to date. The new warheads we are seeing, these cluster munitions, are not just causing damage, they are demolishing entire city blocks. They are designed to do exactly what we saw in Tel Aviv, to overwhelm the defense systems, to create mass casualty events that the occupation's infrastructure cannot handle, and to cripple the military's ability to resupply and regroup. So, what waits for Israel as this continues? If things appear never to be ending, it's because they aren't. Iran has been gradually rolling out its best systems, holding back its most advanced capabilities for the moments of maximum impact. They have shown that they can strike with impunity, hitting civilian centers like Arad and Dimona, and now the heart of Tel Aviv, despite the presence of U.S. Navy assets and THAAD batteries. The unfortunate outcome that Israeli media describes is actually the intended outcome of a strategy that Netanyahu himself set in motion when he chose escalation over diplomacy. He wagered the safety of his people on the promise that the U.S. would do the fighting for him, and he lost. The interceptors are gone, the public is exhausted, and the buildings are collapsing. This is not just a setback for the occupation, it is a strategic defeat. And as the war drags on with no exit strategy in sight except the one that leads further into the abyss, the only thing we can expect is more rubble, more censorship, and more lies from a leadership that has proven it is willing to sacrifice everything, its cities, its people, its future, to stay in power.
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than ever, Israel needs committed friends around
As we mentioned earlier in the show, Donald Trump plans to address the nation on the Iran war with a, quote, update at 9 p.m. Eastern live tonight. Now, we're joined once again by Professor Robert Pape, who's been on with Crystal and Sagar and is, of course, author of the Escalation Trap Substack, where he's going to be doing a live briefing on Saturday and wrote actually just like 9 hours ago, according to Substack. I don't know if you've got enough sleep, Professor Pape, that Trump may say the war. Oh gosh, that's not enough. Trump may say the war is over. He's wrong. Professor Pape, of course, is professor of political science at the University of Chicago. You can and should follow the Escalation Trap on Substack. Professor, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. You accommodated my schedule here. I really appreciate that. And I'm also delighted to speak to the audience here again, which is so crucial. Your audience is so important. And I just couldn't thank you enough.
Well, thank you. And we wanted to start with this clip of Benjamin Netanyahu talking about what Israel's goal for the region might be after the war. Obviously, two nuclear or one nuclear nation potentially trying to thwart another nuclear nation from growing, which has been the focus of your entire career, Professor. So let's go ahead and roll the clip.
This is the guarantee for our future. We are working on transforming Israel into a super nation in the region and globally. And we were able to do so thanks to our soldiers and our captains and all those who fought and those who died. And of course, thanks to your solidarity and your steadfastness.
So, Professor, the title, as I just read of your latest post on the Escalation Trap, is Trump may say the war is over, he's wrong. Is this why you think if Trump tries to say the war is over, he's wrong?
Yes. What we're going to see, and your listeners will know, I talked about 3 stages. We've done stage 1. We're stage 2. Stage 3 is the ground power dilemma. Well, if we don't go to the ground war, that's not de-escalation as many people would hope. It's going to be a stage 4. There's going to be a continuation, and that's what I'm going to explain here and also more later. So stage 4, and this is where Netanyahu is really wrong, is about what will be the new center of world power coming out of this conflict. Netanyahu said it's going to be Israel. He's wrong. It's not going to be Israel, and you can already see who it's going to be today, which is Iran is not just controlling shipping the way people are describing, oil prices the way people are describing. Iran is controlling so much world oil, so much, and oil is so critical to world power that Iran is emerging as a new global center of power. So let me just explain this a moment. So before the war, 33 days ago, there were 3 centers of world power we discussed: the US, Russia, and China. Now, why was Russia even in that mix? Because it had 11% of the world's oil. And of course, it uses that for military purposes. Well, Iran now has double that amount of world oil, more than any other country on the planet. And what that's going to mean are $100 billion a year more to put into military. That nuclear enrichment is now more likely than ever to become nuclear weapons. And over time, as the months and the years go on, which I know we're having a hard time coming to grips with the reality that's occurred here, is that this is going to create a new center of world power and dwarf Israel. This, as you can see right away, for all of our lifetimes, oil has been so critical. And it's not just oil, of course, it's gas, it's the energy, it's the fertilizer. This is what Iran has now as a chokehold on the world, but it's 20%. And there's no way you're going to make up for that in the next 3 or 4 years. Even if you start drilling now, it will take that long. So Iran is coming out of this and we've never seen this in our lifetimes, a new world power center created in a month. That's what's on issue here. So whatever President Trump says tonight, whether he wants to go forward ground war or not, all of this we don't know, and he may not even know. Let's face it. He's been all over the map. The reality, I deal with the realities here. And what we are seeing is escalation reality with strategic consequences. Those aren't over because President Trump thinks he's going to stop and go to Mar-a-Lago and just cut himself off from the world. No, the world will have to live now with this new center of world power. And there's no good way to deal with this. This is why I was so opposed to this war with the modeling I've been explaining. This is not like, this will end up being worse than Vietnam. Maybe not in battle deaths, so the 58,000 dead, that took 10 years, however, so we haven't been into this 10 years yet. But it's because of the consequences. There was no way Vietnam was ever going to become a center of world power. It had no nuclear enriched material. It was not going to do shocks. This one was always fundamentally different. And I realized most of the world would not know that. Why should they know that? They're not modeling this for decades. This is what was always coming. And that's why I said this is the horns of a dilemma. It's a branching with where we're at. It's not a, well, now that we're going to not go forward with the ground war, we can all live happily ever after. Oil prices are going to come down. Iran's just going to give up the power that I'm describing. When was a country ever give up any power, let alone world power?
Well,
this will be my new discussion points going forward. And that's why I so appreciate coming on your show to share it. You got it first, basically an exclusive.
And so, I mean, your answer to the question of what country would ever just voluntarily give up power might be the United States.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what you can. So all that talk of America first. Okay, I've been trying to argue for America. I'm not using Trump's language. I'm not supporting that, but I'm just pointing out that was always cheap sales talk. Cheap sales talk. So what you're getting now is the reality, sir. And what you are seeing is, as the four centers of power now, there are now four. America's the one going down. Russia going up. China's going to be going up. Iran's going up. Who's going down?
And so we have a little breaking news on this 9 o'clock event that Trump is having. So when we get your reaction in real time. So he did one of these very brief interviews with Reuters about what he's going to talk about. And he told Reuters he's going to express, quote unquote, my disgust with NATO. And it sounds like it's going to be significantly a broadside against NATO. And he said he's, quote, absolutely considering withdrawing U.S. forces from NATO. So you've spent decades, he says, modeling the escalation trap when countries get involved. I don't know if you've ever had a model with this many variables.
Well, actually, so this,
but I'm curious,
I appreciate
how
that
this plays.
Your audience is not familiar with this, but that's not, it is the case, sir, that we deal with this. So let me explain first to your audience, what is NATO, okay? Yeah. NATO's not just a political club, a talking club of diplomats. It's a military organization with the American general at the top who gives orders to the other countries' militaries. That's what NATO is, okay? It's a command structure. Right now, today, sir, even though that still is in place, do you believe for a second the British Army is going to follow General Kane, the American? Just imagine if General Kane said, British Army, you go X. That's just not happening. So what I would just say is we've talked about the fading away of NATO for years. We're not at that point anymore. NATO is dead. NATO is in the morgue, and the obituary is what's being written now. So it's already dead. There's no way the Europeans are following the American generals here. And I'm sorry to say, even if it's a Democratic president comes in, they're not. We've elected Donald Trump twice now. The idea the Europeans are going to obey orders from American general, not happening. So this is really going to have also major consequences, because we never had to worry about this problem of, these little dust ups like on Greenland. Well, this may be a future here, and it's a horrible future. But I'm just pointing out what Donald Trump has done here. This is much larger consequences, and the oil shock and the energy shock is already astounding. I'm explaining there's a stage 4 here, and this is even as astounding as it's been already in 33 days. My gosh, the next 6 months, this is going to be the reverse of the end of the Cold War. The end of the Cold War, we shot up like a rocket. Those 90s, Bill Clinton's presidency, oh my goodness, those days, everybody, we all know boy, do we want those days back, right? Well, this is the other way around. We're now on the other end of this, going the other way. 40 trillion in debt. Oh my gosh, the amount of trouble here, that's why I so appreciate, again, just talking to your smart audience. It's my favorite audience to talk to. It's like being at the University of Chicago. It's just it's just that. That's
Don't
terrific.
gas them up too much; they're going to get big heads. But yeah,
well, I'm just trying to point
good.
out it's not you, and it's you guys, and it's also the other folks here. You're asking really the right questions.
And on that point, I wanted to ask about this thread that you posted yesterday. You mentioned at one point in this thread, watch the deployments. As U.S. forces move to secure the Strait of Hormuz, the region is already splitting. Iraq is hedging, Qatar and Oman are staying neutral. Saudi and UAE are growing more alarmed. So you posted that again, according to X, 22 hours ago. This morning, we woke up to the news that
I came right out of class. And by the way, so I'm teaching here in just a few hours. And essentially all my students are asking exactly, and my class are bursting. Okay. They're all asking all of this. So that's why these thoughts are there, because I'm already talking to my students about these. What you are seeing, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, we woke up this morning to news that Amazon had been hit in Bahrain, and that the IRGC is threatening all of these major defense contractors in the Gulf region. And I was curious, from your perspective, Professor, that seems like very obvious tripwires around the entire region, where you could end up seeing boots on the ground to potentially defend those major defense contractors.
Well, you're seeing this, that we're on the horns of the dilemma. So you're seeing right there, do we defend it or do we go away? You see, this is what we're looking for here. And I suspect whatever President Trump says tonight, 2 weeks from now, we'll see where we're really at. That's why I say follow the deployments. Right now, we have another carrier coming to the region. We have more special forces being mobilized. We have the additional Marines coming. Until those forces literally reverse course in the water, and the Marine Muse, that big hunk of metal ships with all those equipment, go back to Japan and go back to California, and we start pulling out forces from the region and moving them to other parts of the world, this is not a reality. The rhetoric here, we've got to see, that's what that deployment is. And also, what you're also seeing is the second point I made is that Iran, I warned before that as Iran's horizontal escalation would continue, you would see the fracturing of the Gulf states. That's exactly what you're seeing. And Bahrain, I explained in that tweet here, there's 3 groups in the Gulf states now. There's those already bandwagoning toward Iran, that's Iraq. There's those that have been in the middle, that is Oman and Qatar, and they're desperately trying to duck and avoid but they're in the middle. They're not pro-America now. And now you have the others, and Bahrain, UAE, these have been focused here. They have some Shia, there's real reasons to pressure those particular states. And that's what you're seeing Iran doing. They're being extremely smart about how they're fracturing those 3 pools. And what they're doing is breaking the coalition. We're not growing. We just talked about the end of NATO. Our coalition's falling apart here, and they're picking up pieces. And this is the problem. Russia will pick up some more pieces. China will pick up some more pieces. So this is what we are going to see more of. And I don't know if 6 months from now, President Trump may decide he wants to keep American forces and bases there. He may have to fight to keep them there, just where they are today. So I don't mean to grow. I mean, Bahrain has a big base. They may throw us out. And we may have to say, well, we'll have to topple the Bahrain government to keep that. Are we really going to do? These are the choices President Trump has put us in now. This is not where we were 33 days ago.
And you had written something that it was a kind of a disturbing insight, which cuts against, I think, of a lot of the conventional thinking about how this unfolds. And I think the markets in general seem to think, okay, this can't go on because it's going to destroy the world. Like that, the longer this goes on, the more energy volatility we have. And by volatility, actually, it's just heading straight down. It's not even volatile, it's just down. Trump will back off, declare victory, because the source of the problem, the source of the economic crisis is what Trump's doing. So he'll remove himself from that, therefore removing the source of the instability and the crisis, and we'll be back to normal. That seems to be the market's assumption, which is why they haven't completely bottomed out. Your argument is that no, this instability actually kind of feeds the cyclical trap itself. Can you walk us through that a little bit? Because that I was thinking,
so the trap, as I've explained it so far here, and let me just repeat that because it's very helpful, is at each of those stages I described, the Americans are tactically successful but strategically failing, and it's the failure and the counterproductive, we're in a worse position at each stage, that sucks us to go deeper into the trap. What I'm adding now is a new layer, and that's what you're noticing. And thank you very much. Again, smart identification of the newness here. What I'm adding is, and I'm really talking to JP Morgan, I'm talking to Jamie Dimon, I'm talking directly to those people, even though they may never have heard my name.
Who, by the way, the IRGC threatened on that list yesterday. I was going to say JP Morgan was on the list of defense contractors that the IRGC said are now fair game.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm trying to explain why their assumption is fatally flawed for their business. I don't just mean like cocktail chatter. Okay. Right. I'm trying to go to the heart of the matter. And the heart of the matter is they're assuming that the root of this can be snagged out by just simply Trump walking away. And I've heard Jamie Dimon yesterday talking about this on Fox. He's just wrong. It's just flat out wrong. And the reason is because we have created, through no intention, but we've created a new center of world power. And Iran is not going to stop trying to grow that power. They're going to want to exert more influence in the Persian Gulf. And that's what you're seeing in those Amazon attacks. And absolutely, they're going to want to knock JP Morgan and Amazon out. That's Western imperialism as they see it. And they have a lot of power. And especially if Trump pulls back, they will have even more power. Then they also have growing power in Asia. I've been talking to the Bloomberg Hong Kong, others in Asia. So much of the oil from the Middle East goes to Asia, and Asia right now is in a supply crunch, not just a cost crunch, but there is in the Philippines, there's 200 million people in a supply crunch here, almost the size of the United States in Asia. This is generating enormous power for Iran, and also in relation with China. They can do more and more together. And so what you're going to see here is this fundamental assumption that this can all just be blown over, and all we have to do is we're going to apologize for killing the supreme leader, and yeah, Trump was stupid, and then we're all going to admit that it was just Trump here. We're just going to blame Trump, blame Netanyahu, and Iran's going to just give up world power. No, and who's going to pay the price? The businesses, JP Morgan, Amazon. This is going to have mega effects because they're not up for, if they want AI, Iran's going to get AI from somebody it's China. And I spent 2 weeks in China last June touring the AI factories and shops on the robot shop floor to see for myself how the BYDs and so forth are being made. And oh my goodness gracious, China has enormous leverage here that it can share that AI with Iran. And so this idea that Iran needs JP Morgan, I don't know what, I'm just trying to explain. This is the fatal flaw in that thinking.
And we have other breaking news. The manufacturing numbers are out for March, and the actual is plus 7.8 points over the consensus. The highest number since mid 2022. This is oil prices already funneling their way into manufacturing prices, which is just another way of saying you're getting poorer.
And meanwhile, Professor, stocks, the markets just opened about an hour ago as we're speaking here, and the CNBC headline is stocks are higher to start the month as optimism around Iran war ending grows.
Well, sure. They haven't caught up to the reality that I'm explaining. They still think Iran is 4% of the world's oil. They're operating as if we were 33 days ago and all that's changed is bombing. So we end bombing and everything goes back to 33 days ago. There's just a flaw here. I don't know quite how to explain it. There's a reality, and that reality is Iran is a world power now. And as each week and month goes by, this will become more and more evident. And at some point, markets will catch up. I mean, markets are often, behind. I mean, I always say, Washington is 3 to 6 months behind, and markets are typically long behind more than that. That's how you get the balloon. So otherwise, you would not have those balloons popping. So the fact the market, that's just another group of smart people. I deal with smart people all the time. Everybody I deal with is at the University of Chicago is actually really smart. So this is not about smart versus not. This is about how to understand the reality that we're seeing versus the hopes that we also all have.
Well,
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked. Thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's.
That sucks. Probably should have done this.
I'm sorry to say but you're allowing me, this is why I keep complimenting you folks, you're allowing me to express it, you're seeing what's new at each week, because the world, I'm not just responding to, yesterday's news, I'm trying to explain what to expect in the coming weeks, and I don't think that United States pulling back equals de-escalation in the way we would understand it, which is the economic shock here. Iran is going to squeeze countries as they go through, and I suspect they will never let a drop of oil from Saudi Arabia or UAE pass the Strait of Hormuz here because they want to topple those governments. And I think that's why Saudi Arabia is talking to Pakistan. Because Saudi Arabia is looking for who's going to help me, and Pakistan's friendly to Iran. So why is Saudi Arabia making these relationships with Pakistan here? They need a backup in case Uncle Trump bails on them. And you can see right away, you're not counting on Trump. So what are you doing? You're looking for a backup plan, and Pakistan may not be your best bet, but it's probably your only bet here to help. MBS has got a real problem. How is his regime survive in this situation where he's lost that much oil revenue, so he can't use money as much as he could before? Iran is gaining power. These are the real consequences that I'm explaining by the new center of power, and it's just not likely to change.
Yeah.
I just don't see how Iran, even if you got a new regime in Iran, why would they give up all this power?
Yeah, and Saudi Arabia reached a security deal with Pakistan, and I think the reason that Pakistan was trying to host the mediation talks is that so Pakistan could then tell Saudi Arabia, sorry, we can't participate in this war, we're mediators, but they're not.
Well, I
being
would go a
good at
little
it, and so
further. I
all
was
of a
just
sudden
on
they're
for
losing
half
that.
an hour with the big Pakistani media, because I think what's being missed there is I think Pakistan has been one of the countries understanding this emerging geopolitical power, not just the details. And so if you notice who else was there, it was you basically had Pakistan, you had Turkey, you had Saudi Arabia, you have Iran. This is there's a growing anti-American coalition that is emerging here. As soon as we talked about arming the Kurds, we effectively lost Turkey. I mean, Turkey's got millions of Kurds. The idea we're going to arm the Kurds, the first thing those Kurds are likely to want to do is turn on Turkey. So this is already, our ideas here are just doing everything to push away those countries. And Pakistan is starting to build coalitions here. So I don't think this is just about being Mr. Nice Guy Pakistan. Let's be nice. I think that what you're seeing is the reality of how the geopolitical game is played.
All right, Professor Robert Pape, author of the Escalation Trap Substack. Probably have to talk to you again next week to get more depressing news about how we spiral.
I'm very glad to do it. So and thank you so much. Really, thank you. That was excellent.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, we'll see you later. Up next.
Show, obviously, watch Tucker Carlson's latest clash with Piers Morgan. Piers is left dumbfounded, the accent being on dumb, as Tucker Carlson lectures him about all things British. And every single one of his arrows hits home right on the bullseye. And Ben Gvir, many people consider some kind of aberration. But in fact, the majority of the Israeli Knesset just this last day, yesterday, passed a new law whereby they will hang Palestinian terrorists. Of course, the quality of justice inside the Israeli apartheid state is such that that's just about everybody, man, woman, and child. But anyone convicted in their kangaroo courts of terrorism now must be executed immediately, within days of the verdict, with no possibility of appeal or reprieve. I'm not making any of that up. This is Judeo-Christian values, the Judeo-Christian values that in Holy Week are under such assault in the old city of Jerusalem, in the Holy Land, where Christians are being banned from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where Jesus bled, was laid on a stone as his life's blood drained away. I'm telling you that because you'll never see any Western politician there. Only J.D. Vance, the only Western politician I've ever seen photographed there. And it's 100 yards away. I've now been corrected. It's 160 yards away from that pagan wall-kissing exercise that every Western politician wearing a kippah, though they're not Jewish, is forced to undergo. But ask them to walk 160 yards and thereby offend the people of the Sahrandin, if you get my meaning, especially in Holy Week, is definitely impossible. So Ben Gvir got his way, and the whooping and cheering of delight of the members of the Israeli Knesset was really something to behold. I know it's controversial, but I welcome scenes such as that because it demonstrates, like another nail in the coffin of the settler state, just how alien these people are from us, or at least what we like to think ourselves as. Just how different they are to us. And there's been a big investment and a lot of time put into persuading us that they are us on the Mediterranean. It's very far from true. Apartheid was abhorred by all right-thinking people. And yet Israeli apartheid is 10 times worse than the South African apartheid that I myself participated in the demise of back in the 1980s. Colonialism, naked, red in tooth and claw, is abhorrent to most people. But Israeli colonialism is rampant. It is aroused and rampant in Lebanon, in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in other parts of the Arab Middle East, about which more in just a few minutes. Israel is not us on the Mediterranean. Israel is the worst of us. Israel is the us that we thought we had left behind when we defeated apartheid and when we ended at least the explicit era of imperial colonial conquest and tyranny. But the big enchilada is the one that lies ahead. The one that lies ahead later this evening at 8 o'clock EST, which is, I think, 1 o'clock in the morning in London. It's much later than that where I am. So I don't think I'll stay up to see it. I'll wake up to whether or not we are going Vietnam 2.0. There are different straws in the wind. There are different positions that can legitimately be taken. Donald Trump looks and sounds like a defeated man, like a heavyweight prize fighter, well past his prime, shuffling around the ring, throwing ineffectual punches, increasingly taking big shots to the body and the head, and beginning to look distinctly punch drunk. It's hard to see how a man in that psycho-political state can now embark upon what may very well turn out to be an absolute military political catastrophe, not seen since Barbarossa, not seen since Hitler's decision to invade the USSR, not seen since Hitler thought he'd go through the Soviet Union like a knife, not seen since the ignominy in the snow around Stalingrad, the clash of metal and metal in Kursk, the chase of the Nazi hordes, the beasts, all the way back to Berlin. That's the stakes that we are playing for. Is Donald Trump? I know he's well in with Adelson. I know that Adelson are the Adelson family couple, the husband now gone, were the casino kings. I know that. Is he really going to bet it all? Is he going to bet America's all on red and even? Because if he is, he's got at least a 50% chance of losing everything. And I'll argue, and will argue, in the course of this evening, that the odds are much, much worse than that. Every time they tell us that the Iranian armed forces are finished, every time they tell us that the missile launchers are at 93%, 73%, 37%, I've heard all these numbers. They keep telling me that Iran is running out of ammunition, that Iran is running out of the means to launch that ammunition, that Iran and the axis of resistance is finished. that the war is won. It's been won since the first weekend, if you believe the idiots who follow closely around Donald Trump. But every time they say it, Iran comes back off the ropes and hits the dopes and knocks them to the canvas. This day, Wednesday, Iran fired double the amount of ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, and powerful drones, and 80% of them are hitting their target. Don't believe me, believe the paper of record in Israel itself, Haaretz. 8 out of 10 missiles are now hitting their targets. They're hitting Israel at will, north, south, and center. They are hitting military targets. They are hitting infrastructural targets. They are hitting increasingly commercial targets. They're hitting airports. They're hitting ports. They're hitting highways. They're hitting bridges. And 80% of their ordnance is landing where it was intended to land. And it was double today what it was yesterday and what it was on Monday. So I don't any longer believe a single word that Donald Trump or his administration say about this war. And you'd be a fool to do so yourself. So when, in very clear stock market manipulation, are there no regulations in the US about price fixing, about insider trading, about stock market manipulation? None. Pete Hegseth, the war minister, his broker was caught trying to buy defense stocks the day before this whole disastrous, catastrophic war began. The sons of Donald Trump and unknown people, within minutes of important decisions being made, are making hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars because of their insider knowledge. So you'd be a fool to believe it when Trump tells you, as he did today, that the war is almost over. You'd be a fool if you believed what he told you today, that there's a new president in Iran. Who knew? Who is this new president? Do you just call him the president? Does he have a name? Might we know it? Or does he mean the actual president who's been the president for 2 whole years in Iran? Is he this new, more reasonable, more moderate president that you've been negotiating with? Tell me, Donald, these people you're negotiating with, are they in the room with us now? Well, that's what he told us today. He told us yesterday that he was walking away from the Straits of Hormuz. He didn't use it anyway, didn't need it anyway. But today, he's had a proposal from Iran, from this new president, for a ceasefire. And he's prepared to accept it, he said, with only one condition: that the Strait of Hormuz is free and clear and open. But Donald, it was free and clear and open before you launched the war. It's only not free. It's only not open because you launched a sneak attack in that day of infamy when you killed the 86-year-old cleric Ayatollah Khamenei, and just as an encore, you killed 169 Iranian primary schoolgirls that look just like my daughters, just like your daughters and granddaughters. The Straits of Hormuz wasn't an issue until you did that. And so you're now prepared, you tell us yesterday, that you'll accept a ceasefire on that condition, a condition which pre-existed before you killed thousands of people, hundreds and hundreds of them, small children, hundreds more, innocent women, innocent civilians. You killed them, therefore, for nothing. You're prepared to accept the status quo ante. And what do your Gulf satrapies, the puppet regimes, the family businesses on the other side of the Gulf, what do they have to say about that? Like the grand old Duke of York, you led 10,000 men up to the top of the hill and then you marched them down again. But in the interim, they've been caught red-handed, collaborating with you on a war that you now say you're prepared to end on exactly the terms that existed before you began. You think Iran's going to forgive your satrapies? Do you think the satraps are going to forgive you for starting a war that you say you're now prepared to end on exactly the conditions that existed before you began? Well, I'm here to tell you that there's another point of view. It's expressed best by my good friend Larry Johnson, who is reading the runes, watching the enlistments, watching the deployments, watching the array of weaponry which is being put into place. And I can add every single military base in the United States this day was drilling on Black Hawk helicopters. How to land them, how to deploy them, how to use them for the uplift of a significant deployment of land forces on Iranian soil. I don't know if it will be Karg Island. I don't know if it will be an island at all. I don't know if it might not be the coast of Iran proper itself. But if I was in that casino, I'd be betting on a war announced by Donald Trump this very evening. If I were in that casino, I'd say that an American Easter war, just fitting, isn't it? In Holy Week, Good Friday, Easter Sunday. Why not have thousands of American soldiers placed in harm's way? After all, it was a war of choice. So why not choose the worst possible symbolic dates to begin it? Why not choose Holy Week to do something devilish? Why not choose Holy Week to do something demonic? Because that's the kind of guy you increasingly are. We'll hear from the learned Judge Napolitano in just a minute as to what he thinks is going to happen next. But Larry Johnson, his friend and mine, former CIA, if you're ever former CIA, high panjandrum, he is absolutely convinced that the profile now assembled in theater is exactly the profile that you would amass if you were going to take that gigantic leap in the dark, to bet it all on that spin of the roulette wheel. Well, based on the war so far, I'm going to further predict that it's going to be an almighty and bloody disaster, with the accent on bloody. There are 93 million people in Iran. There are 600,000 armed fighters in the army itself in Iran. America's got 5,000 tops Marines, and 3,000 tops of the 82nd Airborne. Do the math, as the Americans say. The Iranians are not fighting for Pete Hegseth and his fake, shoddy, shabby, paper-thin crusade. They're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their families' lives. They're fighting for their land, their country, and its integrity, for its territorial and religious and national integrity. They're fighting in the place they grew up in and have lived in all of their lives. They didn't come from Wisconsin or Tennessee. They're Iranian, fighting on Iranian soil, in Iranian mountains, in Iranian deserts, in Iranian towns and cities. And boy, are they going to fight. 600,000 in the army alone, plus the missile force, which Israel already knows is capable of turning a capital city into Gaza. And then there's the 300,000 reservists. Then there's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the avant-garde, the crack troops of the Iranian state. Then there's the Basji. Then there's the students. Then there's the armed people. Good luck, Donald, with that bet on that turn of the wheel in your bankrupt casino. I've got to say that I hope that I'm wrong. I fear that I'm right, but that if I am right, the world is going to begin to change profoundly and forever in the aftermath of what Donald Trump tells us this evening. Stay tuned. George Napolitano.
Is what is he going to talk about when it comes to the Iran war? Is he going to double down? Is he going to backtrack? Is he going to declare victory and try to walk away? Or is he going to use that as an opportunity to say, we're leaving NATO, or some combination of all of that? Everything on the world is possible. And we're going to try and make some sense out of it, as well as take a look at what's going on and what are maybe some of the options of what the president could do. And we've got back with us today the ever popular Larry Johnson, former CIA analyst, the king at sonar21.com, and the son of a New American Revolution. I know I probably shouldn't say that, but I did anyway. Son of a New American Revolution on Substack, which is go-to information if you want to know what the heck is going on in the world. Larry, welcome back to the show as always.
Yeah, I'm the king of my own kingdom, like the the one-eyed man.
You are. I love that shirt, man. I mean, you got the you got the pineapples on there, and I guess margaritas and whatever else. That's good stuff, man. Making me kind of thirsty.
This was a gift from one of my contributors who happens to live in Hawaii. He said, "No, you got enough Florida shirts. You got to have a Hawaiian shirt." So
I think that's a good one. It definitely fits in. Well, speaking of, actually, we're not speaking of Hawaiian, but let's go on to what in the heck is going on here, because President Trump, after last night, yesterday afternoon, around 5 o'clock or so, he had a press conference and he says, hey, you know what? We're probably 2 or 3 weeks away from having this war wrapped up anyway. We're kind of in the last throes of it. Didn't explain how in the world he can believe we would get there, especially with the Strait of Hormuz closed down. He did take the opportunity to bash some of our allies, but that was kind of minor at the point. And then a few hours later, the White House announced that there's going to be an address to the nation tonight from the Oval Office at 9 p.m., which is usually reserved for only the most solemn and important of announcements. And then to shake things up a little bit more, this morning, like 7:30, I think, 8:45, sorry, it was even later than that, President Trump on Truth Social said Iran's new regime president We can debate what that means about new presidents. It's the same one, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider the Hormuz Strait. We will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. A couple things on there. Let's just start at the end of that. To what extent might that threat push Iran in any directions about being bombed into the Stone Age? Is that even possible?
No. The United States will run out of bombs before it could even get to that point. But again, this is one more example that Donald Trump is completely divorced from reality. The Iranian president is Pezeshkian. He's not a new president. He's been on the job for at least 2 years. So whatever Trump's talking about there is completely out of touch. Number two, the Iranians have not asked for a ceasefire, nor are they going to ask for a ceasefire. The only condition that they're going to insist on is the United States leave all of its military bases in the Persian Gulf, and that all the sanctions on Iran be lifted. Those, that's the starting. Those things have to be in place before Iran will even entertain negotiations for a possible ceasefire.
Now it looks like, Larry, if we're just trying to figure this out, that in the first part of that Truth Social, where he says the new president, he may have meant the new supreme leader, because as you pointed out, Pezeshkian is still very much in play. But then even that starts to fall apart, because then you see the only person who's talked anything at all about this in recent times, at least publicly, is Pezeshkian. And maybe he got that confused, because here's what he actually said the day before. This was reported on Radio Free Europe, is that we possess, this is Pezeshkian speaking, we possess the necessary will to end this conflict, provided that essential conditions are met, which you just talked about, especially the guarantees required to prevent repetition of this aggression. The solution to normalizing the situation is the cessation of their aggressive attacks. And maybe when President Trump just saw Pezeshkian said something about ending the conflict and a cessation of activities, maybe he thought, maybe they're begging me for one. What do you make of that juxtaposition of all of that?
Well, and then the confusion is further highlighted by the comments yesterday of the press secretary. She kept talking about Iran is defeated. She used the word defeated over and over. And, it brought to mind the scene from the movie Princess Bride, where you have William Shawn, the actor, the little short actor, and Mandy Patinkin, who's playing the Spanish guy. And William Shawn keeps saying, inconceivable. And finally, Mandy Patinkin goes, I don't think that word means what you think it means. And then here's Carolyn Levitt, defeated. Iran is defeated. Why don't they recognize they're defeated? Because they're not defeated. That's why. And the fact that the White House keeps, it's so nonsensical. It's so ridiculous. It would be if we pulled this out of a time capsule and we had no context about who the players were. We just saw these people speaking, and in the background you could see the reality of the world. Somebody would think it was a comedy show, that it was just pure satire. But no, it's real. And so the Trump administration is completely out of touch with reality.
Yeah, and if anybody was confused about that, thinking, well, maybe President Trump knew something behind the scenes, and really the Iranians were asking him for a negotiation, that seems to have been turned off, because this is reported by Al Jazeera here just a little bit ago. Senior Iranian official has laughed in response to you talking about the whole issue of maybe there was some kind of a comedy show. Apparently, he thought the same. His response to President Donald Trump's claim that Iran's president had asked for a ceasefire. Al Jazeera's reporter says Trump's comments today came a day after Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Tehran wasn't looking for a ceasefire. And we actually have that a portion of that interview. Gary, if you can roll that from last night, it was actually posted this morning from Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi.
We receive messages from the American side, some are direct, and others come through our friends in the region. Wherever necessary, we respond to them. Therefore, there is currently no negotiation between us. Claims made in this regard are not correct. Our conditions for ending the war are clear. We do not accept a ceasefire. We are seeking an end to the war, not only in Iran but across the entire region. We seek guarantees that such aggressions will not be repeated, as well as the payment of compensation for the extent of the damages inflicted on us and on the people of Iran.
So that was made last night, but it was published about 5 hours before President Trump made that Truth Social, and it explicitly says no ceasefire at all, and only these terms that you mentioned a second ago. I mean, the discontinuity between these two, I mean, it's gone beyond laughable. If we're trying to find an end to this war, I mean, what does that tell you about the decision-making process at the highest levels of the U.S. government?
Well, it's very cynical, and I would all suggest it's also corrupt. You know, we've had reports in the last 2 days that Pete Hegseth's stockbroker was trying to get Hegseth's portfolio to include a new mutual fund being offered. I think it was by Blackwater, that would be based upon all the defense industries. So, you know, if you got war and you got to spend more on weapons, you're going to make money. Here's Trump, his remarks talking about, hey, the end is in sight, the light at the end of the tunnel. This is going to be over soon. That had an immediate effect yesterday and today on the stock market in the United States. It boosted it over 1%, you know, a significant increase. And it also pushed down the international price of oil, at least Brent crude. Brent yesterday got up to like 118, and then by late yesterday, after Trump's remarks, it was down to like 102, 101. So a significant fall off. So this is an example of Trump manipulating the stock market, and these idiot people that are on the stock market, you know, they're supposed to be smart traders. They're just going along with it. And they may be waking up to a real shock by tomorrow morning.
And, you know, let's take a look at that, because Trump has been doing that quite a bit. He just in the last 7 or 8 days, he's made a number of just bombshell statements that did have an impact on, especially on the price of oil. It was always a temporary when it would drop sometimes precipitously and then start trending back up, drop again, start trending back up. But we're running into a situation now where there's some hardcore issues at stake here. And this one I thought was really important to point out here. Current OPEC production is down 10.6 million barrels per day versus February. Bigger drop than the peak of COVID. And you take a look at the drop here in the production. You see there's the COVID one right here. And then here's the current one, which is still dotted line, probably still heading down. Those are some hardcore issues. You can manipulate the market a bit, but you have issues, Larry, like we've already had in Vietnam, in South Korea, and several other places, to where they're already feeling the drop in this because there's not enough fuel. They're having shortages. They're rationing in South Korea. I was on an Australian TV show yesterday, and while I was waiting to go on, they had a farmer or a report from a farm right before that where they were talking about, which you had been mentioned from the beginning, urea has been stopping. Now then that's starting to have ramifications and manifestations on the ground. And he said they're seriously concerned about crop yields, even on top of the additional price they're paying for what they can get with fertilizers, because a lot of that some of it can also come from China. But I mean, this is starting to have some real impacts that you're just not going to be able to talk your way out of.
Well, and jet fuel has tripled over the last 3 weeks, tripled in price. And so airlines are having to pass those costs on. They're cutting back on flights. So the contraction of the global economy is well underway. It's not expanding. It's not growing. It's not. It's doing the exact opposite. And in fact, there was, I forget the name, the particular company that laid off 30,000 employees here in the United States today. It was one of the tech companies. So we're starting the whole ramifications of this blockade of the chokehold that Iran now has on the Strait of Hormuz is significant. And, the reality is the United States does not have a military option for opening it up, even though we keep talking like we can. And so until the full weight of these economic impacts start, really punching people in the gut, we're going to continue with some of this fantasy like, oh, yeah, this is going to end soon and it'll all be over. That people just don't understand how grave and serious the situation is.
Now, it's starting to appear that some are starting to get it, and it's some people that are really important to President Trump and could be part of why he's going to make this comment. Now, we'll talk a little bit more specifically on what he may say here, but this is a friend of the show, Robert Barnes, who's been on us a few times, is reporting that for the first time ever, Trump has a net negative rating with working class white voters. First time ever. And you can see there that the approve is only 35% and disapprove is 64%. I mean, it's hugely underwater here. And those are some of the voters that he absolutely has to have to get anything done that he wants to. I mean, even aside from this, I mean, he's still got just barely, just a little bit under 3 years of time left in office.
Yeah.
And of course, he's facing the midterms, and that's obviously going to be a huge issue right there that could be of just a shellacking, maybe a historic shellacking here. What do you think that pressure does, that political pressure here among voters, to him to try to figure a way to get out of this?
Why would he care? He's not up for election again. If he was standing for election, he might be concerned. And until these other Republicans start realizing what a desperate situation they face, Trump can continue to basically thumb his nose at the Constitution, ignore the law, ignore international law, and plunge the United States deeper and deeper into crisis. Like tonight, what Trump should do, he would appear and say, look, I need to apologize to the nation. I've launched us into an unnecessary war. I was wrong. We're going to pull back. We're going to focus upon building America first and get back to what I promised. But he's not going to do that. That's what he should do. I think he's reached really a point of no return that I think he's embarked on a trajectory that is going to worsen the situation militarily for the United States, and it will certainly damage the economy further.
And there's you talked about Republicans, when are they going to realize some of this stuff? Well, he has had the stalwart backing of a number of key Republican, I guess, voices, if you will, the influential people that have been not just supporting what he wants, but I think pushing him in a direction that he wants to go. And we've shown a lot of stuff with Jack Keane, who's routinely on and has been, you remember right before this war kicked off, he was one of those that was saying no, in January especially, no negotiations. We don't want a negotiation. A successful negotiation would be a loss. We can't have a situation where this regime stays in power. We've got to get rid of them, et cetera. Well, and then if anybody could outdo Jack Keane, it was going to be Lindsey Graham. And we put together actually, we got this off the Daily Show. I'll just give credit where it's due. They did a piece last night that showed Lindsey Graham from, I think it's 2025 and going back to 2007 with one constant message. See if you can use your incredible sense of articulation and analysis to figure out what that message is.
I would urge President Trump to go all in to make sure that when this operation is over, there's nothing left standing in Iran regarding their nuclear program. We're going to blow up all your oil refineries, hit Iran, blow it off the map. Don't underrate. Killing them all. That gets everybody's attention.
I don't know.
It is now time for them to pay a price. We'll use military force, destroy the Air Force, sink their Navy. We need to look at military options. We should destroy their ability to make conventional war. I think it's better to use military force than it is to allow them to have a nuclear weapon. The most dangerous thing in the world, in my opinion, would be the regime in Iran possessing a nuclear weapon. And if military force is necessary, then so be it.
Okay, I said 2007, 2006. So a nice, tidy 20 years. That guy who you saw in the 2025 clip there, who said, if anyone is left standing, this is a complete disaster. Now then is saying this, Graham to Trump, wind down the Iran war, wind up efforts for a peace deal. I have no words. Do you?
Oh my God. Yeah, I hadn't seen that. That tells you what kind of trouble we're in. The Republicans are in, because when Graham, with that legacy, when he's basically waving the white flag, that tells Trump that he should stop. And until seeing that, I'm of the mind that Trump's going to double down on invading Iraq and Iran and putting troops on the ground. But maybe, just maybe, with that kind of pressure now from Graham, where he's reversing himself, could signal that Trump now recognizes the ship is sunk, or it's sinking fast, and he's got to do something to try to stop the sinking.
Well, unfortunately, that's not the only video that we have here. Gary, if you can get ready to play the one by Keene that we had also, because if Lindsey Graham seems to be trying to go, oh snap, and trying to backpedal, Jack Keene doesn't.
Our commanders are confident that they can open and secure these straits going forward. The plan would be to pass this responsibility to our allies and then let them continue with it, and we will pull away. How we negotiate that transfer, yet to be seen. The other thing you mentioned is Carg Island. For our viewers to understand, Carg Island, 90% of the oil distribution goes through that island. It reaches it by pipelines, and then the ships are loaded out of the distribution points. And we've already taken down all the military targets on that island. We have a choice to make. Do we occupy it and take control of it, or blockade it, or we destroy it? That is a presidential decision. In any way, what the result will be quite profound. And I believe it's checkmate for the regime.
Checkmate for the regime. Good deal. We're going to win this, and maybe that's what he's going to announce tonight. Have you ever played chess? And maybe he doesn't know what checkmate means.
Yeah. He is. He's ignoring the fact that 2 weeks ago, President Trump, now 3 weeks ago, President Trump and Scott Bessent, Secretary of Treasury, lifted all oil sanctions on Iran. In other words, Iran was allowed to sell as much oil as it could pump out of the ground and ship out of the country as it could. Well, why? Because the shortage that is caused by no oil coming out of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and United Arab Emirates, because of that shortage, they had to do something to try to get supply up so that the prices would not go into astronomical territory. But, already in the United States, gas is up on average over $4 a gallon, whereas it was like $2.50 in February. So the Keene completely misunderstands what Carg Island involves, as far as it's only one. It's the largest output for Iran, but that's simply because it's an easy place to load up and ship out. They have 4 other terminals that they can ship from, so it's just a matter they can divert to those. So this is not going to cripple the Iranian economy, but what it will do is put U.S. troops in a position where they will be exposed and unprotected, and not only will face being killed or wounded, but also face the legitimate prospect of being captured. And then all of a sudden, the United States is dealing with having a bunch of its troops as prisoners of war, and add one other layer of negotiations to our relations with Iran.
Now, I'm going to get to the what we can speculate about what may be on President Trump's agenda tonight, what he's going to talk about at this 9 p.m. briefing, because it could be a number of things. We'll look at some of those. But we have this breaking news just released a few minutes ago. Iran's president to release an important letter to the American people in a few hours. Iranian official Mehdi Tabatabai, sorry for that, has to say. So it seems like we're getting a little bit of a dueling narratives here, that the Iranians are going to try and preempt Trump. I think that's very interesting. I've never seen anything like that before. What do you make of that?
Well, they're going to tell they will reiterate their demands on what it's going to take to end this war and make it clear that they're not negotiating. There are no negotiations, and that Trump is lying. Sort of to back up that letter, today, Iran has launched the heaviest barrage of weapons, of missiles, against both U.S. bases and in Jordan, in Saudi Arabia, in United Arab Emirates, in Qatar, and in Israel. The targets in Israel, they're getting pounded, absolutely pounded. So instead of backing off, there was some commentary yesterday that Iran hadn't launched as many attacks, but part of that was because the United States and Israel had scaled back. And then as dawn broke in Iran, the United States and Israel started hitting targets again, killing civilians, largely killing civilians, hitting a school, killing some more school children. And so now Iran is just they are going to the ultimate limit of what they're capable of doing. And there's a video footage circulating showing almost the complete destruction of Mossad headquarters in Haifa. When you see the film, it looks a little bit like the Oklahoma City bombing from the 1990s. So Iran, Trump has been gaslighting the American public about the progress in the war in Iran, about the state of the war and Iran's commitment to fighting. Iran's not going to surrender. And in fact, Iran's making long-term plans. They, along with Oman, are now going to control who gets to come in and out of the Persian Gulf. Yeah, and that's going forward. And is Jack Keene's notion that there's something the United States can do militarily to open the Gulf, lift the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz? No, the only way to do this, because to have the Strait of Hormuz open is to say there is no more a threat that a missile or a drone could be targeted at a merchant ship traversing that strait. Well, the only way you're going to do that is you're going to have to disarm Iran, because no matter what you take down on the coast, and on the coast, they've got some formidable entrenchments that we will be hard placed to try to disrupt or destroy. They've got built into the wall, these sheer cliff walls, they've got caves, launch pads for missiles and rockets there. They have underground access into the water so that they can actually put submersibles, maritime drones under without being visible from the shore. They've got these little suicide boats. They're drones, but they run on top of the water. They've got many submarines which launch torpedoes. So, if we're militarily going to get rid of all that, that means you have to assemble a large enough force that can cover 100-mile long stretch of beach. And in that 100 miles, you're going to have to be able to put troops up sheer cliff walls. And then they're going to have to penetrate, probably 100, 200 miles into the interior of Iran. Now, so we're talking maybe minimum of 1 million man army to do that, and assemble that, put it together, get them trained, get them deployed, and then deal with all the body bags that come home. That's what I'm saying. You can sketch it out on paper that, okay, we could run this operation, but what would we accomplish? The cost would be so high, so terrible at the end. We're not willing to pay that cost.
And let me just bluntly say, I agree with your assessment and your accounting of what it would take. There's still no guarantee of success. In fact, I would say that the advantages would overwhelmingly go to the defenders in mountainous terrain. I mean, look at what the Russians did in the defense against the Ukrainian side, and that was against, it was forested areas. This is in mountains where every advantage would go to the defense, and you would have to pick that out. You can take a look at what happened to going up in World War II, going up the boot of Italy, going through all that mountains, and that's a very narrow band. This is, like you said, you're talking hundreds of miles wide and then hundreds of miles deep. It's impossible. I don't think even a million troops could get it done, and that would come at catastrophic cost. So I think the bottom line is that there is no military solution even sketchable.
Yeah. And so that's what's so worrisome about, the word that's coming out now, and again, through open source, not through classified sources, but they have deployed a squadron of A-10 Warthogs, this plane that's best used for close air support. It can also be used to attack small boats in the Persian Gulf. Apache helicopters. Again, Apache helicopters are designed for close air support with troops and in ground attacks. And that's just been deployed in the last three or 4 days. And so the amount of aviation equipment, of combat equipment that's flowing into the region, along with additional troops that are being surged forward, that indicates there's going to be an attack.
Well, and next, actually, I wanted to talk to you about next year, because this is Mario's reporting here from the Atlantic. He said U.S. officials are planning 2 high-risk operations: seizing Karg Island, Iran's main oil export hub, and sending special forces inside Iran to capture uranium. The goal would be to cripple Iran's energy exports and directly secure nuclear materials. Both plans are fully prepared, with forces logistics in place, just awaiting Trump's final approval. Through any of your sources, do you have any knowledge whether this is accurate assessment of what may come or not?
Well, I think yes. I think it's on the menu. Let's put it that way. But the seizure of the nuclear material. Now, again, my information is 20 years old, but I worked and I helped script and then execute a U.S. military exercise on that very scenario. And people don't realize how difficult that is, because to carry that out, you have to, because of the distance involved, where those sites are in Iran, they're not just 5 miles or 20 miles inside the borders. They're 300, 400, 500 miles inside Iran. So that means your helicopters don't have the legs. They're not able to fly that entire distance and then fly back. They've got to be refueled. Now, we dealt with that refueling issue back in 1980 in the very early days of Delta Force, and JSOC, the Joint Special Operations Command, was in its infancy. And what they did then is they flew some C-130 aircraft had flown in advance to a spot in the desert where they put out fuel bladders. And then as the force that was going to try to rescue the hostages arrived at that destination to refuel so they could make it all the way to Tehran, they had an accident where a helicopter and one of the planes collided, and killed I think 6 people. I don't recall the exact number. And I've got actually a good friend of mine. He was a young Army Ranger. He later went on to become a Delta Force sniper, but he was doing the perimeter security when those 2 planes, when the plane and the helicopter collided. So you got to deal with, how would you get these special operation forces to their destination? You're going to have a refueling stop somewhere. And then if in the event that they get this radioactive material, let's understand it's not inert. But it's heavy, and it's got to be shielded with additional, concrete and lead. And so all of a sudden, then you've got to have additional lift capability in order to haul it out. So yeah, they can write it down as a plan on paper, but actually executing it and having a reasonable chance of success, no. That I think that's more of a suicide mission for any special operations troops that are assigned to do that.
We have some additional breaking news here. This is from the ABC News White House correspondent says that this is about an hour old. White House officials tell me that Trump will give an operational update on the progress of Operation Epic Fury tonight at 9 p.m. The official says Trump will reiterate the 2 to 3 week timetable that he did yesterday for ending the operation and will highlight the military's success in achieving all his stated goals, he said. And they're talking about destroying the ballistic missiles, annihilating their Navy, ensuring terrorist proxies will not destabilize the nation, and guaranteeing that Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon. Other than that, everything is going swimmingly. But then they also talk about what's not there, notably absent. The Strait of Hormuz does not appear on the list, a notable omission given Trump's conflicting public statements on the conditions for ending the war. So if that is true, I mean, let's just walk down that a second, that he's going to say that we're achieving all of our goals, destroying their ballistic missiles, annihilating their Navy, ensuring the proxies are no longer destabilizing nations, and guarantees about a nuclear weapon. Larry, as I look at this, I don't see a single one of those has been done. And then you can add the Hormuz thing, so it's now worse than it was before. What do you say to that?
Well, and then go back to you played earlier in the show, the tweet, the X, the truth that he put out this morning, where he talked about there won't be a ceasefire until when the Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear, okay? So you can't have any kind of agreement to stop the fighting until Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. So he may not have put it on that other list, but that's there, very clear, if he means. So I've given up trying to read into Trump's statements. What does he mean this? Does he not mean this? Let's just look at what is being done. What are the decisions? The decisions are we're sending a new squadron of A-10s to supplement an existing squadron of A-10s in theater, and they have only one purpose: close air support and attacks close to the front line.
With ground troops.
Yeah, they're sending in Apaches. Again, same mission set. They've deployed the 2 battalions of the 75th Rangers, who are considered a Tier 2 unit that support Tier 1 units, SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force. So they're in theater. And they've sent the 82nd. They're in theater. And the 11th MEU is 31st MEU has already arrived. 11th MEU is en route. That means you're getting ready to expand your military attack, not diminish it. This is not just a show of force. This is getting ready to actually do something. So, Trump, he's all over the board. He says,
and you mentioned this earlier. So one of the things on that list there was he's going to claim that we're achieving success and we're ahead of schedule, which he said a number of times. One of the things was on the ballistic missiles. And then you mentioned it earlier. This was actually from the Jerusalem Post. This happened actually while John Mearsheimer was on the show this morning. 10 ballistic missiles were fired in the past few minutes, making it one of the most significant barrages in weeks. So, I mean, obviously that was not a coincidence, or it just happened to be that way. That's in light of what President Trump said. And then Iran is showing, yeah, sure, you're knocking us out here. And in a similar one, if you can talk a little bit about the claim that they're going to say we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out 92% of their ships. I hear that all the time by Central Command, and they show all those videos of these big ships being knocked, a torpedo knocking one from a submarine. Is that really their Navy, though?
No. I mean, look, what they're calling the Navy, we would call a Coast Guard, because these ships that were, the ships that are not submersible. We've destroyed a bunch of them. Okay, so we've destroyed their Coast Guard. That wasn't part of their strategic depth. They lose that. Okay, so what? Does that mean they've crippled their military power? The same thing with the Air Force. Oh, we blew up all these, combat jets that they had. That's not how that was not their offensive capability. The offensive capability are these missiles, ballistic missiles that are being fired out of the ground that we can't stop and we can't destroy. They are, according to Alistair Crook, who's been there and has observed, some of them are 500 meters to 800 meters underground. I mean, that is, it's quite a distance, and they're in granite mountains and quite protected. So, and despite claims that they were going to run out of missiles, remember at the outset, the intelligence community estimate was that Iran only had about 3,000, maybe less than 4,000 missiles. Well, guess what? They fired more than that already now going into the 5th week of this. So clearly our intelligence community didn't have any reliable intelligence on this. And Trump, I don't care what Trump says tonight. It's what are the actual orders that the military is carrying out. And right now, those orders they are deploying forces who have execution orders for attacking targets in Iran, and this includes the use of ground forces, airborne, and special operations.
Okay, so let's take a look at let's look graphically at what that means here. I've got on the map here the Iranian coastline, and it's roughly 906 miles from the edge of its border all the way up through the Horseshoe Bend, and then all the way up to past Karg Island right here.
Right.
So with the amount of troops that you just mentioned, the 11th and 31st Marine Expeditionary Units, some of the 82nd Airborne Light Infantry, and then some Delta Force Rangers and some, I guess, handful of others, apparently up to 10,000 additional forces, which I haven't seen described, ground forces are en route, or at least are on deployment orders. Let's just give the full contingent. Let's say it's 20,000 ground troops. What can they do along this territory here that can achieve? We'll just keep it at operational, something with operational impact that would help the United States. What can those troops do, and where might they do it?
Well, the answer is nothing. There's nothing, because the first issue is how do you get them there? So you've really got two methods of delivery. They're going to be delivered via an amphibious ship, a ship that has amphibious boats on it. Remember the difference between a boat and a ship. A ship is something that can carry boats, so the smaller craft. So those ships are about the size of a small aircraft carrier. How could they cannot transit that Horseshoe Bend without being attacked by Iran. And the odds are that they would be sunk even before they got north. So that right there, that first choke point, and it's not, it looks wide on the map, but the fact is there are some narrow channels in there that the ships have to follow. Otherwise they can run aground. So, you take out the amphibious option for landing troops, because whenever you get one of those ships within 50 miles of the Iranian coast, they're going to be targeted with drones and missiles. So
let's take a look at Karg, since that was specifically mentioned as apparently one of the options here. Just for news, I'm going to say here from apparently the closest point in Kuwait up to Karg is 120 miles. 120 miles. So talk us through about the challenges and opportunities for us to launch an aerial assault with various types of helicopters on Karg Island.
Yeah. So if you got a Chinook 47, because that can carry the most, I think that's capable of carrying 20 troops with combat loads. So just do the math. Okay, we got 20. We've got we want to have 1,000. So we only need 50 flights of helicopters. And so where are you going to assemble that number? Because all those spots along that coast of Saudi Arabia can be hit with Iranian missiles easily, and drones, because Iran's got drones that go that far. So to assemble that force, or let's say that they're going to launch them amphibiously. Again, you fly in a C-17, a bunch of the amphibious boats. I'm not sure how many they can carry. If it's 2, 3, or 4 per flight. But again, the landing craft that would be used by Marines, it's going to get assembled, and ISR, with the help of Russian and Chinese, are going to pass on to the Iranians. This is where it's located. They can begin destroying those deployment points before anybody even gets on board a craft. So the other option is, as you said, the airborne assault. But again, that means you've got to assemble a large number of rotary wing. maybe you can just do an airborne assault with parachutes. Now that's, the 82nd, that's what they do. Marines are not universally trained to do that. But again, once you drop them, then you get the issue of resupplying them, allowing them to, they usually drop with enough ammunition, food, water to sustain themselves for about 24 hours. But Iran's got military forces on that island, and they've got civilians.
By the way, Austria can carry 24 combat troops there.
So, and again, it's we get 5 Osprey, we got 120 troops. So it's barely a company size element. There are no magical solutions. We're still living in the past. We're living as if we were back in 2002, 2003 in February, sitting in our camps in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, ready to cross the border into Iraq. And the Iraqis didn't really have a missile threat. They fired a couple of Scuds, but it wasn't anything sustained and that dangerous. So we had that luxury. Well, we no longer have that luxury. So then the military planners have got to say, how do we get the largest massive force assembled and then deployed and employed at a point of attack? And all of that's assuming that there's not much pushback or opposition coming from Iran, which I think is a damn dangerous idea, because the Iranians, they've been through this before. They fought a U.S.-backed invasion back in 1980 that went on from 1980 to 1988. And it is so. In fact, I don't know if you've ever had Professor Morandi on your show. Now, Professor Morandi was actually born in Virginia, but when he returned with his family to Iran when he was 15, 16, he joined the army, and he was in combat. And he was wounded twice.
We've had him on the show here recently. He mentioned that very fact.
Yeah. So someone like Professor, he doesn't talk about combat as if it's imaginary. He's been there on the front lines. He's fought. So they know what it is to defend their country. And the Americans forget that in this case, we're going to be invading a country where these people they love their nation. They have an ancient history, regardless of what we think about has happened over the last 40 years. They look at it in terms of centuries, not just decades.
And let's take a look at one other thing that President Trump, because we're trying to divine what he may be talking about tonight. The other bombshell that he dropped today after this Truth Social was about, although related, it was about NATO. And he said that he's, according to Reuters this morning, he said that in an interview that he was absolutely considering withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. I'll be discussing my disgust with NATO, he said of the speech for tonight. Asked if he was thinking about pulling out of NATO. He said, oh, absolutely, without question. Wouldn't you do that if you were me? And this of course, comes after just hours, apparently, after Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has declined to reaffirm the U.S. commitment to NATO's collective, i.e. Article 5 securities, in terms of the challenge we already have, and the fact that none of the NATO members have agreed to send one ship actually to patrol through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's obviously made Trump very unhappy. What do you make of his threat against NATO now? Is this going to cajole them into doing something, or is it just going to drive the wedge further in between us?
Well, let's say that you're a marriage counselor, and you get and the couple is Donald Trump and Miss NATO, and they come to you, and you look at what each has been saying about the other and what each has been doing to the other. What you'd be recommending at the end of that counseling session is, I know a good divorce lawyer, okay? Because they ain't staying together after this. It is Donald Trump has gone out of his way to embarrass, disgrace, attack NATO, and but this again, this is not new. Remember J.D. Vance's remarks at the Munich Security Council
right after they got elected,
last February.
Yeah,
and I mean, it was basically put them on notice. Hey, you guys got to clean your act up, and there was not we're all solidarity, we're all one for all for one. No, it was not a three musketeers, the three musketeers moment. It was, you're on your own, and you got to pay up. And hey, why don't you take responsibility for this? We essentially dump Ukraine in their lap. Okay, you guys worry about Ukraine. While we're at it, we're going to attack a NATO member's territory in Greenland just because we want it and we don't think they should have it. You got to step back and say, okay, explain to me again what the foundation of this relationship is. Why are you hanging together to deal with the threat? Yeah, it sounds like the biggest threat is coming more from the United States than it is from Russia. It's not Russia that's talking about attacking Greenland; it's the United States.
Well, and that's actually what I want to pivot to here in the rest of it. There was Gary actually had an ex post of Professor Robert Pape earlier on today, who said, listen, I think NATO's already dead. I think it's already passed. It's just now we're waiting for the final annulment, maybe, to use your terminology a second ago here. But let me ask you, in the remainder of the time we have here, what are the ramifications of both President Trump's getting us embroiled into a war we can't win in the Middle East, making the oil prices globally rise and no apparent off-ramp, and then now basically cutting the knees out from under NATO and I think starting the time clock on its disintegration? What is all that doing to Russia? How are they responding to all this, especially while they're still in a war with Ukraine?
They got this big Cheshire cat. They got a big Cheshire cat grin on their face. They're collecting a lot of money. They're getting Europeans that are starting to quietly reach out to them and say, I know we've had some issues. Is there any chance we could repair some of that damage and get back on the same page? This is going to actually, I think, in the course of 3 to 4 years, will bring Europe much, much closer to Russia. Because just the economic realities are such that the people of Europe are going to get tired of having to pay higher liquid natural gas prices to the United States when they can get them at a far more reasonable rate from Russia. And, they don't have to you don't see Vladimir Putin running around trying to see how many European leaders he can insult in one day, like Trump is doing. So this will be, I think, a further nail in the coffin of what was once the U.S. primary role as the sole hegemon in the world. Or we may still have nuclear weapons, but we're going to wind up pretty isolated.
Can you see us, Larry, being a self-imploded version of the end of the Cold War Soviet Union, or Russia specifically, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, when they collapsed and their economy just fell into disrepair and there was all kinds of corruption in the country? Are there any parallels between the loss of the so-called Cold War for Russia after the Soviet Union disbanded and maybe the path we're on? What do you think?
Yeah, we are on a path making ourselves less relevant to the world. We've gotten away because of the central role of the petrodollar, and because so many of these countries in the past were willing to buy our treasury bills. We've been able to be on a spending spree unlike anything in history. But now, just in the past 3 weeks, Turkey has got some significant economic problems. They're selling off their gold stocks, but they're also selling off their treasury bills. China selling off its treasury bills. So the economic effect on this in the United States is going to further fuel inflation and at the same time recession. So we're going to have that stagflation that you and I both remember from the 70s, back when we were youngsters, so to speak. But we haven't seen something like that in over 53 years. So that's what awaits us on the horizon, and the image of the United States is this economic juggernaut No, we'll be that juggernaut that's run aground on some reefs or shoals and taking on water. This you're going to see the shifts. I mean, when it comes to economic survival, the survival instinct kicks in just like it does to someone who's drowning in water. You don't worry about, well, that was my friend there, I'm going to save them. Most people say, well, forget the friend, I got to save myself. So South Korea will start saving itself. Japan will start saving itself, and that's going to mean they're going to turn to and develop closer relationships with Russia. And Russia's in the catbird seat. It has ample supplies of oil, major supplies of liquid natural gas. It is reliant upon Kazakhstan, the former part of the Soviet Union, for its uranium, but Russia is one of the leading refiners of uranium that is then used in nuclear reactors for powering electricity. So
let me ask you one more question in the last few minutes we got here. Now I'm going to ask you to, I guess, project forward a lot. And in the affairs of humanity, there's so many undercurrents and things could go 100 different directions just in the next 5 years, much less 10 or longer. But I at least see the general outlines of an emerging danger, at least from many in the West perspective, America's in particular, to where I could see the Europe and Russia actually moving closer together, mutually recognizing instability and danger from the United States a little bit. Now, I know there's a lot of animosity because, I mean, Europe has just bent over backwards to kill Russians and talk about how they're coming after us and everything. So probably in the near term, that's not really an issue. But as economic pain starts to impose itself and people start to recognizing instability here, especially if we keep going on another 2.5 years under Trump like this, is that possible, or is that just the hatred will not be able to overcome that?
No, I think the parallels with that period from the 1920s going into the 1930s, and because remember in the beginning, right after World War I, going into 1920s, we had this League of Nations, and the League of Nations seemed to be somewhat effective. And then you had this global economic crisis, and out of that, the Depression. In that, you had the rise of the Nazi Germany. And during the 1930s, the League of Nations became increasingly irrelevant, ineffective, and it continued to exist. I mean, you still had an address in Geneva, Switzerland, and people still went to work there. They got paid from it, but it was absolutely meaningless, no longer relevant. We're, I think, at a similar kind of junction right now, that the United Nations that was created to help resolve global conflicts and prevent what's going on right now is completely impotent. Completely
it's dead, in my view.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you just described about the League of Nations.
So in tandem with that, though, we're seeing the rise of the global South. Now, even despite India's waffling with, it's tried to play both sides of the issue with Israel in the West and with Russia and China. The reality for the global South is the economies of Russia, China, Brazil, and now Iran, Indonesia, Malaysia. They are actually stronger and have a higher GDP than the G7. The G7 used to be the dominant one. So we're seeing a new emerging international economic order that falls outside of the Bretton Woods system, the system that the United States set up and controlled in the aftermath of World War II. And the United States is still trying to compete with that, but in the case of the Chinese, they developed an international payment system that Iran is using right now. Any ship that wants to leave with oil, they've got to pay for it in Chinese yuan, and they pay for it through what's called CIPS, the Cross-Border Interbank Payment System, CIPS. And the transactions there are going up, and they are all digital. Whereas the SWIFT system that the West has relied upon, which is based in the Netherlands or in Belgium, it's still like an old email system. It's not digital, and so the world is again moving away from SWIFT towards CIPS, and The fact of the matter is the Chinese are the dominant industrial power in the world. Russia is the country with the most natural resources that are needed to fuel that industrial power. So we're going to, and this is the friction point. I'd argue that was actually one of the reasons, unstated, behind the U.S. decision to attack Iran, because they see Iran is going to play a critical role in that new economic model because of its oil and gas supply. And now, by exercising control over that Gulf, the Persian Gulf, these monarchies, the Arab monarchies that have been subservient to the United States for so long, they're going to have to make a choice. If they want to continue to exist and have some hope of remaining viable economically, they're going to have to make peace with Iran.
Yeah, they're going to. And I want to reinforce that because I know we're almost out of time here, but that is, I think, an understated risk right now. Because if President Trump, if he does any kind of version of saying, I'm just going to declare victory and walk away, or whatever he may try to do tonight, bottom line is that there is no military solution to open up the strait. You've painted the picture that shows there's not even a military path if you had 1 million troops. Right. So we can't do that. Therefore, that strait will stay in the hands of the Iranians until they choose to do something different. And there can't be too many more weeks, tell me if you disagree, for these GCC countries, because they're not getting money either. While it's not just the oil's not getting out, money's not getting in because they're not selling their products. So they're going to get into an existential threat pretty quick financially if something doesn't cave. Can you speak to that?
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. In fact, it was written, I read it yesterday or early this morning. Iran is talking now to Oman, because Oman sits on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran's basically saying to Oman, you know what? We get together, we control this. We're going to charge people X amount for use, and you, Oman, are going to have a guaranteed source of income. See, at the very, very tip up there, that is Omani territory, at the very tip of that spit of land that's on the left side. Yeah, a little all the way up. So no, go back down. You see where the horse? You see where the horse bend is?
Yeah.
Okay, go back to the horse bend. Keep going. Okay, take your cursor. Just move it slightly to the right. There, that spit of land that's across from that, right there. That's Oman. That's Omani territory. Believe it or not. And
I did not know that.
Yeah. So Oman and Iran will cut a deal, and they will be the gatekeepers for the Persian Gulf. And so at that point, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, they're going to have to decide to play ball with Oman and Iran. And they're going to have to restructure their relationships. MBS is a dirty, dangerous man. He's a piece of work. He early on was hated Iran. Yeah, in recent years he's tried to pretend that he liked Iran, but he was still playing the dirty game with the United States. But the going forward, the U.S. used to have a presence at Prince Saud Air Base, known as PSAB. They're just outside of Riyadh. No more. That's going to be gone. U.S. is going to be out of Bahrain, the Fifth Fleet headquarters. They may try to move down to Oman. And again, the Omanis will have some leverage with that. And the same with, Kuwait. Kuwait is going to become vacant of U.S. military presence. So we're going to see a complete restructuring of the Middle East. And in the past, the United States was relying upon, literally $1 trillion coming out of those Gulf Arabs to help fund our lifestyle of the rich and famous. Well, they've gone, they're no longer, they realize they've been had. The United States, oh yeah, we got your back. And then they turn around and look and say, where'd those gringos go? We got out of Dodge.
And Larry, I just can't help it as we get ready to shut down here. Just imagine where we were about 1 year ago when President Trump made this big Middle Eastern tour and he got all these allegedly trillions of dollars of deals. And he made that big speech where about, We're not going to have regime change anymore. We're not going to be telling you how to run your own business. We just want to do business with everybody. And man, things were great and the future looked bright. All those parties that he attended, etc. He has destroyed every single bit of that because he got sucked into this and roped into it by Benjamin Netanyahu or whatever the process was. But now every bit of that is gone, and it probably will never come back, as you say.
Yeah. No, this the biggest financial casualty out of this will be the United Arab Emirates, because they're an artificial creation. They came into being in 1971, I believe it was, because the Brits said, "Okay, we're going to get out of here. Here are the keys," and they just threw it to whoever happened to be closest by. And so they sorted out, because the boundaries are not from some historical legacy. It's just they're artificially created, and then they created this artificial. I mean, these gleaming office buildings, soaring skyscrapers, these incredible, this island that looks like a palm tree in the Gulf. I mean, God, all the rich from around the world were flocking there. Man, we go there. It may have been a so-called Arab Muslim country, but by God, the prostitutes were hot. The food and booze you could get whatever you wanted. And the thing that I find the most ironic about it is this great, powerful new United Arab Emirate doesn't have a sewer system. So what do? That all of the poop that's created in each of those high rises flows down to holding tanks in the building, and then they're filled up every day with trucks, carted off and dumped God knows where. I mean, think about that. You've got billions of dollars, and you couldn't even build a decent outhouse to take care of all the human waste. and they want to be taken seriously? Oh, please.
Well, they do. I mean, there's the island you're talking about right there.
Yeah.
And it is a thing to behold. It is pretty impressive to look at. Anyway, it has been, but now that not quite working out that way now. About what we've been doing. Yeah,
it is. Their economy was dependent upon exporting oil. An international trade port called Ali Jabal that was the second largest free trade port in the world. So it's inactive. It's basically shut down now because no ships are coming in and out. Tourism, construction, real estate, all frozen, all just, no activity now. And a lot of the finance, it used to be like Iran would make payments for oil through the UAE. Iran, then that whole area of business is now gone. Iran is cycling it through China, and Iran is blowing the hell out of the UAE. So,
yeah, it is. It is just the tectonic shifts that's in the process of going on. I mean, I don't think even you and I could really figure out exactly where this is going right now. Yeah. There's too many moving parts, and there's too many things yet to come that could even more radically change the direction. But it is never going back to the way it was before. God only knows where it's going to end up, but it is going to be different.
Yeah, I wouldn't have predicted this a year ago. I'd like to say, oh yeah, I foresaw this coming. Yeah, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
But also when you realize that, like, they'll say, oh, the population of Saudi Arabia, it's 36 million. Well, excuse me, but about half of that, and the same goes for Qatar, and the same goes for United Arab Emirates, are foreigners. Who a lot of the workers who actually keep the places running, they come from Asia, and they, they're not treated well. They live in squalor. Their passports are taken when they show up, so they're almost it's a new form of servitude. Now maybe they make a little more money there than they would back home and are able to send some of that back home, but they're still not free to move around, free to travel, free to do what they want. And so,
and plus, Larry, if the things continue going on the way they're going right now, and you're talking about the UAE and how the tourism has been frozen off. I mean, they're not going to have money to pay for them. And at some point, these folks may start hitting the exit signs here. So there could be some real problems.
Exiting or rioting. And the reality is, these neither the Saudis nor the Emiratis, they don't have this loyal security force that's going to back them up. because even them, they're paid for. And, when the money gets tight and they're not getting paid for, then all of a sudden they can turn around and go after their former paymasters.
Yeah, this could get ugly in a hurry. This is why President Trump needs to do whatever it takes to get this war over with quickly and stop the harm that's continuing to accumulate. But I fear that tonight he'll just try and double down on something. And I mean, we'll keep watching to see what happens. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That continues to go on. By the way, all this get your trades in quickly.
Well, it's happened. It's happened the 2 consecutive Mondays. A week ago Monday, and then 2 days ago at 7:30, Trump issues out some so-called truth on Truth Social.
Yeah, that 48-hour deadline. Ultimatum.
Hey, it's looking good. Oh man, the light's at the end of the tunnel. Oh, this is going to be over soon. And boy, the stock market rockets up, and then reality intrudes, and they realize, oh no, it's not going to be over, and Iran isn't giving up. I mean, look at the volume of fire today with the ballistic missiles from Iran. That despite attempts to say, oh, they're defeated. Don't they know they're defeated? Why do they keep firing those missiles? We've destroyed them all. Well, maybe you haven't.
Maybe we haven't. Well, listen, we'll leave it there for now. We appreciate you giving us a little bit of extra time here today. Very, very fascinating. We could just keep on talking, but man, we'll all be watching what happens from the Oval Office.
A few hours ago, a senior Israeli diplomat, Arkady Millman, made a rather shocking statement. In particular, speaking to reporters, he admitted that when launching a large-scale military operation against Iran, the 47th President of the United States clearly underestimated Tehran's military capabilities and cunning. Furthermore, the Israeli diplomat also noted that a week before the start of hostilities, U.S. Special Envoy Stephen Witkoff said that Donald Trump was very surprised when the Iranians were not afraid of the significant American forces deployed in the Middle East and refused to capitulate, even amid the risk of conflict with the United States. Surprisingly, this Israeli diplomat acknowledged that Iran is one of the largest regional powers in the Middle East. According to him, Iran has a significant arsenal of ballistic missiles, and the ability to inflict significant damage to both American forces in the region and the infrastructure of the U.S. allied Gulf states. Furthermore, Arkady Millman admitted that in the current situation, Trump may try to lead the United States out of war by making some concessions to Iran. However, according to the Israeli diplomat, such an approach is completely contrary to the national interests of Israel, which seeks the complete destruction of Iran's military and economic potential. Thus, it becomes clear that Israel will do everything to dissuade Trump from withdrawing the United States from the current war. Meanwhile, Donald Trump continues to shock the world with his strange statements. So, on March 31st, Trump once again declared that the United States had defeated Iran, and that Tehran would comply with any U.S. demands. Otherwise, according to Trump, Iran will be completely destroyed. Furthermore, Trump once again assured American journalists that he is allegedly in full control of the situation, and that Iran is literally begging the United States for a deal, preparing to fulfill all of Washington's conditions. According to Trump, he handed over to Iran a list of 15 demands, and that Iran would fulfill all these requirements, including the renunciation of nuclear weapons and the transfer of all uranium reserves to the United States. It is noteworthy that 24 hours later, Trump completely changed his rhetoric. In particular, the US president once again began to call on the countries of the world to join the war against Iran. Trump stressed that all countries that need oil are simply obliged to declare war on Tehran. At the same time, Donald Trump once again called the European allies of the United States cowards, because they refused to help Washington in its fight against Tehran. Moreover, Trump also promised serious consequences to the North Atlantic Alliance, due to the refusal of France, Spain, Italy, and other key NATO countries to grant American military aircraft permission to use their airspace and air bases. Trump made it clear that the United States will never forget this betrayal. The current occupant of the White House did not rule out that, as a response, the United States may even withdraw from NATO and completely cease military cooperation with Europe. Meanwhile, sources in the White House confirmed that the U.S. position in the Middle East has deteriorated so much that the Trump administration is seriously considering a unilateral withdrawal from the current war. At the same time, it is reported that Trump is ready to complete the military operation against Iran, even though the Strait of Hormuz will continue to remain blocked. In addition, the American Congress also added fuel to the fire. Reports indicate that U.S. senators have already made it clear to the Trump administration that, after 2 months, Congress will not approve the continuation of the war against Iran. Against this backdrop, it becomes clear why Trump is making such strange statements regarding Iran. Trump is trying to exert psychological pressure on Iran, hoping that Tehran will be scared and allow the United States to withdraw from this war without losing face. However, unfortunately for Trump, Iran is completely ignoring all threats from the United States. Iran, even at the official level, refutes all of Trump's statements that he is allegedly negotiating with Tehran. Against this backdrop, sources say that Trump is likely to withdraw unilaterally from this war, declaring himself the winner. Trump will announce that he has stripped Iran of its navy, missiles, and nuclear weapons, presenting this as an absolute victory in the current war. As for the Strait of Hormuz, Trump will shift this problem onto the shoulders of the Gulf states in Europe, saying that unblocking this strategic area of the Middle East is now their honorable mission. However, many experts point out that the situation in the Middle East has escalated so much that Trump will not be able to withdraw unilaterally from this war, and that the United States will have to admit defeat and accept Iran's conditions. For example, an authoritative American political scientist and professor at the University of Chicago, John Mearsheimer, bluntly stated that in the current situation, the United States has no other choice but to accept Iran's conditions and put an end to this war. Mearsheimer notes that Trump will have to make serious concessions to Tehran, which will be a humiliating defeat for the United States. By the way, right after White House sources confirmed that the United States is seriously considering the option of withdrawing from the current war, the Gulf states appealed to Washington not to stop and continue the military operation against Iran. In particular, the UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Khalifa Shaheen al-Marar, personally appealed to Donald Trump with a request to continue the war against the Islamic Republic. "We have become a target for Iran. The ongoing aggressive actions against our country make coexistence with the Iranian regime impossible. Countering the Iranian threat, including its nuclear, missile, and drone programs, as well as ensuring maritime security, is essential for sustainable peace in the Middle East," Khalifa Shaheen al-Marar said. By the way, Iran has already given an official response to the calls of the Gulf states for Trump to continue the war. In particular, the Iranian Foreign Ministry said that if the Gulf states really want peace in the Middle East and security guarantees, they should expel the American military from their territory. Tehran stresses that Israel would never have dared to attack Iran without the support of the United States. According to Tehran, Israel is too cowardly and weak to wage war on its own. Iran notes that if Israel loses the support of the United States, the long-awaited and lasting peace will finally come to the Middle East. Meanwhile, while Arab countries are pleading with the United States not to stop the war against Iran, the IRGC has significantly increased the number of missile strikes against U.S. and Israeli forces in the region. So, the Iranian military department officially confirmed the destruction of the secret headquarters of the U.S. Army, to the west of the Al Minhad Air Base, in the United Arab Emirates. According to official statements, 200 high-ranking U.S. Army officers were in this military facility at the time of the missile attack. It is reported that all of them have been eliminated. Furthermore, on the same day, Iranian missiles and drones rained down on the U.S. strategic infrastructure in Bahrain. As a result, the U.S. Fifth Fleet's secret residence was destroyed. It is well known that Iran attacked this residence precisely at the moment when an operational meeting of commanders was taking place there. It is reported that 18 U.S. naval officers died as a result of this attack. My dear truth seekers, the fact that Iran was able to discover and attack such secret enemy facilities with hundreds of enemy officers inside, indicates that Tehran has deep intelligence capabilities in Arab countries. It is noteworthy that on the same day, Iranian missiles also hit a Kuwaiti oil tanker in the port of Dubai. Moreover, an hour later, Iran wiped out the Israeli container ship, Express Hafong, in the Persian Gulf. Later, Tehran confirmed that this vessel was working in the interests of the IDF, and was a legitimate target for Iranian missiles and kamikaze drones.
Decorated combat veteran, author, and a former advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Defense. As always, thank you very much for taking the time.
Oh, happy to be here.
So we're getting some mixed messages from President Trump. That is, the U.S.
That's a big change.
Well, no, yeah, good point. Well, we heard here that the U.S. already won the war. But if the Iranians don't agree to a ceasefire, they will destroy all of the infrastructure in Iran if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz. At the same time, he also argues that the U.S. is ready to leave, and the Strait of Hormuz should be the problem of the Europeans and the regional states. So how are you assessing the state in this war? Because I guess, I understand there's a lot of different audiences to communicate to, and one wants to put pressure while at the same time have something offered on the table. But how do you make sense of the current position now?
Well, I'm not sure a decision has been made, or if it has, he's not sharing it. I think it's a very strange set of circumstances. I mean, you have the claim, this incessant drumbeat, we've already won. We destroyed everything that could be destroyed. They're down to nothing. They can't keep up. They're running out of missiles. Their back is against the wall, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, if that's true, why is it that every time he makes some sort of statement along these lines, a wave of missile attacks comes out of Iran? Tactical theater ballistic missiles, drones that do enormous damage to Israel and to, frankly, the Gulf Emirates. I mean, if that's really the case, why hasn't Iran already hoisted the white flag? I mean, I just don't. I think that those claims have to be dismissed up front. What I'm hearing from people who are on the inside that I trust is that we have perhaps reduced Iran's ballistic missile capability from 100% down to perhaps 70%. That their air defense is being very effective against the unmanned surveillance aircraft, selectively against other kinds of aircraft, but has not performed as well as they'd hoped. But they have always been willing to absorb the strikes. They've always known that their infrastructure would be brutalized. and they think the payoff is worth the trouble. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, if things are going so well and we've had so much success with the air and missile campaign, why do we want to introduce ground troops into the equation? Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So I don't think you're getting a truthful assessment from the U.S. side. I think the president is desperate. I think he faces public humiliation inside the United States as well as overseas if he admits the truth. And when he starts talking about, well, maybe I'll just leave and dump all of this into the laps of Europeans, we ought to stop and consider a few things. First of all, commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has fallen by about 95 to 97%. 15 million barrels of oil a day have been taken offline. The physical shortages have already hit so hard that right now Singapore jet fuel is selling at $231 a barrel. And as long as the war persists, the real people who shut down the Strait of Hormuz, who are not Iranians, they're sitting in London. They're called Lloyds of London. The insurance brokers aren't going to insure anything that goes through the strait right now because it's a war zone. So if you really want to open up the strait, you've got to stop the war. Simply passing an ultimatum to the Iranians and then turning to the Europeans, who were really never consulted on this whole business. Neither were the Japanese, neither were the South Koreans. I mean, frankly, we ignored all of our allies and simply acted independently in a way that we decided to act. And it was never really in our interest to do so. When you turn to a friendly country like India, you discover the Indians are apoplectic. Well, they do $180 billion of business and trade a year with the Emirates. Suddenly that's gone. And if we continue to destroy infrastructure in Iran, the Iranians have said, fine, if you hit our desalination plants, if you hit our oil infrastructure, we're going to turn around and obliterate everything in the Persian Gulf. So what does he plan to do? He wants to land troops on some islands, presumably. Right now, the United States Navy sails 500 to 800 miles away from the Gulf and stays on the move, cutting giant squares in the ocean because it doesn't want to be sunk. It doesn't want its ships on the bottom. How do you get the troops in there? Can you get close enough without being detected and without coming on fire to sort of put the troops in a position from which they can attack something? Then how do you propose to attack wherever you want to attack? Can you account for all the potential air defense systems that might be there, including shoulder-fired missiles? Can you ensure that you've neutralized this brilliant network of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance platforms with strike systems that are all over Iran? And they're miles deep inside the country, anywhere from 10 miles to 200 miles to 300 miles. You know, all of these questions are never really answered. It's the big hand wave. Oh, we're successful. We're brilliant. We've done everything right. These pesky Iranians are too dumb to surrender, but we think we've done enough damage. Now, from whom have we not heard? Who is really in charge? Israel. Why are we in this war? Because we suddenly decided that Iran was the satanic evil element in the international system that had to be purged for anyone, anywhere in civilization to be safe? No, that's a lot of nonsense. We're there because Israel wants Iran taken off the board, which is the phrase used by the neocons in Washington. This whole thing was sold from the very beginning on the assumption that, first of all, this will be a short campaign. We would be surprised if they didn't fall apart in 96 hours. That's what I was told. Secondly, once we've taken Iran off the board, Israel is safe. It has no worries. It can bully the region. It can push its power and influence to the limits. And, oh, don't worry about the Turks. We'll keep them under control. We're close with the Turks. Turks don't want trouble with us. They'll do what we say. So the attitude in Israel was fine. Then we just need to obliterate Iran. And, oh, by the way, if we do this right, we and you can move in and take control of the oil fields. Never mind Iraq. Don't mind Syria. Don't mind Turkey. Forget those things. They're not important. And the Emirates, they depend on us for everything. So they'll do what we say. Well, the Emirates have discovered that depending on us is not a very good idea. We have been woefully unprepared for the attacks that have been launched against them. and they paid a terribly heavy price for our bases and their support to us. So where are we today? There is no trust between the United States and Iran. Zero. The Chinese have offered to mediate through the Pakistanis. We have not really responded to that, but we have given no evidence that we'd be interested, because the worst thing that could happen to us in the minds of people in Washington is that the Chinese supplant our power and influence in the Gulf. And the Chinese are well on their way to doing that. So you're not going to take anything that's on offer from the Chinese. Well, what about the Russians? Well, we're still trying to harm Russia. We haven't given up. We're still doing everything in our power to sustain this fiction in Kiev called the Ukrainian government. We keep helping MI6 and other countries in Europe to put standoff attack weapons in there so that periodically they can wake up the international community to the realization, look at us. We have powerful drones that can reach just outside of St. Petersburg and destroy an important oil terminal for Russia. Well, that's about all they can do. And inside Russia, as you know, there is tremendous discontent right now with the way the war is being handled. Russians want an end to the war. They're sick and tired of the nonsense. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in 2 weeks when the ground dries out in eastern Ukraine. Will the Russians push ahead and finally put an end to this war, or will they sit there as they've sat for months and months and months now behind this defensive line? They take some casualties, certainly not on the scale as the Ukrainians, but nevertheless, it's a constant irritant. So all of these things seem to be coming together right now. And I think President Trump realizes he's got to make a decision. He said, can we do everything? Probably not. Then what can we do? How much longer can we keep this up in the Persian Gulf? Everybody forgets we're visiting. We're not a resident. We're very dependent on other people's harbors, other people's air bases. How much longer can we do this? How many missiles can we produce in a particular day? 5, 7, 6, 8? How many can the Chinese produce? And how about the resupply from China? Where does that figure into all of this? We haven't even talked about the space-based intelligence that's been on loan to the Iranians. So he's got to answer this question. And I think tonight he recognizes he's got to go one way or the other. He's got to say, it's over, we've won, we're leaving, in which case Israel is in trouble because Israel hasn't won. And Israel must have us backing them unconditionally to win anything. So I don't think the Israelis will approve of that. And it's very hard for me to believe that the immensely powerful Zionist billionaires in the United States, who are really the foundation for the Israel lobby's influence and power, are prepared to throw Israel under the bus, as they say. So I find that hard to imagine. And perhaps President Trump will say, well, we're going to continue to support Israel. Well, that's like saying, I have all these dead cats, but I'm going to continue feeding them as long as possible, because that's what Israel looks like right now. It's in ruins. It's not getting any better. We don't know how many people have died, but certainly a lot more than the Israelis were prepared to accept. I think that's pretty obvious. So what do the Iranians want? Well, the Iranians want us out of the Persian Gulf. What have we done for decades? We've surrounded Iran, placing bases wherever we could from which we could threaten Iran. The Iranians have said, no thanks, not anymore. The Sykes-Picot states that were created at Versailles in the aftermath of World War I, gone. We don't accept that anymore. So what do they want besides us out of the Gulf? They want change in Israel. They're not going to accept a peace with the Israelis or us as long as we continue to back Israel's campaign of mass murder and destruction in Gaza and on the West Bank. They're not going to come to peace terms with the Israelis as long as the Israelis are expanding into Lebanon and killing people there by the thousands, or expanding into Syria. So how do we deliver on Israel? Are we really in control? I don't think we are.
Yeah, no, I spoke to an Iranian as well who made the point that if they go up the escalation ladder, they can do a lot of different things. Most of them I would have predicted, but one of them I thought was interesting. That is to reward Iraq for its assistance. They could also change the borders of the region, since you mentioned the Sykes-Picot. That is, the Kuwait could be joining Iraq essentially. So there's a lot of surprises which seems to be outside our control at the moment in terms of how the region will be impacted by this. What I wanted to ask as well, though, was how do you see the region beyond the Middle East being affected? That is, especially the NATO relationship. I find this to be interesting. That is, on one hand, Trump has been arguing that NATO is now a paper tiger. Marco Rubio said, perhaps we should just, we have to reconsider this relationship. They're there when we need to help them, not the other way around. And I kind of can understand from both sides. That is, from the European perspective, the Americans never told them, didn't inform them, never cared. And then now they want them to go on the suicide mission into the Strait of Hormuz. On the other side, the Europeans blocked the access to military bases, airspace. Poland was asked to hand over some Patriot batteries to help out the United States in the region, and they declined. So I kind of can understand where the mutual frustration comes from. But what do you think this war, though, will do to the transatlantic partnership?
Our job-ready medical billing and coding training program is the ultimate launchpad for anyone looking to break into.
Several years ago in 1991, during the air campaign, while most of us that were prepared to invade Iraq were sitting on the sidelines watching the air campaign unfold in front of us, we were literally up on the Saudi border watching all of the sorties every night that went in with bombers and various kinds of aircraft. And one night, this was very early in the morning, actually, this would have been about 4 a.m. I was trying to get some rest, and I was suddenly awakened by a soldier. He said, "Sir, quickly, get to the CP. We need you right now." I said, "Okay, what's happening?" He said, "Well, we have a report that we're under fire." I said, "Really?" Thought that was interesting. I didn't think the Iraqis during the air campaign would risk an attack, but all things are possible. So I got up, walked into the command post, and I said, "Now what's going on?" Said, "Well, Ghost Troop," that was G Troop, has an observation post up here. That meant a couple of Bradleys up on the border, and they say they're under fire. I said, "What? Get this man on the phone." Well, this man on the phone was we have air-to-ground bombs falling on our location. Well, I've never heard of anything other than air-to-ground bombs. I haven't heard of any anti-gravity bombs. And I said, "What the hell is this man sober?" Of course, there was no liquor to consume, so I assumed he was. And the next thing I get is, "Well, we need help. We need help." And one of the sergeants that was there was a very smart non-commissioned officer. He said, "Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's all get under the artillery fire with Ghost Troop." In other words, if everybody up there is under fire, why are we going up to join them? Why don't we do something intelligent and try to find out where it's coming from and whatever? Anybody who thinks that American soldiers are stupid is wrong. They're actually very intelligent people. So finally, I got the executive officer on the phone, and he said, "Look, I'm sorry about this. This man had been watching flares that were dropped by A-10s and others, and these flares were dropped to distract air defense weaponry so that the missiles ended up being diverted by the flares and instead of striking the target." I think that's kind of what Donald Trump is asking the Europeans to do. Hey, we did something immensely stupid. We're sending the United States into a recession, and most of the world is at risk of going into a depression, all because we went into the Persian Gulf for Israel. And we've set back, the world for God knows how long, 10 years before we recover, because food, fuel, feedstocks, fertilizer, the big ones right there, the 4 Fs, are screwing us. We're screwed. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's all go down to the Persian Gulf and contribute to this catastrophe. And Trump said, "Well, if you're not going to help us, well, we don't need you." This goes back to the false assumption that the North Atlantic Treaty was designed for anything other than defense. And the defense was against the Soviet Union, period. That's it. And ever since the Soviet state system collapsed, we've been trying to repurpose the famous statement, "If NATO is not out of area, well, then it's out of business. We don't need it." And I told everybody in NATO, get smart, get out. You don't want to go to all of the hellholes that we have identified for invasion and occupation. But Europeans, well, we're afraid, and we really need the Americans here. It's vital to our security. Okay, fine. Here we sit. Now the Europeans are saying, this is a dumb idea. Don't really want to participate in this. And why aren't we talking to the Iranians? Because the Iranians have said, look, the Strait of Hormuz is closed to countries unfriendly to Iran. That's all. Which means, even though the numbers of tankers used to average 75 a day going through the strait, now it's 3 to 4. But that number can rise provided the tankers and their destinations are not to places unfriendly to Iran. So many people are saying, well, let's talk to the Iranians. And the Americans are saying, that is unacceptable. You can't talk to those people. If you do that, you're going back to Munich. You're negotiating with Hitler. Yes, here you go again. So we're in a bit of a pickle. And I think the Iranians hold the strategic initiative. They are not at the end of their rope. I think he's got to make a decision. Do I bail on this? It's a stinker. I made a mistake. Find a way to get out and blame it on other people, which is the standard Trump approach. Or do I say, no, I'm going to obliterate you? You refuse to negotiate with me, the great marketer, the great salesman, then I'm going to wage a war-winning air and missile attack, and I'm going to bring in ground troops, and I'm going to cut you off from the Gulf and force the Gulf open. And I think the Iranians are sitting there saying, okay, go ahead. Because if you're going to put ground troops anywhere in that area, you have to neutralize all the strike weapons, neutralize the intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance network, stop all potential air defense, including shoulder-fired missiles. Because if you can't do that, first of all, they may never reach the destination. They may be shot out of the sky before they get there, because they're going to have to fly in. I don't see a massive amphibious assault working. That means that they have to get there without already being identified in Kuwait or Bahrain or the UAE, and don't see that happening. So I think the Iranians hold the strategic initiative, and we stand an excellent chance of ending up like a giant 14 or 15 or 16 or 18 wheel truck headed down the side of a mountain for a concrete wall. We'll just end up battering ourselves against a concrete wall one more time.
I heard many commentators argue that if the U.S. could just control the coastline, then they would be able to control the Strait of Hormuz. They don't seem to recognize that there's a vast amount of territory behind the coastline of Iran, which can also be used to target. But either way, the coastline would be it's a vast area, so it doesn't really make much sense, especially if one hasn't planned for this in advance. But
well, what about Bandar Abbas? That's a city of 580,000. They also have a uranium mine that's not far from the city where they harvest yellow cake. They also have a desalination plant there. The desalination plant could be destroyed. That would harm the people that live in Bandar Abbas. But I think they have some backup plans for that. But the bottom line is, what are we going to do about that? The islands all sit in proximity to Bandar Abbas. If you can't control Bandar Abbas, what makes you think you can control these little islands? In other words, it's a damned if you do and damned if you don't. And the Iranians may take the position, let them all land, and then we just erase the islands. And see, this has been a problem that we've been dealing with in all of our war planning for years. You have the Marine Corps and the Navy that want to repeat World War II. They talk about island chains. Well, unless the island is about the size of Borneo, the island is going to be annihilated from the air. Top attack, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones, they'll all land on top of you and kill everybody on top of the island. And we've attached so much significance to little islands without understanding they no longer hold the strategic value that they did 80 plus years ago. They're just an invitation to lose people. And that's the other issue. Assuming you get on there and you can survive for any length of time, how do you feed yourself? How do you evacuate wounded? And then ultimately, how do you get out when it becomes clear this is a dumb idea? At least the British in the Dardanelles were able to pull vast numbers of ships into the Dardanelles and systematically evacuate the 500,000 troops that were there. That's not so easy in the Persian Gulf. You know, if you stand above Karg Island and look down, you're on top of an escarpment. All of the terrain is very high and it's very, very steep. So what are you going to do on those islands? The other thing is the notion that all of the oil will cease to move at that point is false. The Iranians have other means of exporting oil. Now, they're making a lot of money right now. That's obvious. They're charging toll. But again, you listen to the Chinese, the Russians, the Indians, and others, they're very intelligently saying, look, we need to end this. We'll get together. We'll have a commission. Maybe we sign a treaty that guarantees access to the Strait of Hormuz. We did that after World War I for the Dardanelles. We have a treaty. The Turks control the strait, but it's all carefully measured. It's all carefully managed. The Turks do not arbitrarily say you can come and you can't. They haven't done business that way. That can be organized as well. But the key thing is we can't be in the Gulf. Our time there is now over. And if we can't be in the Gulf, I don't know where else we're going to be.
Well, this could have fit within Trump's wider plan. If the goal was really to pull out of Europe and the Middle East, then, well, this is really the time. He can clearly argue that the Europeans weren't reliable, that the Middle East should look after their own problem and then focus on the Western Hemisphere and East Asia if this is the main objective. But a key problem, though, is Israel here, because the US and Israel do appear to be joined by the hip. And Israel, of course, has been pushing hard for this war for several decades now. It finally has the war. If Trump now decides, no matter how he wants to end it, even if he just declares victory, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz, we'll go home. Where does that leave Israel? Because if they're locked in a war with Iran, which they don't want to end, is the US still able to leave? And if the US is able to leave, what do you do with a vulnerable Israel armed with nuclear weapons, which is not ready to give up this fight against Iran? I mean, it's, one doesn't want to be hyperbolic, but on the other hand, this is a very strange situation to be in, and there's a lot of desperation, and a lot of countries have bet all or nothing on this conflict.
No, Glenn, you're absolutely right. The key thing to remember about NATO is that once you leave the Beltway, you drive across America, the vast majority of people don't even know what it is. And if you ask people, do you know that we have U.S. Army ground troops in Germany? They'll say, really? I didn't know we had any troops in Germany. And some people who are moderately smart and educated will say, why, after 80 years, do we still have troops in Germany? So I don't think that's a big deal here at home. Now, you'll have all sorts of people in Washington who will hurl abuse at Donald Trump for destroying NATO, the greatest alliance there. It's all crap. Nobody cares. The electorate does not care about that. But they care about the economy. And this is accelerating very bad trends. If you talk to someone like Alistair McLeod, he says this is the end of fiat currency. And all you have to do is point to the rise in the value of gold. And as gold goes up, the value of the dollar goes down, down, down. We are seeing in real time the yuan petro take shape. In other words, instead of a petrodollar, you get the petro yuan. I think that's coming. And the interesting part is it's going to be backed by gold. China has been hoarding gold, purchasing gold, buying gold. It has a vault in Riyadh, a vault in Hong Kong. It's real. That's the future of BRICS. That's where they're headed. Now, will it ultimately encompass a basket of precious metals or something? I have no idea. But it's going to be based on some tangible, concrete value. And right now, that's gold. Now, we can't do that. We just can't. So what do? Do we watch our currency go down the toilet? A lot of people think that's where we're headed. And Nassim Taleb, you know him, the man who originated this idea of the black swan, he's been saying for months, and I agree with him, that frankly speaking, gold is now the reserve currency. It's not the dollar. And if the yuan is backed by gold, well, I guess yuan will become the petro yuan. So I think we've lost. We've actually lost by this stupid action. all because of Israel's greater Israel imagination and aspirations, and because the Israelis hate all of their neighbors, think all of their neighbors are inferior and deserve to be essentially exploited, bullied, and run and governed by them. It's not going to happen.
So how does this end then? I mean, if Trump doesn't pull back, again, it's hard to say. He made some reference to this, but again, he pretended to do peace negotiations, during 2 surprise attacks. So again, I do think at some level he doesn't want this war. That his intentions from not just the first presidency, but the second was to avoid this kind of things. But now that he's in this war and he can't really afford to pull out, it seems. What are the options for Washington here? Can they, I mean, do they put boots on the ground? Do they try to invade Yemen? Because, if Yemen shuts down the Red Sea, I know it's a huge country. It's like, what, 34 million people? I wouldn't want to enter this country, but again, desperate situation results in foolish policy. So what do you expect to happen from here on?
Well, one of two things. Either he announces, I've decided unilaterally to end our involvement in this war, and I welcome the opportunity to negotiate with the Iranians and to assist in any way possible to return the Persian Gulf to normalcy. That's an admission that he made a mistake, which is fine. He made a mistake. I don't know if that'll happen or not. Personally, I would welcome that development. But I think the Israel connection really makes it impossible at this stage. We don't understand the connection that Israel has to Trump. I don't understand all of it, but I understand enough to know that, yes, you're right. When I spoke to him in April of 2020 in the Oval Office, it was supposed to be short, turned into a longer session. And I was enormously impressed with the things that he had to say. And one of the things that was very clear to me is he didn't want a war with Iran. In fact, he was looking for some sort of negotiated agreement. And I'm sure he felt that way when he was elected. However, these Zionist billionaires were very instrumental in his winning that election, not only because of the money he was given, his campaign was given, not only because of the many ways in which his family and he have been enriched by the Zionists, it's also by what they didn't do. They didn't provide any support whatsoever to his opponent. And the last time around when he lost the election or bid for re-election, they invested heavily in his opponent. So he knew they could deliver the goods. In other words, if he had them on his side, he could win. But when he did that, he had to make some promises. And I think one of those was that he would back Israel's attack on Iran. Whether or not he was aware that Israel's plan is to turn most of the region into the facsimile of Gaza, I don't know. But that's really Israel's answer for Iran, Gaza. And whereas we started out with this decapitation nonsense, and I think a lot of that goes back to Israel. We can get the leadership. If we get the leadership, this will encourage internal upheaval and so forth. So then they lied about 30,000 people being killed. That wasn't true. It was about 3,000. And they had a very important role in stirring up that violence, passing out weapons and encouraging people to shoot at police and so forth. It failed. So then the decision was, we'll try the decapitation. That'll probably work. It didn't work. So what is the goal now? Well, since Lloyd's of London shut down the Strait of Hormuz and the Iranians can now charge people to move through it, the idea is that you have to destroy Iran. Period. The destruction of Iran, the disintegration of its society. And after all, that's what we wanted to do to Russia. That's what the Europeans don't understand. That's what we wanted to do. And when I say we, I'm not talking about the average American. I'm talking about the same people that are backing Trump now. We're very interested in the same thing in Russia. Destroy Russia, rape it, divide it, fragment it, steal its resources. Well, now we're turning to Iran with the same purpose in mind. And I just don't know that Donald Trump can get off this train to hell. And that's what he's doing. He's riding a train to hell.
I was just so proud of myself because we are a disabled family and I want them to know that they can do anything. Thank you.
Well, just as a last question, how do you see Russia responding to this? Because I always make the point the Russians were genuinely very optimistic when Trump got reelected, because with the Russiagate thing being over and Trump seemingly having the genuine objective of improving bilateral relations with Russia, be it either for common views on the world in terms of conservatism, or just pragmatic great power politics that are getting Russia on our side of the ledger instead of pushing it towards Iran. It's nonetheless, whatever the reason was, it seemed genuine. And now, of course, with 1 year into this, it's the US, much like the Europeans, are still participating in the proxy war, and the surprise attack on Iran appears to have shook the Russians a bit. That is, the willingness to throw out the rule book, kill leaders, attack nuclear power plants across the board. They also lost some faith in the whole diplomacy. How do you see Russia, though, responding to this? Because on one hand, I see the disappointment, but there's many who also seem to have a hope that there won't be another Trump, someone who really actually wants peace with Russia. If he does want peace, of course, as you said, it's even though it's Trump behind the wheel, it's the same objective. Nonetheless, it seems to destroy Russia, break it up, and seize its resources.
Well, first of all, the Russians do not understand how the American government works. Very few people beyond the borders of the United States do. The most astute observation that Putin has made is that he's spoken with several presidents and then discovered that nothing really changes because others are in control. Now, some people call it the deep state. Okay, I call it Zionist billionaires, people that are among the wealthiest in the world. They dominate Wall Street. They are financial capitalists. These are not people who made money from building anything, from creating anything. These are the kings of financial transaction. And they have enormous quantities of money, and they're willing to employ that money in pursuit of their agenda. We talked about what the agenda in Russia originally was. Now we're looking at the same agenda. The good news for them is that if this works, then Israel will be in charge of the entire region in their minds. And that means that they, from their positions in New York and London and the banks, they're controlling everything. Because ultimately, that's what they want to do. They want to control the region's resources. Now, my view is that's not going to happen. And I think that the Russians are now figuring out it probably won't happen. If anything, we have demonstrated not our brilliance and our supremacy in every field. We've demonstrated that our superiority isn't that great, that our effectiveness is not what they thought it was, that there are more chinks in our armor than either the Russians or the Chinese or anybody else really thought. That's the danger of using military power when you don't need to. There was no pressing reason for us to attack Iran, none. And when you have to go back to Netanyahu talking points into 1982 and the bombing of a building that contained Marines, where the Marine guards had not even been issued ammunition, what a disaster. That's your justification for destroying a nation of 93 million people. Or that they simply say things you don't like, but they're a threat to Israel. Okay, I think the biggest threat to Israel, other than Israel itself at this stage, is probably Turkey. And in fact, that's what Naftali Bennett has said, and even Netanyahu has admitted that, which means, I guess, the expectation is, so as long as they control us and our armed forces, that if we're successful in utterly destroying Iran, then we can turn our attention to do the same thing to Turkey. Disaster. Insane. So NATO is finished. NATO died on the battlefields of Ukraine. It's over. The Russians need to wake up and discover that they, not anyone else, but they are going to have to settle this war. The only way I think they can do that is by advancing. So we'll see in 2 weeks, when the ground is thoroughly dried out, whether or not President Putin is willing to finally end the war. And he can do that. He has the military power to do it. There's nothing really standing in his way. He can obliterate all the opposition. But he's got to do it. No one is going to help him. No one is going to offer him a good deal. Doesn't exist. And Trump, no matter what he privately thinks, has demonstrated he can't deliver. Now we're dealing with the Gulf, and the Russians are watching this. And I think the Russians have always advised the Iranians to be conservative, to cooperate, to negotiate. Whether or not they continue to do that at this stage, I don't know. But I think that now more than ever, the Russians and the Chinese will back Iran. So I see no evidence that whatever we do is going to result in the outcome that the Israelis want.
Well, sorry, let me squeeze in one very brief last question.
Wait a minute now. You said that was the last one, Glenn. This better be a short one. I gotta go.
Well, I know you hate this word when, what is the strategy here of the Europeans, you think? Because, they seem to have bet everything on backing the US, hoping to win over the love of the Americans. But now suddenly they have this, Iran is essentially the conflict where they decide to turn their back on the US. Well, what do you think is the strategy now? Because they don't have energy from Russia, from the Middle East. The American backup is kind of gone. Ukraine is falling apart. The Middle East, again, the mess. Well, how do you make sense of the current positions?
Keep in mind that in 1964-65, Prime Minister Harold Macmillan was approached and asked whether or not the British would support the Americans if they intervened in Vietnam. And he said in a very straightforward manner, absolutely not. We have no intention of involving ourselves there. Did that destroy our relationship with Britain? No, of course not. But in those times, people understood the limitations of treaties and alliances. And the alliance with us pertained primarily to the Soviet threat. So I think you're still going to have bilateral relations between us and the Europeans, regardless of what happens. They buy a lot from us. We sell them a lot. We buy a lot from them. That's still unchanging. But the energy question is critical. And they are not prepared to go on the same path to extinction that the Gulf Emirates are on. The Gulf Emirates are finished. I don't see those being rebuilt at all. We are not coming back. That was very clear from Trump when he said, well, we'll just leave and that's it. We've done as much as we can, or we'll do whatever we can to obliterate Iran, after which we will leave too. All right. So the Gulf Emirates have bet on the wrong horse, and they have cultivated hostility for their big neighbor. They're paying a terrible price for it. The Germans, the Poles, the French, the British have done the same stupid thing towards Russia. They have cultivated an enemy in the big neighbor to the east. Huge mistake. Unnecessary. You know that. I know that. Russia has no interest in invading or threatening Western Europe. That means you need new governments. You got to get rid of Mance, for God's sakes. I was so happy to see the AfD announce quite recently, we support the complete removal of all U.S. forces from Germany. Absolutely. Should have happened 30 years ago. We should never have stayed in that country. There's no justification for it whatsoever. And I think others are going to reach that conclusion. De Gaulle was right. We should remember that. Orban has been right. The British need a new government badly, and so do the French. And before they get that, or when they get it, they may end up fighting an internal rebellion of various types and sorts, as David Betts has pointed out. I don't know if you've had David Betts on your program or not.
I did.
But he is absolutely right. So these are things that have to be dealt with, that have to be addressed, and can only be addressed by the Europeans. And while they do this, put an end to the hostility with Russia. And tell these maniacs, I like them, they're wonderful people, Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians, and the Baltic states, stop the stupidity. You've got to live with your neighbor and get along with your neighbor. It's not that scary an idea. And by the way, that's what Bismarck told them back in 1879. Knock it off, get along with the Russians. Whatever you think you're suffering from, it's not as bad as you think it is. And he was right. It wasn't. It got a lot worse under the Soviets. That's a different era, but that was catastrophic. We got to get out of this business of treating Russia as this perpetual Stalinist threat. They're not.
Well, thank you for accommodating my second last question. And as always, thank you for your time.
You owe me, Glenn. You owe me.
I'll make it up to you someday. Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye.
geopolitical trends where truth matters. Just imagine this: 1,200 ballistic missiles, 4,000 drones, all of them launched since sort of in a single month since we started the war. So of course we are entering now the second war of the US-Israel-Iran war. Now what you have the IRGC has just unleashed now its last wave of 88 of True Promise 4, so sort of the wave that they decide to launch on both Israel and the US. And for the first time, this is the first time, they aren't just, meaning IRGC, they aren't just targeting some sort of ships, buildings, military sites, and what have you. They are aiming directly at the US Marine Infantry centers. Let that sink in. Is the US defense shield finally breaking? Because that's basically what it amounts to. So this is what we're going to be looking at in this live stream here, along with the leak footage that came out about the latest strike on the Persian Gulf. And in addition to that, I'll play 2 clips for you. I'll do the translation. They're short. One of them is long, but I decided I watched it last night and verified the accuracy of its information. And I decided to do just a very short 2 clips from the beginning and 1 towards the end. Then I'll share with you my brief analysis and provide a conclusion about all this and move forward. Now, where we think in terms of what is Iran preparing now, because it became clear, and especially now, there is a new information just came up this morning, which I will do a live stream for you about it tomorrow. And this has to do with the Mujtaba Khamenei. And the idea is, I'll show you a clip if I get to it here. The idea is to highlight to you now which direction this is going. Forget about negotiations with Americans. Now the Americans wants to negotiate with the Iranians. But at the same time, that trust has been broken since Iran has been tricked twice. And that's begged question is, what's next? What lies ahead? The big thing that I see, which we will get into this at some point, is what the GCC countries are going to do now that they are basically stuck. Now, the idea of what Iran is going to be deploying specifically with certain surprises, it's going to be very, very interesting to see these dynamics. As we have now the US Marines preparing for a landing in Karg Island, but they are heading into a death trap. This is basically what, shame on those generals that they are pushing their soldiers to death for that. I understand the military, you fight whatever, but you fight for the right reasons. You know, it was unjust to begin this war to begin with. It's illegal and it's not our war. So the generals should have the gut to step forward and say to Donald Trump, yeah, he's the commander-in-chief, but this is unlawful order. Simple as that. Beside all this, we are focusing on exactly what Iran is planning to do. Well, here is what the thing is that Iran has just revealed now a dangerous new weapon specifically designed not to cause harm, to wipe out amphibious assaults before they even hit the sand. And what are we looking at? We're looking at a cluster warhead from Qiyam missile. And I'm going to show you a picture of it right there. This is Qiyam missile. And this is just one among other stuff that Iran is already preparing. This is the image of Qiyam. And don't confuse this with Khorramshahr, because Khorramshahr is also going to be deployed into this, but most likely is this one here. Why, you may ask? It's because this one is for short range. Khorramshahr is for long distances. In addition to that, Iran is preparing invisible coastal mines. Why is this important to understand? The invisible coastal lines, you have to go back to the era of the Nazi Germany. Germany was doing this in certain beaches. They put the invisible mines there, and the soldiers will watch that from a distance. Iran is doing the same tactics they are embarking on. And this is, again, where you start to realize this, literally, this, I will use the term lethal sort of technology that Iran is deploying now, because it's going to turn the tide, especially now with this wave of 88 that they have launched. At the same time, an Israeli vessel has been struck, and the U.S. early warning radar in Bahrain have gone dark. And this is, again, the information that the media, shame on the media, and I'll say it out loud. Not all of them, of course, I shall not generalize, but shame of them for not bringing the true information and let us decide for ourselves. But bring the information. If you're calling this is an objective journalism, where are you? So the Israeli vessel has been struck. And I'm going to show you the footage, and I'll do the translation for you about this one. And as I said, the Bahraini, the radar, U.S. early warning radars in Bahrain. Well, Bahrain is allowing U.S. troops presence there. Qatar, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, even Jordan. As a matter of fact, one of the U.S. radars has been hit in Jordan. So why the heck Jordan? And where is this king of Jordan that there is like the defender of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and all that? It's all about hypes. Yeah, the king of Jordan it's a joke, basically. And the question that we ought to ask now is, the question isn't if the conflict is escalating or will escalate. It is already is. But it's also the other part of the question that we are not asking for now, meaning we, the pathetic politicians in Washington, is that this is whether it's a full-scale naval war has already begun. And when you consider one of the tactics Iran is going to be using, what they call the midget subs. I have a picture for you here, right here. Very small, tiny, but you will wreak havoc. As a matter of fact, the control, and I use the term carefully, the control of the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is not closed 100%. It is closed to the U.S., to Israel, and to any other country supporting the U.S., like United Arab Emirates, like Qatar, like which are, this is the one allowing their territories from where the missiles are being launched to attack Iran. So they are legitimate targets. But I use the term control. Why? Because this midget subs are really very effective now in controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Year after year, our salary survey shows that certified medical billers and coders earn higher salaries.
And remember the big picture of all this. It has to do about the control of oil. And Iran is coming up ahead. Iran has the upper hand regarding this dynamics here. And this is why when the IRGC announced the target number of the vessel, and it kind of highlights where things are. So I'm going to go ahead and play the clip for you. As I said, it's long, but I'm only going to play certain. I looked at it in its entirety, and I will know where to stop when we get to that particular point. And before I'll do this, I give credit to Al Arabi Akhbar, or the news, the Arabic news or Arabic TV. This is where that information is coming from. All right, let's take a listen here to the translation, and I'll, as I said, I will keep an eye on to exactly. I'm not going to play it in its entirety.
صدر عن الحرس الثوري الإيراني قبل بعض الوقت وهو في إطار الموجة 88 من عملية الوعد الصادق 4. هذه العملية أو هذا البيان ركز على الرشقات والتحركات التي تقوم بها بحرية الحرس الثوري الإيراني. البيان يقول بأنه باستخدام صواريخ باليستية وباستخدام مسيرات تم استهداف سفينة حاويات إسرائيلية موجودة في المياه الخليجية.
What he's saying is that I refer to the statement issued by the IRGC a short while ago, which falls within the 88th wave of Operation True Promise 4. This operation, or rather these statements, focused on the missile salvos and maneuvers being conducted by the IRGC Navy. The statements asserts that utilizing ballistic missiles and drones, an Israeli container ship located in the Gulf waters was targeted.
تم استهداف مركز لمشاة البحرية الأمريكية على سواحل الإمارات، وهو خارج القواعد العسكرية بحسب البيان. أيضا تم استهداف منظومة هاج للتعامل مع الطائرات المسيرة ضمن تجهيزات الأسطول الخامس في الأمريكي في البحرين، وتم استهداف رادارين أيضا في قاعدة أحمد الجابر.
Additionally, the U.S. Navy installation situated on the coast of the United Arab Emirates, specifically outside established military bases, was targeted. According to the statement, a counter-drone system, part of the U.S. Fifth Fleet's assets in Bahrain, was also targeted, as were 2 radar systems at Ahmed al-Jabir Air Base.
بيان الحرس الثوري الإيراني قال بأن هذه الاستهدافات تأتي ضمن الموجة 88، ويشرح بأن بحرية الحرس الثوري الإيراني تسيطر على مضيق هرمز وهي التي تتحكم به. يأتي ذلك أيضا بالتزامن مع مزيد من الاستعدادات في البرلمان الإيراني لمناقشة مشروع قانون يتعلق بالتحكم بمضيق هرمز. المشروع وصل إلى لجنة الأمن القومي والسياسة الخارجية، وهناك تفاصيل يتم بحثها هناك تتعلق بأبعاد مختلفة مرتبطة بمضيق هرمز. أما ما يتعلق
The IRGC statement declared that these strikes constitute part of the 88th wave, further emphasizing that the IRGC Navy maintains control over and exercises authority within the Strait of Hormuz. This development coincides with intensified preparation within the Iranian parliament to debate a draft law concerning the regulation of the Strait of Hormuz. The bill has been referred to the National Security and Foreign Policy Committee, where various details pertaining to the multifaceted dimensions of the straits are currently under review.
بالاستهدافات الإسرائيلية الأمريكية في إيران، فمنذ منتصف ليل أمس وحتى صباح هذا اليوم وحتى هذه اللحظة كان هناك استهدافات مختلفة في معظم أو في العديد من المحافظات الإيرانية. ربما الانفجار الأشد وقع في إصفهان، وهو استهداف مستودع للذخيرة بحسب ما أوردت وسائل إعلام أمريكية. تم استهدافه بقنابل خارقة للتحصينات كما ذكرت في سياق الأخبار. أيضا إضافة إلى ذلك كان هناك استهدافات مختلفة في تبريز وفي هرمزغان في جنوب إيران. كان هناك استهدافات في منطقة سيريك بحسب الصور الواردة لقاعدة عسكرية أيضا أو لثكنة عسكرية هناك. في بوشهر أيضا جنوب إيران كان هناك استهدافات لمنشآت صناعية. كذلك كان هناك استهدافات في يزد وفي شيراز. كذلك أيضا كان هناك استهدافات في زنجان، وتضررت جراء ذلك حسينية مدينة زنجان الرئيسية.
As for the Israeli and American strikes targeting Iran from midnight last night, which is the night before, by the way, throughout this morning, and indeed up to this very moment, various targets have been struck across numerous Iranian provinces. Perhaps the most intense incident, the most powerful explosion occurred in Isfahan, where an ammunition depot was targeted. According to the reports from the US media outlets, as you also noted in your news coverage, this facility was struck using bunker buster bombs. Furthermore, various strikes were reported in Tabriz and Hormozgan province in southern Iran, specifically in the Syriac region. Incoming imagery suggests that a military base or barracks was targeted. Strikes were also reported in Bushehr, another province in southern Iran. Industrial facilities were targeted. Strikes also occurred in Yazd and Shiraz. Furthermore, targets were struck in Zanjan, resulting in the damage of the city main Husseiniya in the Iranian capital. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this. Hold on, pardon me here. Okay, let me move this to where I have because we're not gonna listen to this clips in its entirety. So I'm gonna just scroll it all the way to the 7th minute, I believe. I put the timestamp for it to make sure we have exactly what we need. 7:25. And I listened to it for the accuracy of the information, just to make sure. All right, let's take a listen here. Okay, here we go.
الخارجية الإيراني تحدث عن السعودية تحديدا، وقال بأن السعودية دولة جارة وشقيقة لإيران، لكن هذا الحديث تزامن مع استهدافات للقواعد الأمريكية، قاعدة الأمير سلطان في السعودية من قبل القوات المسلحة الإيرانية، وقال حان الوقت لطرد القوات الأمريكية من المنطقة. جاء هذا الكلام في منشور له على منصة إكس. ربما
Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian deputy foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, spoke specifically regarding Saudi Arabia, describing it as a neighboring and sister nation to Iran. However, this remark coincided with Iranian armed forces targeting U.S. bases, specifically the Prince Sultan Air Base within Saudi Arabia. He declared that the time has come to expel U.S. forces from the region. These comments were made in post on X platform.
أيضا في إطار التصريحات، من التصريحات المهمة البيان الذي أصدره بعد منتصف الليل إسماعيل قاآني قائد فيلق القدس في الحرس الثوري الإيراني، وتحدث فيه بإسهاب عن اليمن وأنصار الله الحوثيين وانخراطهم في هذه المعركة. نعم. والدور الذي يقومون به، ولأول مرة يشير بأن خروج حامل الطائرات جيرالد فورد عن الخدمة كان من خلال تحركات قام بها الحوثيون. هذه هي أبرز التصريحات السياسية أيضا التي تأتي دعما للرد الإيراني على العمليات العسكرية الإسرائيلية والأمريكية في إيران.
Also notable among the political statements is the communique issued shortly after midnight by Ismail Qaani, commander of the Quds force within the Iranian IRGC. In it, he spoke at length about Yemen, the Houthi Ansarullah movement, their involvement in the current conflict, and the role they are playing. For the first time, he indicated that the U.S. aircraft carrier Gerald Ford was taken out of service as a direct result of actions undertaken by the Houthis. This constitutes the most prominent political statements issued in support of the ongoing situation regarding the Iranian response to Israeli and American military operations in Iran. And as you saw, the pictures for these statements highlight really what's going on as far as what some media is not reporting. One thing that I want to address with you has to do with the statement by Araghchi regarding Saudi Arabia. It is Saudi Arabia that allowing the base in Bandar Sultan, the air base. Let me see where. Prince Sultan Air Base, where the most certain, not all, but certain attacks on Iran are coming from that base. And that is why it becomes makes common sense. You will think that the GCC countries will just think rationally and logically. Remove the US bases from your country, Iran will not attack you, because Iran is not interested in that. Iran is attacking the infrastructure, meaning the US bases on that aspect of this. So I wanted to do this first. Second thing I want to share with you is something that I shared with you yesterday. But and I told you, the reason I share certain things, but I confirm, it turns out to be that the picture that I shared with you was not, it was an AI generated. Let me just make that clear, because I need you to understand. I double checked and found out that this pertained to some other events completely different, has to do with that. On the other hand, you need to understand this war is also an information war. This is why the media here is not reporting the facts. So you end up seeing certain aspects. For me personally, and for the sake of our community, I will post something, and if I suspect that is not real, I will go check it out and report it back to you. So the picture here that you are looking for the US soldiers being detained, it is not. It's an AI generated. I just want to put that on the record here as I move forward. Now, and this is again where this information regarding the accuracy of the information is very, very important. And I'm doing my best to provide you, I check and I double check, and that's all I can do at this point here. If the truth matters to you, hit like, subscribe, and tap that bell. No spin, no agenda, just the stories they don't want you to know. Don't watch from the sideline. Be part of the movement. Your support keeps the truth alive. Thank you.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA. I just send all of my paperwork and trust that they did what was right. TurboTax was a breath of fresh air. My tax expert, she was amazing, very knowledgeable. She answered all of my questions. It all just felt super easy and transparent. I would definitely recommend TurboTax. You gotta try it. You have to.
Okay, next video, next clip, I'm sorry. The next clip it's very short. I just need you to understand what Iran is preparing regarding this aspect. So let's take a listen here, and I'm gonna start it from the beginning here, then we'll go. All right, let's take a listen. Let me extend this one.
في ظل التصعيد المتسارع الذي تشهده منطقة الشرق الأوسط وتزايد التهديدات بصدام عسكري مباشر، تبرز التساؤلات حول مدى قدرة الجغرافيا الإيرانية والمنظومة العسكرية للحرس الثوري على الصمود أمام سيناريوهات الغزو البري. لا تعتمد طهران في عقيدتها القتالية على تكافؤ القوى التقليدية فحسب، بل أرست استراتيجية دفاعية مركبة تعرف بالدفاع العميق.
Amidst the rapidly escalating tensions gripping the Middle East and the growing threats of a direct military confrontation, questions are emerging regarding the capacity of Iran's geography and the military apparatus of the IRGC to withstand scenarios involving a ground invasion. In its combat doctrine, Tehran relies not merely on a parity of conventional forces, rather it established a complex defensive strategy known as deep defense.
تتألف من 8 طبقات متداخلة تبدأ من المياه الإقليمية ولا تنتهي عند قمم الجبال الوعرة. تقرير نشرته صحيفة برافدا الروسية كشف عن استراتيجية دفاعية إيرانية مبتكرة تتكون من 8 طبقات أمنية وعسكرية، صممت خصوصا لمواجهة أي غزو بري محتمل أو عمليات إنزال جوي وبحري تقودها الولايات المتحدة.
This strategy consists of 8 interlocking layers extending from its territorial waters to the peaks of its rugged mountain ranges. A report published by the Russian newspaper Pravda unveiled this innovative Iranian defensive strategy comprising 8 distinct security and military layers designed specifically to counter any potential ground invasion as well as any air or amphibious landing operations led by the United States.
وقالت الصحيفة إن هذه الاستراتيجية تعتمد على تنسيق وثيق وغير مسبوق بين الحرس الثوري والجيش الإيراني، حيث تبدأ الخطوط الدفاعية الأولى بمواجهة مجموعات الإنزال المعادية عبر قوات النخبة والقوات الخاصة البحرية والجوية المتمركزة في الجزر والخطوط الساحلية، والمجهزة خصوصا للتصدي للمروحيات وتدمير مجموعة الدلتا قبل توغلها.
The news report or the newspaper noted that this strategy hinges upon unprecedented and close coordination between the IRGC and the regular Iranian army. The initial defensive lines are tasked with engaging hostile landing parties, utilizing elite units and specialized naval and air forces stations on islands and along coastal fronts. These forces are specifically equipped to intercept helicopters and neutralize Delta units before they can penetrate inland.
وتعتمد طهران بشكل كبير على إسقاط طائرات النقل العسكري الضخمة وطائرات أوسبري قبل وصولها إلى أهدافها باستخدام منظومات دفاع جوي متنقلة مثل خردات 3 وماجد، وذلك مع تفعيل أدوات الحرب الإلكترونية لتعطيل نظام تحديد المواقع العالمي والاتصالات الفضائية، مما يفقد القوات المهاجمة ميزة التنسيق والضربات الدقيقة.
Furthermore, Tehran relies heavily on shooting down massive military transport aircraft, including Osprey, which is a Telter aircraft, before they reach their intended targets, employing mobile air defense systems such as the Khordat 3 and Majid. This effort is coupled with the activation of electronic warfare assets designed to disrupt GPS navigation and satellite communications, thereby stripping the attacking forces of their tactical advantage regarding coordination and precision strike.
جهة أخرى، حذر نائب مساعد وزير الدفاع الأمريكي الأسبق لشؤون الشرق الأوسط من أن أي عملية برية أمريكية محتملة في إيران رغم محدوديتها تنطوي على أخطار كبيرة وربما لا تحقق أهدافها، مؤكدا أن نجاحها يظل رهنا بعوامل ميدانية وسياسية معقدة في مقدمتها فتح مضيق هرمز.
On the other hand, a former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Middle East Affairs warned that any potential U.S. ground operations in Iran, however limited in scope, would entail significant risks and might ultimately fail to achieve its objectives, emphasizing that its success will remain contingent upon a complex interplay of political and battlefield factors. Foremost among these measures is the opening of the Strait of Hormuz.
وبحسب مختصين فإن الاستراتيجية الدفاعية الإيرانية لا تراهن فقط على التفوق التكنولوجي، بل ترتكز بشكل أساسي على هندسة الجغرافيا والبشر، وإن الطبقات الدفاعية الثمانية ابتداء من الألغام البحرية وصولا إلى الفسيفساء الدفاعية وحشد المليون مقاتل تهدف في جوهرها إلى تحويل أي غزو بري من معركة حسم سريع إلى حرب استنزاف مفتوحة لا يمكن للجيوش التقليدية تحمل كلفها البشرية أو السياسية.
According to experts, Iran's defensive strategy does not rely solely on technological superiority. Rather, it is hold on a second. Yeah, sorry. Rather, it is fundamentally anchored in the engineering of geography and human resources. The 8th layer of defense Iran has prepared, ranging from naval mines to a defensive mosaic and the mobilization of 1 million combatants, aimed at their core to transform any ground invasion from a swift, decisive battle into an open war of attrition, one whose human and political cost conventional armies will be unable to bear. And that makes perfect sense for where this is going. And by the way, I give credit for this clip to At-Taghyer, which is a translation to a change. Qanat Taghyer, it's a change a channel. That's what I need to give credit to. Once again, why is this important? Because you have to understand where the dynamics are moving forward. And this coincided with a statement by none other than the head of the I'm gonna share the screen with you, and it's just a post, but I'm not gonna play it because it's just sound music. Basically, what it says right there on that screen, it says قائد الجيش الإيراني نعطي مهلة. This is from the head of the Iranian army. نعطي مهلة 24 ساعة لجميع سكان تل أبيب بالمغادرة فورا قبل فوات. We are given 24 hours to all people of Tel Aviv to leave immediately before it's too late. Because after 24 hours from this statement or warning, Tel Aviv will become an area that is uninhabitable. And sort of not secure, وغير قابلة للسكن, which means it will be uninhabitable. سنضرب ضربة الغضب الإيراني. We will hit with the Iranian anger, the final Iranian anger. This is not a threat, but it's reality, and the next coming days it's going to prove it. There's very chilling, I've learned now throughout the years that the IRGC elements, sometimes they might be at odds with the previous leadership, or they might have to sort of negotiate with the late Ali Khamenei. But I learned one thing, that they don't bluff. If they are issuing, this is not about scare or psychological warfare. No, it's because we are not seeing the images, how Tel Aviv has become. And I kid you not, if I put the pictures of Gaza on one end and pictures of Tel Aviv on another end, and not put any name whatsoever, and I tell you which one is which, you will see they're the same location, meaning a reference to Gaza, basically, but it's not. It's Tel Aviv. And that is the reason why. Now, with this comes also another important statement that comes, which I found very, very timely. Why now? It's remained to be, I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on this as we move forward. What I'm going to share with you right here has to do with China. Why China? China has leaked what is happening in U.S. bases in Jordan. Remember earlier, I told you one of the radars in the U.S. has been targeted. So in Jordan and the Gulf, which is truly dangerous and terrifying at the same time. And this is what Al Jazeera, the networks that you are familiar with, and some other Arab and Hebrew channels, even Al Jazeera itself sometimes is keeping information, because where is Al Jazeera located? Does anybody know which country Al Jazeera it's headquartered? Let me see in the chat box. If you know, type in the chat box if you happen to know. Let me see if so even Al Jazeera itself, Qatar foremost home. You guys are right. It's in Qatar. So what Qatar has in common with the US, you all know what it means. And this is why I believe that if the China's images, because they are from Beidou, it's not GPS, and it's showing these clips as to exactly what is going on. And I'm going to be presenting it to you, and I'll let you decide for yourself. Take a look here at the clip. Okay, I'll share it here, and let me make it bigger for you to see.
Introducing Iron Beam, a bright choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is an industry-leading.
What's happening? Oh my God. Get cover! Get everywhere! Oh! Jesus! Get down! Close!
Once again, let's take a look.
What's happening? Oh my God! Get cover! Get everywhere! Oh! Jesus! Get down! Close!
And once again, this is not a drill. I was aware of that. A location in Jordan has been hit. And again, because the media is not disclosing, and that's that's my point of why am I doing what I'm doing here. There is another development. It just came to my knowledge this morning, and I wanted to share it with you first. Then what I'm going to do, I probably will have Larry Johnson here. I'm going to reach out to him at some point and share this particular, because I want to have his insights into all this. What this one has to do, it has to do with Russia. Moscow has officially now confirmed the deployment of 6 submarines, including 2 nuclear ones near the Strait of Hormuz, for a discrete mission to protect Iranian infrastructure, according to the reports. And their primary role is to prevent the United States and Israel from freely entering the Strait or approaching the Iranian coast. Once again, I'll share it with you, and you'll be you decide for yourself. And again, I'm going to have, as I said, I'm going to reach out to Larry, see what his schedule is, and have him here. And that's exactly now where you are realizing that Donald Trump didn't think this through. Really, he didn't. And it becomes clear that it's been pushed into something he has now no control over. And as a matter of fact, it's Iran that is going to be deciding as to how this is moving forward. And when you think, and I'm going to just provide you briefly my own insights about these developments as of the development that took place from March 31st, which was yesterday. Because what happened yesterday? And that's why that clip that I translated for you took place on the same day. Because IRGC now has escalated the regional military campaign. And this is what that transition into the 88th wave of the Operation True Promise 4 is all about. Because this operation marks now a significant intensification of hostilities directed, sort of categorized or characterized by direct strikes on high-profile maritime and ground bases assets, including that clip you saw from Jordan. That was the targeting of the U.S. radar there. And here is the thing. Here is what this operation features. Coordinated strikes aimed at both Israel and the American interest in the Persian Gulf regions. First of all, you have the Israeli maritime assets that have been targeted by IRGC ballistic missiles. And what they do? They hit, meaning IRGC, the ballistic missile hits a container ship in the central waters of the Persian Gulf. Second thing has to do with U.S. infantry centers, which I reported on this earlier, except that the arrest of those U.S. soldiers is not accurate. That's an AI-generated one. But the attack on the infantry did happen indeed. Iranian drones, that's through drones. This is one of the challenges both the U.S. and Israel is going to have.
Our job-ready medical billing and coding training program is the ultimate launchpad for anyone looking to...
Beside the missiles, it's going to be the drones that the U.S. will have. No country in the region will have any capacity to deal with, because Iran has built thousands and thousands of those drones. They will swarm whatever location. And that's why the IRGC targeted the U.S. Marine positions and infantry centers, specifically those located off the coast of United Arab Emirates. And this is why people in the Gulf, the Muslim people in those countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they ought to ask themselves the question, why are our leaders fighting another war that is not ours? And on whose behalf they are fighting? And on whose behalf they are allowing the American bases? Because now the genie came out of the box. The Gulf states proved, GCC proved that they are irrelevant just because of their money, but they are irrelevant. When you are facing that, money will be useless. This is what they are realizing, because they are not going to be able to stop something like this. Those are the Ansarullah or Houthis, launching at this. They're not going to this. As long as U.S. military forces are on these territories, they are a legitimate target. And what the IRGC did also, the surveillance infrastructure, the targeting it that way, because the operation that the IRGC conducted destroyed 2 early radar systems. And where were they? One was Al Jabir Al Ahmed base, and the other facilities within Bahrain aimed at degrading the regional air defense and anti-drone capabilities. And the other one was in Jordan. And this is why I'm saying here, Iran now is going to be deploying the most dangerous weapon and defensive operations. It's well coordinated. And that's the counter potential to U.S. military landing, particularly on strategic territories like Kharaj or Kark Island. I don't know if I still have the map on it. Yes. right here, Karg Island or Kharaj Island. Iran is deploying this now multi-layer defense strategy featuring advanced and really some to the point of some have categorized it as controversial weaponry. Well, it's a war. What do you expect? Look what we've been using. And this is, again, these double standards of the West. Like, who are you to dictate which country have nukes or not? Well, if you are to do that, start with yourself. But here is what I want, the whole notion of this live stream, but I wanted to talk to you about these specific weapons. We have about 2 or 3. The first one has to do with the cluster warhead missiles. And this, where Iran now is introducing Qiyam and Khorramshahr 4 missiles. And those equipped, Khorramshahr has been used before, and the massive devastation it caused inside Israel, equipped with cluster warheads. These weapons, what happened when you launch them? They release dozens of submunition to overwhelm air defense systems like the Iron Dome, making them highly effective against concentrated ground forces. This is why Iran now, and I see it with absolute conviction, based on the evidence and what I've been reading, is that Iran has now the upper hand regarding the access into Israel airspace. No location inside Israel is off limit to Iranian long-range missiles. I see it with complete conviction because, again, the evidence and the information that I've been reading and so forth confirm this to me, that the defense system, this is Khorramshahr 4, the defense systems that Iran, and now you have to add Houthis or Ansarullah to the equation. Ansarullah do have ballistic missiles as well. Then you have to add Hezbollah to the equation. This is Qiyam. That's the one I'm talking about that Iran is deploying. Second thing is the coastal traps and mines that Iran is using. So here is what's going on. There are reports, intelligence reports, right here in Washington. Those that they got declassified. Of course, in intelligence, it's gonna be just for based on a note, based on a need to know basis. These reports indicate that Iran has heavily mined shoreline and laid complex anti-personnel, anti-armor booby traps. Why? To deter amphibious landing by U.S. Marines. And this is, again, where I say shame on the U.S. generals that they have copy of those reports. They know. And yet they are sending their soldiers. A good officer will not put his soldiers to the front without being himself or herself at the forefront. And like I say, those politicians that scream bloody loud about fighting Iran, why don't you go? Why don't you send your kids to fight? And sometimes a general have the right to disobey an unlawful order, because what Donald Trump is asking is unlawful, because the war in itself, first of all, is not our war, and second, is unjustified and illegal. This is what is called in the IR, in international relations, the just war theory, because the war is basically on behalf of Israel, not ours. And the third element, before I'll do the conclusion for you here, this has to do with Iran deploying mobile defense systems. What am I referring to here? I am referring to shoulder fire surface to air missile, known also as man-pads. That's what exactly Iran is already have this in place. And the loitering munition have been moved to key coastal areas to target any approaching aircraft or landing craft. Because remember, look at the map here. All these coastal areas, it's being covered from this part. So where is the US going to come from? Are they going to fly from Qatar? If they're going to fly from Qatar, that means that Al Udeid base, which by the way is destroyed, to my knowledge, it still exists, but is destroyed. Iran can launch longer range missiles. Bahrain, Iran can attack the Fifth Fleet hub in Bahrain. In Kuwait, there we have a lot of presence there. And of course, if you move to the other side of you're looking at Jordan. It is Jordan right here. That's within range to Iran. When you look at the Iran's missiles, look at the trajectory of these missiles, the Iranian ballistic missiles. We didn't reach to every location. And they did warn about it back then. We just didn't believe what the Iranians were saying. And here's the thing: what I want you to get out of this is that this sustained campaign by Iran has placed now immense strain on regional defense systems, not on Iran. Iran still has underground, buried somewhere, thousands of missiles, thousands of rockets, thousands of drones. Wow, that's the same siren like we used to hear in Tel Aviv. Very interesting. With the reports indicating that nearly 1,200 ballistic missiles and 4,000 drones have been launched since February 28th of this year when the war started. That means if Iran was able to launch this many, do you think they don't have like 3 or 4 or 5 or even 10 times this amount? Even when we used to talk about when Israel said, oh, we destroyed Hezbollah. And I remember on the record, I mentioned that Hezbollah, to my knowledge, has over 130,000 between rockets, missiles, and what have you. So here's my conclusion for you. The 88th wave of Operation True Promise 4 is unfolding as we speak. It is clear that we have moved now past a simple posturing, that we're moving into the next phase. There are so many phases of this, and I'm not going to overwhelm you with information. Maybe I'll do one day a video specifically about the phases of this war. And what Iran is doing by simultaneously striking Israeli vessels, targeting U.S. Marine centers. By doing this, the IRGC now is testing the limits of Western regional defenses, and they are finding out. They won't stand a chance. So the real story is the shift in Iran defensive strategy with the deployment now of the cluster warheads, missiles, and advanced coastal traps. They aren't just trying to deter an attack. No. We're beyond that. We're beyond that. Iran is actively preparing for a high contact with the U.S. and Israel. I don't know if Israel is going to be fighting there because it will be the American soldiers. That's another no. But again, we're fighting a war that is not ours. And where we're going to be looking at is the high casualty that's going to be happening because Iran already placed the anti-landing weapons there. So whether these dangerous weapons can truly stop a U.S. amphibious assault remain to be seen. April 6th is around the corner. But at least the stakes in the Persian Gulf have never been higher like it is right now. And that is exactly where we are right now. Because now things has moved in. So what do you think? Do you think the U.S., and here is my question for you, and please just leave me a comment later on if you feel like it. Do you think the U.S. and Israel will launch a direct counter-offensive after the strikes on the Marines and maritime shipping, or will they continue to rely on defensive systems? So make sure to drop me your thoughts below in the comment section when you get a chance to do so. I really like to read your comments. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking to you about the announcement, as I mentioned earlier, that comes directly from Mujtaba Khamenei or through his spokesperson. And let me just give you an idea what I'm going to be covering. Iran announces officially
So, over the past 48 hours, we've seen escalations in multiple directions. But if you listen to the Trump administration, this is all under control and enormous progress has been made towards a ceasefire, that the Strait of Hormuz will be open, that American forces and boots on the ground will not have to become a reality, that we won't have to destroy your desalination plants, war crimes. So we won't have to commit war crimes in order to liberate the Iranian people. Meanwhile, on the Iranian side, they're probably not being drawn into this back and forth round of lies anymore. The last time they were involved in it, of course, they were bombed when they tried to be a part of these negotiations. For the Iranian part, they're, of course, saying that they will target multiple bases and oil infrastructure throughout the Middle East in response. Then you hear from the Russian side. You heard from Sergei Lavrov, who just said that we are entering a new era in this world, that the fighting is fierce, and that basically all of the chairs right now are being rearranged. And you're watching this happening in real time. So who is in control here? Is it Iran? Is it Israel? Is it the United States? Is it Russia? All of these pieces we want to analyze today with Captain Matthew Ho. He is an Iraq War veteran, Afghanistan State Department officer. We always love having Captain Ho on because we think he is one of the most critical and brilliant thinkers on these subjects. So, Captain, and always comes to it from a frame of being anti-war, which I really appreciate. So, Captain, great to see you. Welcome back to the show.
No, thank you for having me back on.
So, over the past 48 hours, we've seen all sorts of striations that are sort of playing out here in the mainstream media. You get the CNN narrative, which is the U.S. has boots on the ground ready for this invasion. All of the pieces are in place, as they're telling us. You hear from the Iranian side, sort of come a little closer because we're not just going to go quietly into the night. Then you hear the Russian side, who it looks like they are making out really, really well in this situation right now. Maybe just give me your high-level assessment over the past sort of 48 hours and where you see this going.
Well, I think, Clayton, we continue to see this play out in the way many of us had suggested it might, but I think particularly the way that we have understood this conflict to be managed by Iran, particularly, over the last 3 weeks. Once past the initial first week of the war by the Americans and the Israelis, the shock and awe, if you will, the intensity of that campaign, as the smoke cleared, the realization that that's it. That's all. What else is there for the Americans and the Israelis to do? They can continue to bomb and bomb and bomb without a pathway to achieving whatever objectives it is they're saying they're trying to achieve. And then you compare that to the Iranians, who have demonstrated that they can put together and execute a strategy to achieve their clear political objectives. And they have immediate political objectives here as well as long-term. The immediate objectives are establishing deterrence, making this war so costly that a war like this cannot happen again in the future, as well as then that deterrence establishes or protects Iranian sovereignty. And you see in their strategy that they've done this. And now today, as West Texas Intermediate crude, which is the American benchmark, is about $105 a barrel, you see that strategy really coming into play. And you see the desperation of the Americans here. The Israelis, I think, are just committed to their violence for the sake of violence type of policies. But the Americans are really starting to become worried. You see this. We saw, I guess, Clayton, at the beginning of this war, we saw an administration that was unprepared for the war. Their messaging wasn't together. They couldn't articulate what they wanted to accomplish or how they're going to accomplish it without stepping on each other. And now, a month later, the problem is not so much that they can't get their messagings together, is that they can't get control of the initiative, that the Iranians are in control of this war. And so now, as you start to see the consequences of Iran's economic warfare really start to take hold, you have these economic pressures, but then you also have political pressures. You have Spain saying the United States can't utilize Spain's airspace. You had the Italians saying today the Americans can't land their planes at our airfields. So you're really starting to see at this point, a month into the war, the results of a well-crafted, well-articulated, well-resourced Iranian strategy. And the thing I think that should worry those who are in favor of this war is that we just saw the Yemenis, Ansar Allah, the Houthis in Yemen, enter the war this past weekend. And if anyone thinks that the Houthis entered this war at exactly the 4th week of the war, that's just some coincidence that it ended up on that date, I don't know what to tell you, because they are carrying out a plan here, not just Iran, but the entire axis of resistance that seems to be able to not just exercise a great degree of strategic patience, but also has captured the initiative, won't let the initiative go, and it continues to make the Americans have to consider options that they don't want to consider, or they shouldn't want to consider unless they're incredibly foolish and reckless and ahistoric, such as putting ground troops into Iran.
So ground troops seem inevitable at this point. The Pentagon reporting on Monday, or excuse me, the Washington Post reporting on Monday that the Pentagon is preparing for, maybe a week-long ground campaign. I mean, I find that hilarious. That's a week-long. We were told this was going to last hours. This whole conflict would last hours, and then we were told it would last 4 days. And then, of course, now we're into the 4th week, entering the full month of this now. So the Pentagon is speaking about this in terms of a new phase with ground troops here. And then I want to circle back to your Iran is in control point, because I want to go through some of the various pieces of that, how they are in control. But can you talk about the ground forces piece of this, Karg Island, Konarak, wherever they're going to land, and what a potential disaster this could be?
So, one thing we should note is that, Clayton, if this was a competent administration, if you had any confidence in the Pentagon, we would say, you know what, all this talk out loud about taking these specific islands, no military gives away the plot. No one gives away the plan like this. And so this obviously must be a distraction or a feint, and they will do something different. And there's a possibility still of that, but I don't think most of us have that type of confidence as administration to believe that they're not so foolish, not so reckless. And again, because they don't have the initiative, because the headlines, they don't have the headlines in their control, they are constantly having to come up with things that will try and make it seem like not simply is the United States enjoying success in this war, but that we have control of this war. And so this idea of filling the headlines with the possibility of an imminent American ground invasion, but then also, too, what would the purposes of that be? I come back to this idea that any purpose in putting American Marines or paratroopers or special operations forces on the ground would be for public relations, would be to get a video of American Marines on an Iranian beach someplace planting the American flag. And that then allows for the administration to say, this is it, we won. This is our grand finale. Now we're able to exit. So I think so much of this conversation that we're hearing out loud about upcoming ground invasions, taking islands, putting Marines on the coastline, whatever it is, has to come back to this idea that the administration realizes it's not in control and it needs a way to address what you just said so well. This was supposed to be hours, and then it was supposed to be days, and then it was supposed to be 2 weeks, and then it was supposed to be 4 weeks. And so they need to find a way to get themselves out of this. I mean, that's a very real possibility here. But there is also this very real possibility that they are serious about putting forces on the ground, that they believe that, say, taking Karg Island, where about 90% of Iranian oil exports are put onto ships, loaded up and sent out, that would be a way to get leverage. That taking this island will mean that we're now in command at the negotiations table. But it seems, if we went back a month ago, and I think I was on your show the day the attacks happened, a lot of the conversation was about this idea that the Americans were going to achieve regime change in Iran through a Kurdish uprising. At first, it was all these different sects in Iran were going to uprise and overthrow the Iranian government, the Azeris, the Baluchs, the Arabs, etc. But then it seemed to be settled upon this idea that it'll be the Kurds. So there'll be this Kurdish uprising in the west of Iran. And what we'll need to do is we'll need to put American special forces teams to help the Kurds. And we've not heard anything about that. Now, again, if I had confidence in the administration, I'd say we haven't heard anything about that because that's what they're trying to do. That's what they want to get done. So they're not talking about it. And they're distracting us with all this stuff about Karg Island and seizing, Bandar Abbas or whatever,
right.
But I don't have confidence in the administration. So I'm not really too sure, but the reality is that this administration does not have control of this war. They don't have control of the initiative. They don't have control of the narrative. And I feel they need to do something, whether it's just to get the headlines back, whether it's to try and get some leverage to use in negotiations, or because they are so hubristic. They are so embodied with their own belief in themselves, their own mythology, right? They're high on their own gaslighting, as you say,
right.
That they believe a ground invasion would actually have some type of effect.
Yeah, I mean, earlier this week, we spoke to Joe Kent, who obviously resigned the administration because of this war. And, he says basically any sort of anti-war voices in this were really boxed out, really weren't invited to the meetings at all. So he is, I think, in many ways surrounded by a lot of sycophants and yes men who are giving him, a lot of BS. So when they're telling him that they're dropping these 5,000-pound bunker busting bombs. Bunker busting bombs, 2,000, 5,000 pounds. And the assessments that we're seeing is that they're not effective at all to destroy these tunnel systems that are housing these sort of missile cities that they've been building for decades. So I guess I wanted to kind of come back to your point about Iran being in control here. Maybe you could walk through the different pieces that you're seeing that shows from a military perspective, even from a propaganda perspective, that Iran maybe is in control.
Well, I mean, the first thing is their preparation and their planning. And you just alluded to some of this, Clayton, understanding who their adversaries were going to be, their vulnerabilities, these large American bases out in the open, the fact that the same things that might make Iran vulnerable, such as energy infrastructure, makes America and its allies vulnerable as well. But the whole world is vulnerable. The understanding that they're not going to defeat the American Navy or Air Force in a fist fight. And the Iranian Air Force and Navy don't really truly exist, not in the sense that we understand an Air Force or a Navy as. So they built missile forces, they built drone forces, they built naval forces that are composed of machine guns mounted on speedboats. An understanding that to fight the Americans in this war that they knew was coming, because this was always a war that was going to be Iran's fate. Any nation that stands up against the hegemon, that stands up against an empire, at some point, this will be their fate, a war like this. They knew they had to take on the United States asymmetrically. And they also, I think, understood that the Israelis would fight similarly to the way the Americans fight in terms of depending upon high volumes of missiles and bombs, high technology, things like that. So the Iranians understood who they were up against, and they prepared for that. They prepared for the way they would be attacked, and they prepared for the way they would fight, and they understood the vulnerabilities in the region, and then they exercised patience. And I think this is the most dangerous thing about the Iranians, the idea that they went through 2 iterations of conflict with the Israelis in 2024. Then they went through the 12-day war with the Israelis and the Americans in 2025, and they didn't give away their hand. They didn't use their best missiles. They didn't demonstrate how they were going to use their drones against us, right? As well as they didn't give away that they understood the American footprint in the region, that they understood exactly where American radar and command and control facilities were, and that they understood how best to attack them and take them out immediately. So you saw this country with this patience hold back, essentially fight in 2024 and 2025 with one hand, while clearly articulating that the next round of war, that a war in 2026 was going to be a total war that would have a determinative outcome. And that is the war that they would fight to achieve their objectives in the region. Again, those objectives being deterrence and the defense of their or protection of their sovereignty. And so what you've seen then is you've seen an Iran that was prepared, or Iran that has strategic patience, and an Iran that followed out that by following their strategy and by using the resources they had, as well as using what's left of the axis of resistance. So the Palestinian resistance and Syrian government are no longer part of the axis of resistance, at least in a way for the Palestinians, a way that they could bring mass or bearing or force upon the Americans and the Israelis, but certainly the Yemenis, the Iraqi resistance, and Hezbollah are. And so the patience as well to hold for the Yemenis, for the Iraqis, for Hezbollah to hold back over these last few years, preserve their forces, not give away their strengths, even as they were being attacked, is something that's very, very dangerous. And then when you're able to exercise that degree of caution, you're able to exercise that degree of execution of your plan, then taking the initiative comes naturally. And that's what we've seen. We've seen the Iranians carry out their plans, their allies carry out their plans, and now the Americans are on the back foot. The question to the American president, to the Secretary of Defense every day is, what are you doing about this? What are we going to do about this thing? What about that thing, right? It's never about what the Americans are doing, except maybe to answer a question about an atrocity, or about what, the next round of tit for tat you just initiated by hitting Iranian industrial facilities or Iranian education facilities. So, I mean, this understanding of the Iranians of how they wanted to fight this war, what they wanted to get out of it, very quickly and easily expanding the war throughout the region, as well as too by simply shutting down the Strait of Hormuz by nothing more than firing a few drones off at a few ships. Now the world is facing economic recession. If this war continues, we're facing a depression, I think, globally, because by the time it takes to get these energy facilities back online, particularly ones that are damaged, that will take years. You're talking about an energy crisis, as well as all the other things that come out of byproducts of energy production, such as helium and fertilizer and all these other things that we're all learning about now, if we didn't know it already.
Right.
Well, this is the culmination of a well put together plan by Iran to achieve what it needed to achieve, again, to create deterrence and to protect its sovereignty. And then there's also the other aspect of this, that the Iranians didn't just have immediate political goals here, immediate objectives, but they're thinking long term. And this is the idea that this war, I don't know if the Iranians would phrase it this way, the way I see it, though, this war is likely to be a radically transforming historical event. I believe that this war will be the war that historians, if it continues, if we're able to end it sooner, maybe it won't, but if it continues, this war will be the event that historians will put as the marker for where the 20th century, when the American empire ended, and when the 21st century, the multipolar world, began. Now, I think a lot of us believe we're already in a multipolar world, but just to make things clean and establish a start date in history, I think this will be the war, because I think that the shakeup in the world order that is coming from this war, some of it because of the economic consequences, others because of the United States' own actions and the lack of trust, dependability, the fear that is inspiring throughout the world, or is going to force those who are hedging on creating new alliances, creating new mechanisms, creating a new world order. So leaving the post-World War II American world order behind and creating something new, or not, it's already there. I mean, talk about things like BRICS, but building it out, developing it, establishing it firmly. I think this is something that the war is going to bring. And we can see the Iranians doing their part to do that, through something as simple as saying, yes, your ships can come through the Straits of Hormuz as long as they're not associated with Israel or the United States, and as long as they pay them yuan. So you see, just in this very simple aspect of the Iranians establishing this toll booth mechanism in the Straits of Hormuz, a de-dollarization event that rapidly brings about the end of the American empire and continues the growth of the multipolar world.
Wow. I think what you just said is incredibly smart. People should rewind this when we're done and rewatch that, because I couldn't agree with you more. And you're seeing, of course, even the Financial Times admitting how this is really the solidification now for China as as a superpower in all of this, and the beneficiaries, Russia, China. And it's almost as if the United States wasn't aware of how detrimental this would be, that they would shut down the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard repeatedly from like the Trump administration over the past few weeks since this has happened that they're sort of shocked by the fact that our American bases were attacked, that energy infrastructure was attacked, that the strait was closed, all of which they told us would happen if we in fact initiated this war. And they seem sort of shocked by it. And you're right, settling transactions now in the yuan in order to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, de-dollarization in full effect. We're going to talk with Professor Richard Werner in a few minutes here about what this means for the economy more broadly. But just from a military perspective, if the U.S. objective is not regime change anymore, if they really cannot accomplish that, then what is the actual like measurable end point here? And you talked about some of maybe the propaganda that would be used by having U.S. Marines on a beach to get some photo ops, Iwo Jima style. But at the end of the day, like, what is their endpoint objective? If they're telling us, Iraqi style occupation is not the goal, then what do you make out as the endpoint from the higher ups at the Pentagon? What's your sense of it?
This is something I think that empires do, Clayton. They are pushed by emotions. They're pushed by the responsibilities of being an imperial government, the requirement to maintain hegemony, the requirement to maintain order, and then the inertia that builds over that for decades. And then you have the most malleable president we've ever had in Donald Trump, and an Iran war that was wanted for decades, that George W. Bush didn't partake in, that Barack Obama was able to avoid. Joe Biden, I think, got close to it. But here you had a president who is now able to deliver this war for the empire and all the manifestations of the empire. So Israel, the military-industrial complex, the fossil fuel industry, the tech.
Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute to our brother George Sims for the donation. Excuse me, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. He said, all right, here you go. He say he going to have to say I give up to 20 different languages just for Iran to even think about stopping. That's an absolutely fact. That's a fact. They're not going to stop. Everything is set straight. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the love, soldiers. Salute.
Industry that sees 92 million people who aren't on Instagram or X or whatever, and can be if the country's opened up. All those things, make it so that this war becomes something that is not done as a matter of necessity, but as a matter of choice. I guess you could say it necessity, and because the empire feels it has to do this. But all that means is that you put that next to you add that to this understanding of who's in power right now. And you just brought up this aspect of the Straits of Hormuz, and that why didn't essentially they see this coming? It's even worse than I think a lot of us understand it, because we just went through the experience in the Biden administration and Trump administration of Ansar Allah, the Houthis, shutting down the Red Sea. And
Right.
both the Biden administration and the Trump administration sent naval task force and expeditionary forces into the Red Sea to open the Red Sea back up, and they couldn't do it. So this idea then of that, just a couple thousand kilometers, however far it is from the Red Sea to the Persian Gulf, a couple thousand miles, I guess, that the same thing wasn't going to occur again. That's the type of leadership we're dealing with.
With a much bigger army. I mean, we're talking about
exactly everything about it, right? So that's all my way of getting this idea of like, I don't think they have any objectives. I don't think there is any measurable to work off of. They aren't thinking in these terms. They are operating off of the pressures that come again either from the fact of the inertia of an imperial system that they sit on top of, or because of specific constituencies, again, Israel, the military industrial complex, whoever, or the fantasies of men like Pete Hegseth, right? Pete Hegseth, a man who keeps saying this phrase, we're going to negotiate with bombs. This is somebody who thinks that phrase actually makes sense. He keeps saying it over and over and over again.
Has that ever worked? I mean, that we're going to negotiate with bombs, we're going to destroy you.
right, how ludicrous it sounds, right? How silly it sounds. And he thinks it sounds good. So that's what we're up against here. I mean, you're right. You take regime change off the table. How then do you achieve the objective of making Iran compliant to your wishes of order and control and dominance in the region? So then it becomes, okay, how do we make it so that Iran can't threaten the order, can't threaten Israel, can't threaten our hegemony here? Okay, we've got to take away its missile and drone forces. We've got to take away its ability to fight back. It's got to take away our ability to hurt us, or again, to wage in this economic warfare. Oh, well, how do you do that? I mean, without occupying this country that's 4 times the size of California. I mean, how do you keep them from building $20,000 drones that basically at this point, a half decent machine shop can put together for you?
Right.
You know, I mean, so what we're starting to see now too is a softening in the language of the American administration. Marco Rubio just gave an interview to Al Jazeera yesterday or 2 days ago, and he brought up his 4 points. One being the destruction of the Iranian Navy, the destruction of the Iranian Air Force. Those things really didn't matter much. Again, not in the way that we think of them in the West of air forces and navies. And then it was an ability to stop Iranian missile and drone attacks, as well as stop the production of the missiles and drones. And the key thing is they've stopped using the language of destroy. And they're saying diminish. We want to diminish Iran's ability to fire missiles and drones. We want to diminish their ability to produce missiles and drones. You know, using diminish versus destroy changes everything. And it makes it very easy to say, okay, we've reached a point, particularly if your metric is going to be something that can't be quantified, or it's just basically along the lines of, you know, take it, you know, trust us. We're the Pentagon. We're telling you we've destroyed 90% of their launchers for their missiles and drones, even though their missiles and launches have remained constantly about 100 or 110 every day for the last 3 or 4 weeks. Trust us, we've destroyed 90% of their capacity. I mean, that's what you're looking at here. I mean, we're not dealing with anybody that we can take. We're dealing with Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. I don't know why I'm elaborating on any more than that. That's something we're dealing with here.
Yeah. I guess I'll get you out of here on this, Captain, which is about the future of NATO. Is NATO dead? And I'll ask it this way. President Trump on Tuesday morning on Truth Social posted this. All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran. I have a suggestion for you. Number 1, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. Number 2, build up some delayed courage and go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore. Just like you weren't there for us, Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. Basically, we're done. And then Tuesday afternoon, Italy time, of course, I think you mentioned this off the top, we saw Italy saying the U.S. is not privy to our airspace for carrying out a war. We've already seen that with Spain as well. So we're seeing a real fracturing here between the United States and Europe. Is this the end of NATO? And what do you think this means for the future of our relationship with Europe? And is Europe in real trouble?
Yeah, Europe is in great trouble, and it's their own fault. You know, following the end of the Cold War, they could have gone their own way, but they thought that they could be partners in the American empire. Albeit junior partners, they thought they would be partners in the American empire, and they went along with our wars throughout the Middle East, our wars in the Muslim world. They followed our neoliberal economic fantasies, and now they have countries collectively that are dealing with housing crisis, healthcare crisis, quality of life crisis, immigration crisis. I mean, essentially a society, economies, political spheres that have been hollowed out because they have chosen the last 30, 40 years to remain vassals within a dying empire. And so the Europeans clutch or they cling to the idea of NATO. And I think they're clinging to the idea of the Democrats coming back into power in 2028 to revive the European-American relationship as they see it. And, you know, this is a vision, this is a view, this is a hope of those who are in power now in Europe, the same men and women who represent the institutions that have put their populations into this place, who have made Europe vapid and hollow and superficial, who deindustrialized it, again, who committed the Europeans to these wars throughout the Muslim world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think the Europeans, while they're willing to exercise some degree of autonomy from the U.S. in this war, and it goes country by country. Some like Spain and Italy certainly doing more than those like the UK that are allowing B-1s and B-52s to fly off from their airfields. But you see other countries too, like Germany, Friedrich Merz, who was originally enthusiastic about this war, who last year in 2025 during the 12-day war, the Chancellor of Germany stated that Israel was doing the dirty work for the Europeans with regards to Iran. You've seen him even back off in his enthusiasm in the last week. So you would think that this escapade, combined with what the Europeans went through just a couple months ago with the American administration's circus around Greenland, plus all the other avenues of American foreign policy over the decades, you would think that this would be where the Europeans say, we're doing our own thing, we are branching off, that they would act as Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, advised them to do at the Davos Forum a few months ago, to create their own bloc, essentially to detach the European Union from the American empire. And you just don't see that happening with those in power right now, because they believe their best way to hang into power, to stay into power, is to hang on to the American alliance, to stay as what they see as junior partners into the empire when they're really just vassals like everybody else. But the idea that maybe the Democrats will come back to power and everything will go back to being the way that was good for us. And meanwhile, their populations continue to suffer from lack of investment, from interests and desires that don't matter to them. But most especially, you see how Europe is struggling and will continue to struggle by their embracer of militarism. And, the idea that for many European leaders, they view getting Europe out of its current situation is through military Keynesianism. And whether that's political by continuing this war with Russia in Ukraine to provide for some type of foreign enemy to distract their populations or to give them some form of political identity, or by the actual economic aspects of a military Keynesianism, that by building tanks and ships and drones and missiles, et cetera, they're going to get their economies out of the slump, if you can call it that, that they're going to reindustrialize, that they're going to reinvigorate, that they're going to regrow their economies by building their own military industrial complex. And I think many of us understand where that's going to put them.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, we lived in Portugal for 5 years, and it was sad to watch that destruction happening in real time. And what Brussels is doing is not to the benefit of the European people at all. And this military boondoggle against Russia is absolutely soul crushing and really destroying those countries, and then shutting down your nuclear power plants and really getting walked on by having your Nord Stream pipeline destroyed. I mean, it's so sad. It's so sad to watch. Really, really is. Captain, great to see you. Really, really thoughtful analysis. I really appreciate this. And I encourage everyone to rewind.
Today is Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. The great Pepe Escobar joins us now. Pepe, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Pleasure. Are the Americans and the Iranians negotiating directly or indirectly?
No, and we know that from Ghalibaf himself. We know that from Arakshi. We know from top political leaders in the Iranian parliament. Once again, messages. And of course, what happened in the beginning of this week, which was quite something, the Quad meeting in Islamabad with the foreign ministers of Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. Indirect, everything.
I want to ask you in some detail
Yes.
about the Quad, about who controls the Quad. But before we get there, you know, the president is peddling this nonsense. This morning, he said that President Pezeshkian called him up and said, we want a ceasefire. I mean, that is just really so up. Well, why would Iran want a ceasefire before any of its demands have been met?
Absolutely. So it's the new narrative. We should always remember this is the empire of creating, twisting, and discarding narratives. So the latest narrative is the Iranians are desperate for a ceasefire. And this might open the path for Trump to pull off a mission accomplished and say, okay, I'm leaving, which is quite possible. It's one of the things he might say tonight. Or the other one would be, okay, we're launching a ground invasion. And then, wow.
Wow. I don't know where he's going to go tonight. None of us knows.
What is your gut feeling, Judge, if you allow me? What is your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is that he's going to bring the troops home because he's suffering so exquisitely in the polls. His disapproval rating is north of 60. His approval rating is south of 26. So that is radical, whether his party controls the Congress or not. When he makes these statements, it is just de rigueur that people laugh at and say, well, it's only the president who believes him. So what is your gut feeling?
He's desperately trying to find an off-ramp. And all the sides, everything about him is contradictory, volatile, incandescent. We all know that. But he's trying to find an off-ramp because he's looking at the oil market. He's looking at the bond market. He's looking at his numbers, as you just mentioned correctly. And he's looking at the political disaster approaching in the midterms.
Let me make another suggestion. This is a 3-day weekend coming up because of Good Friday. The markets are closed. He may be making a statement tonight, oh, we're leaving, so don't worry about it, and then plan a massive invasion on Friday morning.
Massive invasion where, Judge? That's the where? In Kashmir Island, he can't. In Karg, he can't. In Sistan, Baluchistan, he can't. All of these possible landing sites have been gamed to death. And all of them are suicidal. There's no possibility whatsoever. And the Iranians, on top of it, they are ready from the northwest of the Strait of Hormuz in Karg, all the way to the Iran-Pakistani border, including both Baluchistans. The Pakistani Baluchistan, which is just desert, and Sistan Baluchistan, which is used by the Baluchistan Liberation Movement, which could be instrumentalized by the CIA and MI6 and help the Americans in case of a land invasion. But all of that has been gained to death.
So,
with all the results.
What has he gained? The same government is intact. Ballistic missiles are in use. He doesn't have the nuclear material. It's in storage, and the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the war, is now closed. What has he gained?
Well, he gave to the whole global south on a silver platter the actual beginning of multipolarity, with Iran emerging as a huge regional power and one of the world's most important powers, not only regional, but all across Asia, capable of influencing the global economy. Plus, the petro-yuan in effect at the Strait of Hormuz, which the Iranian parliament, the Majlis, has already approved the legislation organizing, let's put it mildly, some sort of nationalization of the Strait of Hormuz, just like 1956 in Suez, what the Egyptians did, starting 1957, and they start their toll booth. There was a lot of scandals for a few months, and now It's absolutely normal. This is exactly what's going to happen to the Strait of Hormuz. So Trump gave that to Iran and to Eurasia integration. So the whole world said, thank you.
He also gave the Iranians a lot of income on the sale of oil, and he gave the Russians a lot of income on the sale of oil.
So lots of prizes for the. It's a lottery for the global South, Judge. In the end, talk about unintended consequences. This is what happens when you launch a war with less than zero planning.
I want you to listen to our friend Foreign Minister Lavrov, whose views are very similar to yours, Pepe. Now, here he is yesterday, March 31st, Chris number 22.
We can say that we are in the middle of a reshaping of the world order that will hopefully lead to the formation of a stable and fair multipolar world. But right now, this restructuring looks more like disruption in all spheres, and the fight for power across the world is fierce. And political scientists in Russia and in the world point at a whole number of manifestations that indicate the very challenging history of today's situation.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you. While keeping you in the loop. So you can keep chasing this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
I don't think Trump and Hegseth and Rubio and General Kane had any idea of the changes that they would be bringing about. How do you read Sergei Lavrov right there, Pepe?
The Grand Master speaks, Judge, in a little over a minute. That's exactly what's happening. These are the, quoting that woman again, but it's inevitable. The birth pangs of the multipolar world. This is what we're actually living now. So that's why I made a bold claim in one of my articles this past few weeks. This is the war that is defining the 21st century geopolitically. We never expected a month ago that, of course, it would have to be a war. Multipolarity would never be born in a BRICS room with people in suits deliberating. No. You will have to be born in the battlefield, under fire, against all odds. And that's exactly what's happening now.
Wow. What is happening to the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, which was probably instigated by the war?
Yes, it's already fractured, Judge. Very, very important. Two important members, because one of them is traditionally neutral and the other one is a gas monarchy and an economic powerhouse. Qatar and Oman now, on the record, they say, no, we need a diplomatic solution, and they are not antagonizing Iran by any stretch of the imagination, not anymore. Qatar in the beginning was. And now we have the warmongers, the UAE, Saudi Arabia still, Bahrain and Kuwait, who had been instigated until literally yesterday, Trump to go all the way to smash Iran. Saudi Arabia now is a completely different story after the kiss my ass gambit, because MBS was publicly humiliated.
All right. Did the President of the United States say that to and about Mohammed bin Salman? And if he did, how egregious an insult is that in the Arab world? I mean, in America, you say that all the time in locker rooms and particularly in athletic contests. But what does that mean in the Arab world?
it's the ultimate insult. And don't forget, this is these are very conservative tribal societies, hierarchical. And when the leader is disrespected in front of public opinion like that, there's going to be blowback. Blowback already started, in fact, little by little. Don't forget that NBS's ego is as huge as the baboon of Barbarius. So that's a very strong competition. He already said that we are not buying American weapons anymore. Okay.
Wow.
Is he going to buy them from Russia? From Europe? Europe doesn't have practically anything to sell. So you have to be from Russia. And we should not forget that MBS and Putin have very good relations, and Putin respects MBS.
Do we know what prompted President Trump to issue that barnyard statement about Mohammed bin Salman?
Psychological imbalance? There's no rational explanation, Judge. It's impossible. He's alienating one of America's historical allies in the Persian Gulf with 3 words. It's completely absurd.
Wow.
He obviously doesn't think about the consequences of his words. And because he is a talking machine non-stop, and obviously, considering the mediocrity of the people around him, the sycophants, vassals, etc., there's nobody there to say, Mr. President, please refrain yourself. No. They're terrified of him.
Yeah. I want you to take a listen to Professor Mearsheimer.
Yes.
Serious academic. Never heard a 4-letter word out of his mouth, using some very, very strong language yesterday, particularly at the very end of this 1.5-minute clip. Chris?
We didn't even make any attempt to argue that the Iranians had done something militarily to precipitate our attack on Iran. There's no provocation here. We just decided we were going to go out and we were going to whack the Iranians, both last June and again this time. Furthermore, both the Israelis and the Americans are running around the world assassinating leaders. This was not something that the United States engaged in large part, or certainly in an overt way in the past. And here we are. And furthermore, there's the Gaza genocide, right? The Israelis, here's an apartheid state executing a genocide in Gaza, and we're complicitous in that genocide. If there were Nuremberg trials, right, where the Israelis and the Americans were brought before the court, President Trump, along with President Netanyahu and many of their advisors, would be hanged, right? This is a genocide, is it not? It is a genocide. What did we do in 1945 with those Germans who executed a genocide in Europe and who were not only accused of executing a genocide, but those German leaders were accused of launching a war of aggression? It bears remarkable resemblance to what we and the Israelis have now twice done against Iran.
He is the first national figure to say that if there were a Nuremberg-like tribunal, Netanyahu, Trump, Hegseth, and the others would be hanged. Hanged.
Absolutely, of course. If the same standards of Nuremberg, there's no question about that.
Right. Who aren't these GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, aren't they all ultimately under the thumb of the U.S.? I mean, take a look at Egypt. Where would Egypt even have a government if we didn't give them $4 billion in cash every year?
Exactly. That's why the Squad, Judge, was particularly intriguing, because it's, in a sense, it was already a post-GCC. In some aspects, maybe it was a trial balloon for a post-American West Asia. It was a sort of a budding Muslim coalition. There was a lot of spin that this was a Sunni axis. Bullshit. These are 4 Muslim countries with extremely diverse. But in this case, Pakistan sees the opportunity. And Pakistan now, as we all know, they have a horrible military junta for all practical purposes. The leader, by the way, Field Marshal Munir, he has Trump on a speed dial. But we can also say that Sisi in Egypt and this military junta in Islamabad, essentially, these are Zionist-aligned administrations, governments, whatever you want to tell them. Turkey is always hedging. And Saudi Arabia now could be a loose cannon after the kiss my ass gambit. If no, well, we are sure that MBS will exact his revenge. But how? But what they discussed in Islamabad was not good enough. And that's why the next day, the foreign minister of Pakistan had to rush to Beijing to talk to Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, explain to Wang Yi what they discussed in Islamabad. Because the Pakistani idea originally, okay, we have this Muslim Quad, we come up with some sort of plan, then we present to the Chinese, and we bring the Chinese in as guarantors of our plan. The Chinese, from the beginning, saw that there was no plan to start with, and they will never risk being a guarantor of a non-plan. Consider they on the other side, they have a president that changes his mind every 10 seconds. So this was the conversation yesterday in Beijing between the foreign minister of Pakistan and Wang Yi. And the Chinese and the Pakistanis, in the end, this was fascinating. They have a joint statement, a 5-point plan, which would be, let's say, the beginning of a peace plan for the war and the beginning of an entente between the US and Iran. But when you read it, it's a collection of cliches. But that's Chinese diplomacy. They release this collection of cliches that more or less appeases everybody. But certainly they are now in the background working out with Iran and with Russia. Can we come up with something really solid without trusting the Trump administration? But then we can have the whole of West Asia and the whole of the global South behind us. And then it's going to be practically the whole world against the Trump administration trying to force some sort of understanding and the end of aggression against Iran over and over again. So that's why this process that initiated in Islamabad is extremely interesting. It can go to places where we don't even suspect. But the key is not Pakistan and this Quad 4. The key is what China is going to do.
What will Russia and China do if things start to go south in the Iran war? Right now, it's advantage Iran by every measurement except what the Pentagon is willing to admit. But suppose the tide turns. What will or can Russia and China do?
The tide won't turn, Judge, because they still have unlimited retaliation and dissuasive capacities. The latest generation missiles, their newest drones, the invisible cities that most of them, the Americans don't even know where they are. They are bombing Isfahan these past 2 or 3 days, non-stop with bunker busters, because they're bombing the entrances to 2 underground missile cities that they identified. But this is only the entrances. And then the Iranians go there and, they start all over again and they disobstruct the entrances. The other ones, they don't even know where they are. So Iran is ready for a long war lasting months, which is exactly what Trump does not have. He cannot allow himself even to go over his self-imposed deadline of 2 to 4 weeks. And in May, very important, there's the trip to sea. He cannot go to China in the middle of a war. He needs to go to China with some sort of leverage
Well, he's already delayed that trip by a month.
Exactly.
The stated reason was the war. I happen to think that Xi didn't want to be seen shaking hands with Trump during the war.
Exactly. So now it's postponed to May 14, 16, as it stands. It can be postponed again, of course. But this self-imposed deadline takes into consideration the preparation for Trump's trip to China. He needs to arrive there with some cards in his hand, and at the moment he has literally none.
Wow. What about Moscow? We heard from the smartest man in the world on the smartest diplomat in the world on geopolitics, who believes that this is going to produce a grand reset. But what is President Putin thinking?
We don't know, Judge. We don't know. And there's the rumor mill in Moscow.
Hi guys, my name is Sarah. I recently came across the National Forklifting Foundation when my boyfriend was previously laid off from his job.
These past few days is something, wow. You hear everything. There's a lot of well-informed and well-connected people. They are looking at the war in Iran and they are saying, why we cannot do the same thing in Ukraine? So these questions are being asked publicly already. Of course, this is not the way Putin is cool, calm, calculating, thinks long-term, legalistic. He thinks about all legal aspects. He doesn't want to lose support across the global south if he does something rash. But Russian public opinion may be little by little turning because the sacrifices of the war are terrible. And these latest drone attacks against ports in the Baltic, they are serious. Okay, the oil refining capacity of Russia maybe was hit 3%, 4%, 5%, but still they are very, very serious. And they will continue. And they come from the Baltics. And there's nothing Russia is doing to prevent, it will have to be a direct attack on the Baltic Chihuahuas, which Putin has refused so far. So the interconnection, of course, we all know these wars are interconnected. But what Russian public opinion is understanding from what Iran is doing in their own war, their conclusion is, well, Russia should apply the same methodology. So something's going to change in the next few weeks and months. There's no question.
Wow. Chris came across a rather hilarious clip. It's done by AI, but it's side-splitting, about America on January 21st, 2029. As soon as I saw it and we were laughing like hell, I said, yeah, we got to run this for Pepe. It's about a minute and a half long, but it's worth watching.
Is this one of the Lego?
Today, January 21st, 2029, America takes out the trash. We restore the names of the Americans who actually earned them, and we tear down the propaganda of a man who mistook power for greatness. We erase the vanity projects, melt down the monuments to his ego, and give back what always belonged to the American people.
Welcome back. We reclaim our institutions, restore the dignity of the offices he disgraced, and scrub his name from every wall, every hole, every stone he defaced.
America was never his. It was never for sale. It was never a brand. It is a republic. And today, we take it back.
The restoration of the rule of law begins in 3, 2, 1.
We grew up on a lot of these big brands that
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Stacey Starr for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. You know that. Salute. Appreciate you helping keep the lights on at the House of Revolution.
Not that far-fetched, Pepe.
Wow. If he watched this, Judge, he'll never be able to sleep again. And the worst part is that he brought it on himself.
Yes, none of this was necessary. So I don't know where this ends or how it goes. We'll all be watching what he says tonight, but most people won't believe what he says. If he says the troops are coming home, do you think the Iranians are going to stand down? Of course not.
No, they're ready for war. Exactly. Whatever he says, they're ready for war. They're ready for land invasion, whatever that is. And national consensus, which is something that our friend Professor Marandi explained to you brilliantly. That's the national. It's everybody feels it in Iran, and now they have this sense of they are in the middle of a historic mission, like the old glory days of the Persian Empire. We are resurrecting. We are a big global power again, with our suffering, paying an horrendous price, but that's it. History rewards the bold always.
Yes, it does. Pepe, thank you. You are the boldest, although John Mearsheimer is a close second.
Head. That deal isn't like a deal that's materialized or anything as such. As a matter of fact, from be far worse than the Middle Ages. And you have a blackmailed American president, part of a child trafficking ring, leading the world to global catastrophes, and sheeple are sitting there. Thankfully, of course, some people are rising up more now and having protests against this depravity of Trump and this insanity. Whilst others think that, just go with the flow, yeah, it's fine, I don't care about what's happening. Yeah, you don't care about, so you think you do care actually about what's happening with your money, what's happening with your safety, healthcare. All of that is to do with these corrupt murderers sitting there. So we wonder what's the next statement, by the way. Every evening, he's coming up with this new show, new circus, literal clown circus, the White House statements. I mean, it's worse than anything you read. Animal Farm, 1984, it's far worse than that. Because they're claiming to be the civilization, But the fact of the matter is they're stuck in a very bad situation. And the fact that they're stuck in a bad situation has been confirmed even further today with a statement coming from the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament that relates to the decision-making of peace or war coming from the supreme leader. We're going to talk all about that in this live stream. The first thing we'll begin with is the 89th wave. I'll share the video first, and then we'll go through what Iran actually did in this wave.
آمریکای جنایتکار و ای اسرائیل قاسد، ما به سوی میدان جنگ پرواز میکنیم و مرد این میدان ما هستیم. بدان که ملت امام حسین همیشه پیروز میدان است. به یاد همه شهدای مدافع حرم و وطن. الله اکبر. مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر اسرائیل.
So that was the 89th wave of Iran coming against Israel and American terror hubs in the region. So what did they do exactly in that wave, and what was the impact? Iran said that, well, it was mentioned and reported that Iran said there was a coordinated multi-axis operations by Iranian armed forces and resistance fronts. Over 100 heavy missiles fired, attack drones, and 200 rockets across tens of thousands of kilometers throughout West Asia, targeting American Zionist positions from north to south of the occupied territories. Military sites and gatherings of Zionist forces at Eilat, Tel Aviv, and Bnei Brak were targeted. In Bahrain, a US military hideout housing 80 personnel was precisely struck, and the helicopter group at Al-Hadiri base was hit with ballistic missiles, one helicopter destroyed and others severely damaged. Okay, let's break it down bit by bit, because there are several key bits of information in what was mentioned here. First and foremost, this has been a multi-front attack. The fact that there are multi-front attacks indicates a very advanced level of coordination between Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, and Iran. These are extremely important fronts, and the fact that they have such a high level of coordination and they are able to implement these waves in a very specific, timely manner is remarkable. It's very shocking for the United States and Israel. They're able to do that, and despite them trying to undermine what's happening, they couldn't help but confirm today that we haven't seen this before, Israel. Over 100 heavy missiles. So when we're talking about heavy missiles, that's at least half a ton warhead or more. Destructive firepower, indicating what? Well, an abundance of missiles. If Iran is able to launch 100 a day, easy, no issues whatsoever. Hundreds of drones, of course, and 200 rockets, tens of thousands of kilometers in range throughout West Asia, of course, to cover the US bases and the genocide state. And they targeted every part of occupied Palestine from north to south. That's another important bit. Then we reach the fact that they're targeting the hideouts of American personnel. The United States forces are still finding it very, very difficult to hide from these attacks. And although they're trying to hide, Iran is targeting them in their hideouts. Proves what? Again, a very advanced level of intelligence coming against the US forces. And the destruction was huge. I mean, there were some videos being published from the genocide state. As we can see in this video here, for example, Iran is literally taking down buildings, in essence. You know how the Israelis used to say, oh, flatten Gaza, make Gaza a parking lot, all of these things. Iran is making Tel Aviv a parking lot, slowly but surely. I mean, if it continues enough, more cars will be able to park there. You know, flatten Gaza, they're getting flattened, slowly but surely, again, from the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Resistance Front. There were also more videos coming, multiple angles of the destruction coming against the genocide state. And some of these attacks, well, they were primarily from Iran, but some of them were from the Lebanese resistance too. As we can see here, this was the level. I mean, look at it from another angle. That was just one of the Iranian missiles. It could potentially be a warhead too. It depends on what Iran actually decided to use in this attack, because, well, they're not launching anything less than 1-ton warhead, according to what we heard from Iran before. And now we have this high level of destruction in the genocide state following the Iranian missiles landing in the heart of Tel Aviv, in the heart of the genocide state, without any interception whatsoever. Similar to the scenes of Gaza. This is what we're seeing here. Look at this video, again from another angle. Look at the level of destruction. This is the aftermath. And that was only one. And mind you, hundreds were launched at the genocide state since the morning in an increasing wave coming from Iran. They're increasing their time, they're increasing the length, they're increasing the level of damage. They are increasing everything to do with these attacks on the genocide state. More footage coming here as well. Exceptionally destructive, very efficient, very specific, very harsh attacks coming against Israel. And Israel hardly intercepted anything. I mean, most of these missiles that were landing were not intercepted whatsoever. They were landing, and they were landing very heavily too. And Israel had no chance of stopping any of these missile attacks coming from Iran and from the resistance fronts as well. Now, of course, the United States, it's had attacks, many attacks in recent weeks. And the impact, well, they're trying to hide the impact as much as possible. But what we can see from what's happening on the ground is that the United States is suffering heavily, and there are still some of the personnel in those bases. For example, yesterday, there was one video being published about an American soldier recording this video over here. Have a look.
Oh. Everybody over here is good. Yeah. Good. I saw that one come in. You guys all right? Everybody okay? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Oh. Everybody over here is good. Yeah. Good. I saw that one come in. You guys all right? Everybody okay? Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Oh. So that's what's happening to the American soldiers in these bases. And the Iranian attacks are not stopping on these locations. And again, the confirmation today that they have been targeting all of the locations that they are in, regardless of where they're hiding, is significant on its own, because how are they getting the intel? That's number one. Two, who's giving them the intel about the American soldiers? And how are they being so accurate with their attacks against these bases? All of these things are extremely frustrating to the United States administration. And that is why Donald Trump has these statements against continuing the war and saying that he's talking to them. And again, they're admitting in the Israeli media that these attacks were vicious, that these were large-scale attacks coming against the genocide state. And they're not hiding the fact that it was the largest in recent weeks, according to them. And of course, it wasn't only to do with the attacks that are coming from Iran. It was also to do with the attacks that were coming from Hezbollah. The Israeli media spoke about the fact that the volleys came from Iran and Lebanon. And they're saying that Trump might announce that the war goals have been achieved. Well, he actually somehow did that already, because Donald Trump, he said they've accomplished almost everything. And now he just needs to sum up and say that, well, you know what? That's it. We're done with everything, so that he can potentially declare a ceasefire on his own, because he's not going to wait for the supreme leader of Iran to authorize a ceasefire. He might unilaterally declare a ceasefire. He might say, well, listen, the ceasefire is here. And he would potentially lie on behalf of Iran and say that, well, they agreed to it. We'll get to the details of that in a second. But before that,
used to think about taxes, I would just cringe. I used to use a CPA.
This happened today. Iran, Hezbollah in Lebanon, for the first time, they launched a Scud-D missile on the genocide state. For the first time in history, Hezbollah launches a Scud-D missile that lands in the occupied territories without any Israeli interception. This report said that the warhead had 1 ton of explosives, and it landed in the Palmahim air base northeast of Gaza. The coincidence, yeah? The Israeli occupation army said that Hezbollah launched for the first time in its history a Scud-D missile with a warhead weighing 1 ton of explosives. Mind you, before we go into further details, Israel said many times that they got rid of their heavy missiles. Israel said that they went back tens of years. Israel said that their capability, what they are, is no longer than what they were. Netanyahu said that, and now people are criticizing them heavily. But it's important to note that Israel already declared that they got rid of their heavy missiles before multiple times, and now they're launching it when Israel is conducting waves in Lebanon. Where is the intelligence about the whereabouts? Where is the attempt of interception? Where is targeting the source? None of that exists whatsoever. Let's continue with the report. The Israeli army explained this missile, which was launched on Wednesday evening, fell on the Israeli Palmahim air base northeast of Gaza. Prior to that, Israeli media reported that 2 Scud-D missiles were launched towards the center, adding that missiles launched from Lebanon fell and reached as far as the Ashdod area in the southern part of occupied Palestine. Israeli media reported hearing explosions after sirens sounded in Tel Aviv in southern occupied Palestine due to shelling from Hezbollah. Likewise, the occupation media spoke of a missile salvo launched by Hezbollah towards Tel Aviv and its surroundings without prior warning. What's happening with the Israeli alert systems and sirens, indicating the launch of long-range missiles from Lebanon towards Tel Aviv? So the Scud is different from the launch on Tel Aviv. because the Scud was directed at bases and it hit them. And the launch towards Tel Aviv is with shorter range missiles, smaller warheads. And then again, they were destructive simultaneously with Iran, by the way. The past few hours have witnessed several launches from Lebanon coinciding with missile launches from Iran. That is the important bit here. And that has been confirmed by Israeli media, by the way. Coordinated attacks. The occupation media reported that a barrage of rockets was launched from Lebanon towards the Western Galilee, and that drones crossed towards settlements in the Galilee Panhandle and in the occupied Syrian Golan. Israeli media reported the sounding of sirens in the settlement of Metula, in the settlement of Avivim, Misgav'am, and Malkiya. All of these are from the Lebanese resistance. However, the Iranian armed forces are launching missiles on these areas too, because they promised they're going to target areas close to the borders, and they indeed have. Now, of course, this was Israel subject to shelling from Iran too, which Israeli media described as the most extensive in recent weeks. The occupation media reported that the Iranians launched 10 ballistic missiles during the latest barrage, noting that the launches from Iran and Lebanon do not stop. Tell me that this is not a victory for Iran and the resistance, and it isn't a humiliating failure for the genocide state and the Epstein cult. Someone explain that to me. They are launching and landing heavy missiles, and they are increasing their attacks every single day. A new record is being broken every single day by Iran and by the Islamic resistance in Lebanon following these attacks. Is that the victory that Trump is talking about? Is that we achieved our objectives? And what objectives is he talking about? Now, of course, there was a video of the missile landing from Hezbollah, as we can see here in this video. Of course, it was taken from afar, and we can see multiple missiles trying to intercept it, but you can see in a bit the actual explosion. See, that was the landing that's close to the ground here. There are multiple explosions of the actual interception missiles, but this one over here, that was the actual landing in the Palmahim Air Base, which again signals that Hezbollah, the movement that Israel told us has been defeated, and they took them back decades, they are no longer capable, they are doing this to Israel. They are landing Scud Ds on the heads of the apartheid child-killing terrorists of Israel. That's what they're doing. And guess what? They're not stopping. And on the ground, by the way, that's just the missiles. We're not talking about the ground yet. Listen to what happened on the ground, because the battles in Lebanon are historic battles, by the way. The battles in southern Lebanon. Books are going to be written about them. Now, Israel is trying to hide the level of losses in South Lebanon. But there were multiple statements, including statements coming from Al-Mayadeen reporters on the ground in the south. One Al-Mayadeen correspondent said that occupation forces were unable in all their attempts to isolate the city of Bint Jbeil. Bint Jbeil is a name that raises alarm bells in Israel because of what they faced in 2006. And today they're facing similar problems, if not even worse than 2006. The Lebanese resistance said that they had heroic confrontations, according to their statement, in the Ainata in southern Lebanon, thwarting the occupation forces' plan to attack the city of Bint Jbeil from its mobilizations in Al-Malikiya. In the central sector, there were reports of the main flashpoint being the city of Bint Jbeil, where occupation forces are trying to sever the 3 supply lines leading to the city, and fighting is concentrated in the town of Ainata, where Israeli forces have established positions at several points following heavy artillery shelling and air strikes. That led to multiple other confrontations, of course, in the western axis, where the occupation forces were trying to infiltrate the Naqoura. And by the way, with these villages and towns and cities in Lebanon, they are literally on the borders. So imagine Israel isn't even capable of having these invasions inside the southern part of Lebanon, despite mobilizing so much forces. So let me share this with you here quickly. If we have a look at this map, right? This is Bint Jbeil. These are the borders. This is Bint Jbeil. Naqoura is here, right? And that's where they're having the Markaba, right? This is where they're having the battles. Israel's trying to just step in at tens of meters, and they're being roasted as soon as they go in. Yarun, Aitarun, they're trying to go in these locations, but they're getting blasted so hard that they're forced to go back, which indicates a heavy presence of the Lebanese resistance in the south. Now, what Israel is doing is that they're trying to control this line over here, go back to some of their previous occupations in South Lebanon. They are hitting all of the bridges on the Litani River so they can cut off all of the movement coming to and from. And they didn't hide the fact that they want to expand into Lebanon.
Hey, Mike, what is that?
That's Iron Beam, your go-to place for futures trading.
Including with settlements, by the way. Because some in Israel, they send the notion and promote the notion that there is no security unless there is settlement, and that's what they're trying to do in Lebanon. But these surprises coming from Hezbollah are continuing, and Israel is witnessing what they're doing day to day. Okay, now that's with Lebanese resistance and with the Iranian attacks that came on the occupied state. Trump, what are his news? Donald Trump. Let's have some entertainment. Trump is now, ladies and gentlemen, considering leaving NATO. Yes, you heard that right. Iran war could end soon, and he's describing the military alliance as a paper tiger. Why all of a sudden is it a paper tiger, Mr. Trump? What's happening between Trump and the NATO? Trump is saying that their lackluster military support of the war against Iran has been one of these things that made him upset. He recently made a statement to several European countries telling them that if you want to solve the problem in the Hormuz Strait, then you go. But if you want to talk with us, then we might actually leave because we have enough oil, right? In essence, what is he saying here? In essence, Donald Trump is saying that we failed miserably inside of Iran. I have no capacity to change the reality on the ground. And if you want to do something, then you go on your own. That's what Trump is saying. And why is he saying that? He's saying that because he's failing miserably. He's being obliterated by Iran. That's why. Now, how is that linked to the talks? Because he's saying he wants to talk, right? And there is a new regime, and someone is speaking with them. And actually, no, it was actually Iran trying to talk to him. Imagine the audacity. We had an additional clarification coming today from the Deputy Speaker of Iran's parliament, stating the following: the decision regarding war, peace, and negotiations rests with the Supreme Leader, and no authorization has been issued for negotiations. Do you know what that means? That means that for the past 3 weeks or 4 weeks even, Trump has been lying, and the American administration has been lying 24/7. Hold on. Since the beginning, 4 weeks, okay, about anything to do with talks and negotiations. They're not happening. Because in Iran, if the supreme leader doesn't give permission or authority for countries to speak, to talk, to negotiate, then there will be no negotiations. That's how it works in Iran. So who is he talking to? He's talking to himself. He's sitting there talking to himself and convincing himself that Iran is talking to him. And that's it. Because the way that it works in Iran, this authorization from the supreme leader, he is the head of the country. He holds the authority. Of course, there's a government, that is democratic elections, all of that, but it's part of the rule of the jurisprudent in Iran. And if the supreme leader says no to something, then it's no. That means that Donald Trump isn't speaking with anyone. And this, all of these statements about, oh, we have had a regime change and there's a new moderate regime is nothing but utter lies, literally utter lies, blatant lies. And they have the audacity to do that day after day in press conferences without even hiding it. So why is Trump saying that? And what does that mean from an Iranian perspective? We'll begin with what it means from Iran. What it means from Iran is that they are not in a position where they want to talk. They don't want to talk because there are more actions to be taken. More actions to be taken means expect more escalation. Because you see these arrogant powers with their typical traditional supremacy and arrogance and racism towards other people in other countries, think they can get hit and get away with it. Iran wants to change that equation. It wants to teach them a lesson so hard that they will regret the day that they even thought about attacking Iran. And that is how the situation should be. Neither the Epstein cult nor Sahyonistan, aka the apartheid occupying entity, nor any of these arrogant powers should be in a position where they even threaten other countries. And Iran, guess what? They are making sure that they're going to learn their lesson. And the more Trump babbles and talks, the more they understand that there are some elements of that lesson that need to be implemented. Harder attacks, harsher blows, more explosive attacks. Yeah, take their time, right? No one's after them, hell. You started, you wait. You're not going to control how it's going to end. Rightfully so. Finally, someone is putting these people, these murderers, in their place. And now it's Iran. And shame on anyone who says one bad word about them now. They are teaching the child trafficking pedophiles, pedos, and genocidal, infanticidal murders the lesson that they deserve. They've been butchering infants in Gaza with the support of the United States, with the support of several Western countries, arming them, giving them weapons, burying people in the rubble, not allowing rescue services to come and get them. They didn't even leave the incubators. They didn't leave hospitals. They didn't leave food. They didn't leave water. Pregnant women, 0-year-olds, 1-year-olds, 1-day-olds, endless lists of children that they butcher with joy and pride. And now is the time of revenge. And the Islamic Republic of Iran is implementing that revenge with full force. And that's what they need to comprehend. And if they don't comprehend it, Iran will continue to hammer their child-killing heads. And he can lie. Proves Iran's point, by the way, that he's desperate to a level where he's lying to himself. Oh yeah, there isn't. Guess what? We haven't been able to do anything. We'll say that something happened. Pathological liars. Their depravity knows no bounds. These people are made of something else. Satan's in human form. You're not talking about normal people. All they do is have campaigns to brainwash you, to make you believe like there's somewhat of normal people, or the people on the right side. No.
Real results, zero hassle. Iveen Health's personalized GLP-1 weight loss plans help you lose up to
Today, we're seeing who are the forces of the light and who are the forces of the dark. Iran is fighting on behalf of humanity, on behalf of every free individual on earth, whether it's in America or Europe or Africa or Asia or wherever. And the United States and Israel are fighting on behalf of satanic cults who rape children and traffic them and butcher them and maim them and eat them. Cannibalism. And the American president is doing that so that he can get away and run away from the embarrassment of the atrocities that he's done with children, as has been confirmed by the Epstein files. Now, the big question remains, well, if he's doing that and he's trying to do all of these things, then what is the child-killing Israeli state going to do? They're saying with heaps of arrogance.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldier. Salute.
By the way, in delusions, as if they have been divinely blinded. And you know what I mean? It's as if they reached such a high peak level of arrogance that they are fully blind. Listen to this.
I appreciate
as in real. As Trump signals retreat from war, Israel may have to keep fighting the Iranian threat. We have yet another article coming from another depraved Zionist reiterating what Benjamin Netanyahu was saying. And what was Benjamin Netanyahu saying? Benjamin Netanyahu was saying that he's going to continue, and Israel might have to continue, even if the United States stops. If that does happen, and the United States actually does leave, that would be amazing. Because Israel wouldn't live for one day had it not been for American Western support and guard dogs surrounding it. The guard dogs are being hit really badly, and their strategic depth in Arab Gulf states is being demolished completely. The United States, well, if Trump does decide to take a step back, That's it. Well, what else do they have left?
Our job-ready medical billing and coding training program is the ultimate launchpad for anyone looking to break into the
Good riddance, the world is going to say. I mean, the world is praying for Iran. And these prayers, by the way, are coming first and foremost from the United States of America, by the way. Guess what? Some Israelis pray that Iran wins. Yeah, not a majority, a minority, but some of them do. Trust me. Comment sections in Israel, some of them will pray that when the Lebanese resistance tried to assassinate him, they said, oh my God, if that drone had gone in, and we would get rid of this man. That's what they're doing now. So that arrogance and that delusion coming from the Zionists will lead to their destruction, as in utter destruction. So they have a death wish, clearly. And they think that they can get away with it. They're implementing it full throttle. And if that does happen, then that would be the final war that they wage. And these were the main things that I wanted to share with you. I'll open the space up for some community participation. If anyone has any questions, if you wouldn't mind highlighting them for me, the time that we have left. Michael, thank you. Shadow B, RKM, and Miss Yuna, thank you so much for that. Trump is imagining things. I think it has to do with his Alzheimer. His father has Alzheimer in the family, and maybe
False flags are covert operations usually conducted by governments or corporations, which are made to appear as though performed by another entity. For instance, when Israel attacked the USS Liberty in order to blame on Egypt, or when the USS Maine was blown up to blame on Cuba and Spain. False flags are used disturbingly often and effectively through the implementation of the Hegelian dialectic. H. L. Mencken wrote, "The whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed and hence clamorous to be led to safety by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, all of them imaginary." One of the methods used by the elite to incrementally implement their New World Order agenda is known as problem-reaction-solution, or the Hegelian dialectic, from the German philosopher. Paul Joseph Watson wrote, "Hegel proposed that all spiritual, intellectual, and historical development, whether negative or positive, progressed from the outcome of two opposing ideals. Thesis clashed with antithesis, and this produced synthesis. The modern-day application of the dialectic is used by the ruling elite to create mass groupthink that enables them to further their agenda without opposition. In its simplest form, it's brainwashing. In the past, the dialectic has been used to manufacture war. Both the Bolsheviks and the Nazis were funded and supported by the elite. These two forces were then made to clash in order to foment the chaos of World War II. The widely used term amongst researchers today is problem-reaction-solution, and the tactic is mainly used to oppress populations, advance the police state, and further the geopolitical aims of the New World Order. First, a problem is created and designed to elicit a certain reaction out of the public. Then, the people demand something be done about the problem and willingly accept the pre-planned New World Order solution, a solution that always involves actions or legislation that never would have passed under normal circumstances. It works like this. The manipulating body covertly creates a problem and then directs the media to incessantly focus on it without recourse, Remember, you only need to control the top of the pyramid. Most media coverage is an exercise in regurgitating what the big newspapers and TV stations are reporting. The problem could be anything: a war, a financial collapse, a rash of child abductions, or a terrorist attack. The power of the media can create the false perception that a big problem exists, even if it doesn't. Once you've created this problem, you make sure that an individual, a group, or an aspect of society is blamed. This then rallies the population behind the desperate lunge for a solution to the problem. Something must be done, they cry in unison. The people that created the problem in the first place then come back in and offer the solution that the people demand. Remember, the people screaming for a solution do not know that the problem was artificially created in the first place. The solution to the problem is always a further curtailment of freedom and an advancement of one or more aspects of the New World Order agenda, whether that's geopolitical expansion, new laws, or the implementation of new societal worldviews. The Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution. Attack yourself, blame your enemies, and tell the public you can protect them if they give up their freedoms.
World War I officially began on June 28, 1914, when members of the Illuminati Black Hand secret society assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Europe quickly polarized and warred for nearly a year before Americans were given their false flag reason to join. On May 1, 1915, the British naval cruiser Lusitania was scheduled for Liverpool, taking off from New York Harbor, loaded with 600 tons of explosives, 6 million pounds of ammunition, 1,248 cases of shrapnel shells, other war materials, and last but not least, American passengers. The German embassy in D.C. was fully aware of the war materials being shipped into England on the Lusitania and tried to warn the American travelers. German embassy officials attempted to place full-page ads in 50 U.S. newspapers reading, "Notice, travelers intending to embark on the Atlantic voyage are reminded that a state of war exists between Germany and her allies and Great Britain and her allies. Travelers sailing in the war zone on ships of Great Britain do so at their own risk." Due to actions taken by the U.S. State Department, 49 of those 50 newspapers never ran the ad. Gary Allen wrote, "The same crowd which manipulated the passage of the income tax and the Federal Reserve System wanted America in the war. J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, Colonel House, Jacob Schiff, Paul Warburg, and the rest of the Jekyll Island conspirators were all deeply involved in getting us involved. Many of these financiers had loaned England large sums of money. In fact, J.P. Morgan and Company served as British financial agents in this country during World War I. The German government took out large ads in all the New York papers, warning potential passengers that the ship was carrying munitions and telling them not to cross the Atlantic on it. Yet the sinking of the Lusitania was used by clever propagandists to portray the Germans as inhuman slaughterers of innocents. Submarine warfare was manufactured into a cause célèbre to push us into war. Midday, May 7th, off the coast of Ireland, the Lusitania was ordered to reduce speed, and Juno, its British military escort vessel, was ordered to withdraw. Committee of 300, 33rd degree Freemason, and Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, knew German U-boats were in the vicinity and purposely called off Juno, leaving the Lusitania a sitting duck. Jim Mars wrote, British Commander Joseph Kenworthy, on duty when the ship was sunk, later revealed that her military escort was withdrawn at the last minute, and her captain ordered to enter at reduced speed an area where a German U-boat was known to be operating. It is clear why Germany attacked this ship, and Britain would have done the same if U.S. munitions were being shipped to Germany. The Germans, whose torpedo struck the liner, were the unwitting accomplices or victims of a plot probably concocted by Winston Churchill. Fritz Springmeier wrote, The Lusitania was a ploy. It was packed with some Morgan-owned ammunition, had been given over to England as a member of the Navy, and despite the warnings of the Germans, was sent into a naval war zone, specifically to be a target, the catalyst for America's entrance into the war. Churchill ordered the Lusitania's naval escort to return to port, and the fated ship was left unprotected to be sunk. Rothschild agent Colonel House probably knew of this plot. Records point to a discussion of it between him and Sir Edward Grey of England. Historian Colin Simpson called the sinking of the Lusitania, quote, the foulest act of willful murder ever committed on the seas. Churchill's fellow Committee of 300 member, CFR founder, and Rothschild agent Colonel Mandell House was also President Wilson's top political advisor. Wilson said, "Mr. House is my second personality. He is my independent self. His thoughts and mine are one. If I were in his place, I would just do as he suggested." This is a man who has also been called the Henry Kissinger of his day. In the book, The Intimate Papers of Colonel House, is a conversation recorded between Colonel House and the Foreign Secretary of England, Sir Edward Grey. Grey asked, "What will America do if the Germans sink an ocean liner with American passengers on board?" And House answered, "I believe that a flame of indignation would sweep the United States, and that by itself would be sufficient to carry us into the war." Just as luck would have it, that is exactly what happened. Around 1,200 were killed, including 128 Americans. This act set off a firestorm of anti-German feeling throughout the United States, fanned by the Rockefeller-Morgan-dominated press. So Illuminati Morgan-owned ammunition was loaded on a ship with American passengers. Committee of 300 and 33rd degree Mason Winston Churchill ordered off the ship's military escort, knowing German U-boats were standing by. Then the Rockefeller-Morgan-dominated U.S. press helped stir anti-German sentiment until the people were sufficiently propagandized to enter the war. President Woodrow Wilson, like Winston Churchill, the Morgans, and Rockefellers, knew of the Lusitania's pre-planned fate, and he knew the decision to sink it was out of his hands. Colin Simpson wrote, "There can be no doubt that President Wilson was told of the character of the cargo destined for the Lusitania. He did nothing, but was to concede on the day he was told of her sinking that his foreknowledge had given him many sleepless hours." Gary Allen wrote, "Woodrow Wilson was re-elected by a hair. He had based his campaign on the slogan, 'He kept us out of war.' Just 5 months later, we were in it. The same crowd which manipulated the passage of the income tax and the Federal Reserve System wanted America in the war. J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, Colonel House, Jacob Schiff, Paul Warburg, and the rest of the Jekyll Island conspirators were all deeply involved. World War I was a financial bonanza for the international bankers, but it was a catastrophe of such magnitude for the United States that few even today grasp its importance. The war reversed our traditional foreign policy of non-involvement, and we have been enmeshed almost constantly ever since in perpetual wars for perpetual peace. Winston Churchill once observed that all nations would have been better off had the U.S. minded its own business. Had we done so, he said, quote, "Peace would have been made with Germany, and there would have been no collapse in Russia leading to communism, no breakdown of government in Italy followed by fascism, and Nazism never would have gained ascendancy in Germany." Though it goes unmentioned in America's government-issue school textbooks, documents and recordings have been declassified and released through Freedom of Information Act requests, proving that America's entry into World War II was another calculated event and not the result of a surprise Japanese attack. A 1940 Gallup poll showed 83% of the public was against intervention. A good pretext was needed to gain support from an intransigent public. 32nd President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a 33rd degree Mason, Committee of 300 member, grandson of an opium smuggler, and nephew of Frederick Delano, an original Federal Reserve boardman. FDR stayed in office for 12 years, 1933 to 1945, choosing Skull and Bonesman Henry Stimson as Secretary of War for the last 5 years. Henry Stimson was also Secretary of War to his brother bondsman, President Taft, from 1911 to 1913, during the build-up to World War I. With the aid of fellow Mason and Committee of 300 member, Britain's Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, these three secret society elites would help lead us into World War II. David Icke wrote, Roosevelt, an Illuminati bloodline wholly owned by the Council on Foreign Relations, set about provoking Japan into an attack with a number of measures, including the targeting of Japanese oil supplies. As a congressional investigation heard in 1945, the messages indicating a decision to go to war with the United States and Britain, though not with Russia, were intercepted and decoded on December 3, 1941, 4 days before Pearl Harbor. These messages subsequently went missing from Navy files. Other decoded messages gave Roosevelt prior warning of the attack, but the public were not told, and nor were the sitting targets in Hawaii. In all, Roosevelt had information from 8 different sources indicating a probable attack. The historian Robert Stinnett revealed the results of 17 years of research into the Pearl Harbor conspiracy in his book, Day of Deceit: The Truth About FDR and Pearl Harbor. His research included more than 1 million documents obtained under the Freedom of Information Act, which show that knowledge of the Japanese plans was kept from commanders in Hawaii, the very same men who were later made scapegoats for what happened. One very early warning came almost a full year before the attack, on January 27, 1941. Joseph Grew, the U.S. ambassador to Tokyo, wrote a letter to Roosevelt stating specifically that in the event of war, Pearl Harbor would be Japan's first target. Months later, on July 22, 1941, a report by Admiral Richmond Turner read, quote, "It is generally believed that shutting off the American supply of petroleum will lead promptly to the invasion of Netherland East Indies. It seems certain that she, Japan, would also include military action in the Philippine Islands, which would immediately involve us in a Pacific War." This is precisely what would happen. Alex Jones wrote, "Months before the attack, they knew the Japanese were preparing for an all-out assault in the Pacific. The History Channel and many historical records have reported that 12 days prior to the attack, Roosevelt knew the actual date of the strike. The government had in its possession Admiral Yamamoto's communique reading, quote, "On the morning of December 7, we will attack the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor and deal a death blow." 2 weeks before the Pearl Harbor attack, on November 25, 1941, after a conversation with Secretary of War Henry Stimson, Roosevelt wrote in his diary, quote, "The question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot without too much danger to ourselves. It was desirable to make sure the Japanese be the ones to do this, so that there should remain no doubt in anyone's mind as to who were the aggressors." On November 26th, the day after Roosevelt's diary entry, he received a very suspicious phone call from Winston Churchill. A large Japanese fleet, including 6 aircraft carriers, had recently gone missing, and Churchill said to Roosevelt in the recording, quote, "I can assure you that their goal is the," cuts out, "fleet in Hawaii, at Pearl Harbor." Roosevelt goes on to ask, quote, "The obvious implication is that the Japs are going to do a Port Arthur on us at Pearl Harbor. Do you concur?" Churchill says he does indeed, and Roosevelt adds, quote, "I will have to consider the entire problem. A Japanese attack on us, which would result in war between, and certainly you as well, would certainly fulfill 2 of the most important requirements of our policy." Exactly what requirements and what policy Roosevelt was referring to is unknown, but one thinks back to fellow 33rd degree Mason Albert Pike's 1871 letter to Mazzini about fomenting 3 world wars. It was also Churchill's fellow Committee of 300 member and Mason H.G. Wells who predicted in his 1933 book The Shape of Things to Come that a Second World War would start around 1940, originating from a German-Polish dispute. Were Albert Pike, H.G. Wells, and other Masons prophetic in their visions of the future, or were they knowingly, actively working towards a long-planned objective? Jim Marrs wrote, "As hard to believe as it may be for Americans brought up on wartime propaganda films and publications devoted merely to war technology and battles, World War II was largely the result of infighting between secret occult societies composed of wealthy businessmen that eventually led to international tensions that provoked open warfare. As in other conflicts, the manipulation and influence of these societies is found in the origins and finances of the war, not on the battlefields. Abundant evidence now exists indicating that World War II was brought about by agents and members of secret societies connected to the Illuminati and Freemasonry in both Germany and Britain. The day after the Roosevelt-Churchill phone call, on November 27, 1941, news of the Japanese fleet's probable approach on Pearl Harbor reached CFR-connected U.S. Army Chief of Staff George C. Marshall. On the same day, he sent a message to Hawaiian commanders stating, quote, "Hostile action possible at any moment. If hostilities cannot be avoided, the United States desires that Japan commit the first overt act. This policy should not, be construed as restricting you to a course of action that might jeopardize your defense." The Honolulu Advertiser front page headline on November 30th, 1941 read, "Japan may strike over weekend." Still, the military was told to go to the lowest level of readiness. The ships in the harbor were lined up in tight rows, and the aircraft on the airfields were put into circles, nose-tip to nose-tip. During the week before the attack, the U.S. intercepted a Code Purple message sent to the Japanese embassy in Washington, ordering them to destroy all classified documents and prepare to evacuate the country. On December 4th, Australian intelligence reported to Roosevelt that the missing Japanese fleet was indeed moving toward Pearl Harbor. That same day, Roosevelt specifically ordered the Pacific Fleet moved into a compact and exposed formation of snug rows. Pearl Harbor Admiral James Richardson repeatedly objected to such strategic suicide and was actually replaced for refusing to position the fleet as ordered. Not only was the Pearl Harbor fleet intentionally lined up nose-tip to nose-tip for Japan's carpet-bombing convenience, but all the brand-new U.S. ships and aircraft were moved away, leaving only the older ships to be sacrificed. Jim Marrs wrote, "According to author John Tolland, separate warnings regarding a pending attack on Pearl Harbor, though varying as to a specific time, came from U.S. Ambassador to Japan Joseph Crew, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, Senator Guy Gillette, Congressman Martin Dees, Brigadier General Elliot Thorpe in Java, and Colonel F.G.I. Weigerman, the Dutch military attaché in Washington." Later, Dutch naval officer Captain Johan Ranette said sources in U.S. intelligence told him on December 6th that the Japanese carriers were only 400 miles northwest of Hawaii. During investigations after the attack, Marshall and Navy Secretary Frank Knox both testified that they could not recall their whereabouts the night of December 6th. It was later revealed that they were both in the White House with Roosevelt. 4 years later, another 33rd degree Mason, Harry Truman, still under the direction of Bonesman Secretary of War Henry Stimson, dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, ending World War II. In fact, Japan was waving their white flag and had already surrendered to the US's terms and conditions before the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But in order to make an example out of Japan and to show the world US weaponry and military dominance, Truman did not honor the surrender until after the bombs were dropped. David Icke wrote, "This is the background to Harry S. Truman, the Freemason placeman who refused to accept Japan's terms of surrender, ordered the atomic devastation, and then accepted the surrender on the same terms he had refused before. The bombs were dropped because as one phase ended, another was immediately begun, the Cold War. And it is so much easier to engender the fear necessary for that if people have seen for themselves what happens when one of these devices explodes. After the war, the world was mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically devastated. This allowed the banks to make vast fortunes lending money to governments to rebuild the societies destroyed by a war the same banks had funded. This massively increased the debt owed by nations to private banks, and the control over those countries increased in proportion. The desperation for peace made the world open to the main reason the Brotherhood had created the war: the formation of the United Nations. Problem, reaction, solution. The Charter for the United Nations, the worldwide body the Brotherhood so badly wanted, was written by a committee of the Council on Foreign Relations. Tex Mars wrote, "The best of historians now admit, for example, that President Franklin D. Roosevelt and his corrupt Masonic associates knew in advance of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor that catapulted the United States into war. The Illuminati wanted World War, and the American airmen, soldiers, and sailors who died on December 7th, 1941, were considered necessary to precipitate the USA's entrance into World War II. The US government also had prior knowledge of both the 1993 Oklahoma City bombing of the Murrah Federal Building and the 9/11 bombing attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon. The massive loss of life was no obstacle as far as the elite were concerned. Their cold-blooded agenda is calculated to engender chaos and destruction in a never-ending alchemical process of bringing ordo ab chao, order out of chaos. To the elite, murder is business as usual." On August 2nd, 1964, the USS Maddox destroyer was supposedly conducting reconnaissance in the Gulf of Tonkin when fired upon by North Vietnamese forces in Swatah gunboats. The Maddox, however, was not on a reconnaissance mission. It was part of a joint CIA South Vietnamese covert intelligence operation called Operation Plan 34A. Paul Joseph Watson wrote, "Far from being an unprovoked attack, as President Lyndon Johnson had stated, the attack was an expected retaliation as a result of aggressive CIA South Vietnamese maneuvers. Johnson himself acknowledged Operation Plan 34A in recently released White House tape recordings. Quote, "There have been some covert operations in that Tonkin Gulf area that we have been carrying on, blowing up some bridges and things of that kind, roads and so forth. So I imagine the North Vietnamese wanted to put a stop to it." Once again, the people were manipulated into believing a false flag reason for entering the Vietnam War. This time, the public was told a friendly ship came under unprovoked enemy attack, when in fact, our ship was the aggressor. From the Terror Storm DVD, in the summer of 1964, President Lyndon Baines Johnson needed a pretext to commit the American people to the already expanding covert war in Southeast Asia. In November of 2001, the LBJ Presidential Library and Museum released tapes of phone conversations with the President and then Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, where they openly discussed plans to use the staged Gulf of Tonkin incident as a pretext to expand the war. In late 2005, the National Security Agency declassified its own official history of the Gulf of Tonkin and admitted that the intelligence agency officers had deliberately skewed the intelligence and claimed that Vietnamese patrol boats had attacked U.S. destroyers on August 4th, 1964, when in reality they had done nothing even while being fired on by U.S. forces. On August 4th, 1964, the U.S. destroyers received radar and radio signals that were misinterpreted as being another enemy attack from the North Vietnamese Navy. Supposedly, a 2-hour shootout ensued, but in reality, there were likely no enemy ships out there. An hour after the incident, Captain John J. Herrick of the USS Maddox sent a cable admitting the attack may not have been an attack after all. Captain John J. Herrick said on August 4th, 1964, quote,
Review of action makes many reported contacts and torpedoes fired appear doubtful. Freak weather effects on radar and overeager sonar men may have accounted for many reports. No actual visual sightings by Maddox. Suggest complete evaluation before any further action taken. Naval aviator James Stockdale said, "I had the best seat in the house to watch that event, and our destroyers were just shooting at phantom targets. There were no PT boats out there. There was nothing but black water and American firepower." With no justification whatsoever, on the evening of August 4th, Johnson stated, "The initial attack on the destroyer Maddox on August 2nd was repeated today by a number of hostile vessels. Actually, no U.S. ships were fired upon, and there were likely no Vietnamese boats present either, but Johnson reported, quote, 'We believe at least 2 of the attacking boats were sunk.' Later on, however, in 1965, Johnson was quoted referring to the Tonkin incident, admitting, quote, 'For all I know, our Navy was shooting at whales out there.' Paul Joseph Watson wrote, "The Vietnam War killed 1 million Vietnamese and 58,000 Americans. It was launched after 2 incidents in August 1964, the first of which was provoked, and the second never happened. With careful avoidance of the facts, then President Lyndon Baines Johnson was able to ram through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, denouncing those who raised suspicious voices as anti-American and receiving a validation for war." The recently declassified Operation Northwoods documents, kept top secret for 40 years, outline a U.S. government plot to kill hundreds, probably thousands, of American citizens for political gain. In 1962, President JFK's Joint Chief of Staff, General L.L. Lemnitzer, masterminded the Northwoods Plan in order to start a war with Cuba. The American people certainly did not want a war, and neither did Castro, so a series of false flag operations were designed to cause a, quote, "helpful wave of indignation" and get people behind a war. The methods to be employed were many and varied, from starting rumors using clandestine radio to sinking and setting fires to U.S. ships, dressing like Cubans to attack U.S. bases, blowing up ammunition and planes, starting fires and riots, and last but not least, hijacking and shooting down a commercial passenger plane. The document actually says that, quote, "casualty lists in U.S. newspapers would cause a helpful wave of indignation." They even plan to, quote, "conduct funerals for mock victims" to gain added public support if there weren't enough real victims. All this was already approved and signed by every Joint Chief of Staff and the Secretary of Defense when President John F. Kennedy received it. Thankfully for us all, JFK refused to sign the Northwoods document, and the plan was never carried out. But its very existence proves that the government is certainly not always friendly and looking out for our best interests. Paul Joseph Watson wrote, "It has been officially revealed via declassified government documents that the U.S. military and government has covertly planned to perpetrate acts of terror upon innocent civilians in order to justify an engagement in conflict that would have, at the time, benefited the government's wider geopolitical agenda." According to ABC News, in the early 1960s, America's top military leaders reportedly drafted plans to kill innocent people and commit acts of terrorism in U.S. cities to create public support for a war against Cuba. Long-hidden documents uncovered in 2001 by former ABC News investigative reporter James Bamford, codenamed Operation Northwoods, put a haunting perspective behind the events of September 11th. The Joint Chiefs of Staff documents proposed launching a secret and violent war of terrorism against their own country in order to condition the people of the USA into supporting an intended war against Cuba. These sickening plans called for innocent American civilians to be shot, for Cuban refugees to be blown up, for violent and continued acts of terrorism to be perpetrated in major American cities, for innocents to be framed for bombings, and for planes to be hijacked. This would then be blamed on Fidel Castro and Cuba, thus inciting hatred for him and communism and instigating the public backing that the JCS needed as an excuse to launch the pre-planned war. James Bamford wrote, "The plan, which had the written approval of the chairman and every member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, called for innocent people to be shot on American streets, for boats carrying refugees fleeing Cuba to be sunk on the high seas, for a wave of violent terrorism to be launched in Washington, D.C., Miami, and elsewhere. People would be framed for bombings they did not commit. Planes would be hijacked. Using phony evidence, all of it would be blamed on Castro, thus giving Lemnitzer and his cabal the excuse, as well as the public and international backing they need to launch their war." David Icke wrote, "It is no good people claiming their leaders could not have been behind the horrors of 9/11 when the documents exist to show that the Pentagon had planned in detail something very similar 40 years ago. And wait for this, Operation Northwoods also planned the hijacking of civil aircraft. The documents say it was possible to create an incident that would convince the people that the Cuban aircraft had shot down a chartered civil airliner on a flight from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Venezuela, or Panama. In the Northwoods document, it actually refers to the USS Maine false flag pretext to the Spanish-American War. It reads, quote, "A Remember the Maine incident could be arranged in several forms. We could blow up a ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba, or we could blow up a drone anywhere in Cuban waters. So Northwoods ordered to sink our own ships, like the USS Maine, ordered to hijack and shoot down our own commercial airliners, like 9/11, and to bomb ourselves, like World Trade Center 93, Oklahoma, Madrid, 7/7, and so many others." The April 19th, 1995 Oklahoma City bombing of the Murrah Federal Building resulted in over 800 injuries and 168 lost lives. Though overwhelming evidence disputes their claims, the government and mainstream media quickly agreed that the bombing was perpetrated by a terrorist named Timothy McVeigh. Allegedly, McVeigh acted alone and parked a single Ryder truck bomb affront the Murrah Building on that morning. However, 20 eyewitnesses reported seeing two men. David Icke wrote, "20 eyewitnesses saw two men in a Ryder truck. Each one described the second man as Middle Eastern and said it absolutely was not Terry Nichols, the patsy John Doe 2 agents tried to blame. All 20 people filled out 302s, investigative reports, but none have ever surfaced. Also, just like 9/11, the Pentagon's 80 CCTVs and the London bombings in the Tube, the 12 camera tapes at the Murrah Building were seized and withheld, all for reasons of national security. The 20 witnesses' reports were ignored and the security tapes were withheld. When forced by investigators to find a second patsy, officials came up with Terry Nichols, who they claimed to be McVeigh's accomplice, even though all eyewitnesses agreed the second man in the truck was Middle Eastern, and definitely not Terry Nichols. David Icke wrote, "McVeigh was arrested so conveniently for a traffic offense immediately after the bombing for the same reason that Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested in a cinema immediately after the Kennedy assassination, and Osama bin Laden was named as the culprit after 9/11. They are the patsies required by problem-reaction solution to hide the real orchestrators. Just as 9/11 was a massive version of what happened in Oklahoma, so Oklahoma was a repeat of the Kennedy assassination. Lee Harvey Oswald was a U.S. agent who was placed in the right place at the right time without being told exactly why he was there. He realized this after Kennedy was shot and ran. When he was arrested, he said he was a patsy, a stooge, and would have said so in court. That's why he was paraded in public to allow another government agent, Jack Ruby, to shoot him and kill the evidence. In the same way, very possibly, McVeigh was a government stooge who parked the Ryder truck without knowing the full story. On the morning of April 19th, shortly after the bombing, in live broadcasts, CBS, CNN, and NBC all reported on 3 additional bombs inside the building. One of the bombs exploded, and 2 others were found and defused. Oklahoma City's NBC affiliate, KFOR, in their live feed, immediately reported, quote, "The first bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there. The second explosive was found and defused. The third explosive that was found, and they are working on right now as we speak, I understand, both the second and third explosives, if you can imagine this, were larger than the first. So try to imagine 2- or 3-fold happening what we've already seen there. It is just incredible to think that there was that much heavy artillery that was somehow moved into the downtown Oklahoma City Federal Building." Once Timothy McVeigh was arrested, all reports of the additional bombs inside the building ceased. The mainstream media quickly parroted the government line, and America was assured that the perpetrators, McVeigh and Nichols, acted alone using a single truck bomb. This, however, has been disproved repeatedly. Out of hundreds of people interviewed, we couldn't find a single person who said they'd only heard one explosion. The University of Oklahoma's own seismographic reports, as well as the U.S. Geological Survey reports, 2 different scientific institutions, show multiple explosions. But for there to have been multiple explosions, Timothy McVeigh would have had to have accomplices, and that didn't fit in with the federal story, especially if the reality showed that it had to be a group that had access to the federal building for long, extended periods of time, like the BATF and the FBI. Even the U.S. Air Force's own 1997 blast effect study of the Oklahoma City bombing verified the impossibility of being the result of a single bomb. General Benton K. Parton concluded that, quote, "It is impossible to ascribe the damage that occurred on April 19, 1995, to a single truck bomb containing 4,800 pounds. In fact, the maximum predicted damage of the floor panels of the Murrah Federal Building is equal to approximately 1% of the total floor area of the building. It must be concluded that the damage at the Murrah Federal Building is not the result of the truck bomb itself, but rather due to other factors, such as locally placed charges within the building itself." In the report, General Parton also mentions how a single bomb cannot explain the failure of many columns in the back of the building, as compared to the non-failure of columns in the front where the truck was parked. Parton concluded that shaped demolition charges were indeed used inside the building. The blast effect study showed that the maximum damage possible from a single truck bomb would affect only 1% of the floor area. Take a look at any photo of the Murrah building after the explosions. To ascribe the amount of actual damage done to merely this is ludicrous. David Icke wrote, "Glenn and Kathy Wilburn, who lost 2 small children in the bombing, worked constantly and passionately for years to uncover the truth of what happened. They conducted and documented more than 300 hours of interviews and persuaded people to talk who had remained silent for fear of the consequences. They established beyond question that a heavily armed bomb squad had been in downtown Oklahoma near the Murrah building that morning before the bombs exploded. Some parents saw these people in their bomb squad uniforms as they dropped off their children at the daycare center in the Murrah building, children they would never see alive again. Eventually, after months of denial by the FBI and other government agencies, the sheriff's department had to admit that the bomb squad had been there. After months of meticulous, independent investigation, Glenn and Kathy Wilburn got the sheriff's department to actually admit what they already knew from multiple, consistent eyewitness testimonies. A government bomb squad had been at the Murrah Federal Building that very morning. Emergency radio transmission transcripts from that morning also prove that many policemen and firefighters witnessed BATF at the scene. Oklahoma lawyer Daniel J. Atomatis was interviewed saying, "There was this fairly large truck with a trailer behind it. It had a shield on the side of the door that said bomb disposal or bomb squad below it, and I really found that interesting. You know, I'd never seen anything like that in person. Alex Jones said, "Do you realize what you've just read? The government had multiple surveillance cameras. The cameras also show the BATF agents hiding out right down the street, preparing to pounce on the operation and declare themselves the heroes, the saviors. From A to Z, there are federal fingerprints all over the Oklahoma City bombing, and the government is doing everything it can to suppress the truth. Bill Clinton is the servant of the New World Order, whose approval rating exploded after the attack. His attack dog, the butcher of Waco, Janet Reno, was very happy to blame everything on Christians, conservatives, and gun owners. It was her excuse to expand federal control over local police and to merge the military with the police in new, giant anti-terrorism training programs." David Icke wrote, "The U.S. government hired the same company to carry away the remains of the Oklahoma City bombing and the World Trade Center. The company is ironically named Controlled Demolitions." And Paul Joseph Watson wrote, "The handling of the World Trade Center rubble almost mirrors that of the Oklahoma City Alfred P. Murrah building. After eyewitnesses reported several explosions and original newscasts detailed the recovery of second and third explosive devices, the government declared that there was just one bomb, and the remains of the building were professionally demolished by Controlled Demolitions, Inc., the same company that was first on the scene to cart away the World Trade Center rubble. Debris of the federal building was then carted off to a private landfill and guarded 24 hours a day by Wackenhut private security. Nothing to hide there then, hey? The FEMA team that investigated why the towers collapsed was headed by Dr. W. Gene Corley, the same individual the government called upon to whitewash the Waco fire inquiry and the Oklahoma City bombing. Another strange coincidence to note is that just 2 years earlier, in 1993, Martin Keating, the brother of Oklahoma's governor Frank Keating, wrote a novel called The Final Jihad. In his book, a man named Tom McVeigh bombs an Oklahoma City federal building. Linda Kavanaugh from NBC's Oklahoma affiliate KFOR even reported on this oddity, saying, "The news channel has learned of another strange development. Apparently, before the bombing, Governor Frank Keating's brother, Martin, had been working on a novel about a terrorist bombing in Oklahoma City. Stranger still, one of the characters in the novel was named Thomas McVeigh." Also adding to the mystery, Martin Keating dedicated his book to an unknown group called the Knights of the Secret Circle. The official story of what happened on 9/11, backed by both the Bush administration and the Keane Commission's investigation, is as follows. On September 11th, 2001, 19 al-Qaeda terrorists under the direction of Osama bin Laden hijacked 4 commercial airliners, flew 2 into the World Trade Center towers, 1 into the Pentagon, and crashed the last in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after a passenger revolt on board. The 2 Trade Center towers burned for 56 and 103 minutes respectively, before collapsing symmetrically at near free-fall speed into their own footprint. Another building, not hit by a plane, the 47-story World Trade Center 7 building, also collapsed at free-fall speed many hours later, allegedly due to internal fires and structural damage from falling debris. While on the surface, this explanation for the 9/11 events may seem plausible, it does not stand up to critical scrutiny. To begin with, if the official story is true, World Trade Center buildings 1, 2, and 7 all made history on 9/11 by being the first and only steel-framed buildings ever to collapse from fire or a plane crash. Steel-framed buildings have burned for up to 28 hours, gutting the entire interiors, but still not collapsed. The Empire State Building was hit by a B-25 and never collapsed. Hundreds of architects and engineers at ae911truth.org and World Trade Center designer and architect Minoru Yamasaki himself have expressed repeatedly that the World Trade Center buildings were specifically built to withstand an airplane collision of that magnitude. There even used to be an information sign at the top assuring visitors of just that. And since the buildings stood strong for a good hour after impact, it's safe to say the collapses were not caused by the plane crashes. The official story states that fires from burning jet fuel weakened the building's steel beams until they gave way and collapsed. In the past, all over the world, steel buildings have burned uncontrollably for over 20 hours, completely decimating every floor and still not collapsed. Not once in history had one fallen from fire until 9/11, when World Trade Center buildings 1, 2, and 7 supposedly all did. The National Institute for Standards and Technology, NIST, reports that the temperatures of jet fuel fires do not exceed 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, and steel does not begin to melt until 2800 degrees. This means they would have us believe jet fuel fires burning 1000 degrees below steel's melting point for only 56 and 103 minutes on only 8 and 5 floors respectively was enough to bring down the Twin Towers. Even giving them the benefit of the doubt, assuming that jet fuel fires did somehow weaken the steel frames enough to bring down the buildings, how is it possible that they collapsed at near free-fall speed? The official story is that fire-induced structural failure caused each floor to collapse and pancake on top of one another. In order for a floor to fall, hundreds of joints had to break almost simultaneously on 236 exterior columns and 47 core columns. For a 1,300-foot building, 10 seconds is almost free-fall speed. But if each floor produced just a little resistance, so that breaking through each one took a half a second, the collapse of all those floors, 80 or 95 of them, would have taken 40 to 47 seconds. Can we really believe that the upper part of the buildings encountered virtually no resistance from the lower parts? The problem would be even worse in relation to the North Tower, at least if Hufschmidt is right to say that it fell in 8 seconds, which would be exactly free-fall speed. How, he asks, could the debris crush 100 steel and concrete floors while falling as fast as objects fall through air? News footage, firefighters, Ground Zero workers, and other witnesses reported molten metal flowing out of windows preceding the collapse, and huge pools collected in the basement area remaining in molten form for over 5 weeks. For fire to produce molten steel, it absolutely must be over 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit, and jet fuel burns at 1,000 degrees cooler than that. What can account for this? Professor Stephen Jones, a physics professor at BYU, points out that thermite combustion is a process used in controlled demolitions, which produces high-temperature molten metal. In his paper, Why Indeed Did the WTC Buildings Collapse?, Jones wrote, molten metal was repeatedly observed and formally reported in rubble piles in the WTC Towers and WTC-7, metal that looked like molten steel or perhaps iron. I maintain that these observations are consistent with the use of high-temperature cutter charges such as thermite, HDX, or RDX, or some combination thereof, routinely used to melt, cut, and demolish steel. The idea that explosive charges were placed inside the building is supported by literally hundreds of eyewitnesses, seismic recordings, video footage, and physics. Firefighters and scores of witnesses on CNN, ABC, NBC, and CBS all talked about bombs going off that day. But once Osama bin Laden had been blamed, it was never again addressed by the mainstream media or the Keane Commission. Teresa Veliz, for one, was working on the 47th floor of the North Tower when Flight 11 hit. She was quoted saying, "There were explosions going off everywhere. I was convinced that there were bombs planted all over the place, and someone was sitting at a control panel pushing detonator buttons. There was another explosion, and another. I didn't know where to run." Live on ABC, as one of the towers came down, Peter Jennings commented, "Anybody who has ever watched a building being demolished on purpose knows that if you are going to do this, you have to get at the under-infrastructure of a building and bring it down." After Building 7 came down, Dan Rather, live on CBS News, said, "For the third time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down. One of the firefighters up in the second tower, Louis Caccioli, told People Weekly that I was taking firefighters up in the elevator to the 24th floor to get in position to evacuate workers. On the last trip up, a bomb went off. We think there were bombs set in the building. William Rodriguez, a janitor in Sublevel 1 of the World Trade Center, testified to bombs exploding in the basement several seconds before the planes even hit the buildings. His testimony was completely ignored by the 9/11 Commission report. Also, seismographic data from a nearby observatory showed two spikes of 2.1 and 2.3 Richter at the instant the collapses began. This too indicates explosive charges, because if the towers simply pancaked down, the seismographic spikes would happen when the massive debris hit the ground, not at the start of the collapse. In all, the number of people claiming to see, hear, detect, or suspect bombs in the buildings is staggering. Add to this the visual evidence from footage of the collapse, in which demolitions experts have pointed out squibs characteristic of controlled implosions. Squibs are charges that go off early, below the line of detonation, as the buildings are coming down. If you play the Twin Towers collapses in slow motion, you will notice dozens of squibs blowing out the sides ahead of time. Another massive piece of evidence omitted from all mention by the Keene Commission was the third building that collapsed on 9/11, World Trade Center 7. This 47-story building housed offices of the CIA, DoD, IRS, and the Secret Service, as well as Rudy Giuliani's emergency bunker, and a large SEC database of over 3,000 files on pending Wall Street investigations. At 5:20 p.m., Building 7 symmetrically collapsed into its own footprint in 6 seconds flat. This building was not hit by a plane, suffered only minor structural damage, and had isolated fires on a few floors. Also, demolitions experts have identified Building 7's characteristic kink just before it was brought down. A kink is where the building begins to fold inwards after the central support beams are blown. Standard procedure for implosions, they pull the middle infrastructure first and let the floors fold into one another instead of dangerously blowing debris outward. Added to this, in September 2002, World Trade Center complex owner Larry Silverstein accidentally admitted in an interview, "I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. I said, 'We've had such a terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it.' And they made that decision to pull, and we watched the building collapse." Since letting this slip in the interview, Silverstein has tried to explain away his statement, saying he meant pull the firefighters out, not pull the building down. But the fact of the matter is he said pull it, a common demolitions term, not pull them out, referring to firefighters. Later on in the same documentary, preceding the controlled demolition of World Trade Center Building 6, a cleanup worker even says, "We're getting ready to pull Building 6. It's typical jargon when imploding a building. In another interesting twist, the British BBC News actually reported on the collapse of Building 7 at 4:57 p.m., 23 minutes before it happened. As the journalist is talking about Building 7's demise, it can be seen still standing over her left shoulder. CNN also had a similar report an hour before World Trade Center 7 came down, saying, quote, "We are getting information now that one of the other buildings, Building 7, has either collapsed or is collapsing." Anyone else curious where CNN and the BBC are getting their information? A few miles away in Arlington, Virginia, the official story states that American Airlines Flight 77 was hijacked and crashed into the side of the Pentagon at 9:38 a.m. In the minutes preceding, the plane allegedly performed a highly technical 330-degree banking turn, descending 7,000 feet in 3 minutes at over 500 miles per hour. Many pilots have gone on the record stating that this is absolutely impossible, like commercial and Air Force pilot Russ Wittenberg, who told Wing TV, "Flight 77 could not possibly have flown at those speeds which they say it did, without going into high-speed stall. The airplane won't go that fast when you start pulling those high-G maneuvers. That plane would have fallen out of the sky. Assuming a hijacker really did pull off this impossible maneuver, by doing so, he stupidly took the plane away from important sections housing the Joint Chiefs and Donald Rumsfeld's office to a recently renovated, unimportant part of the Pentagon. As news teams arrived on the scene, early footage of the Pentagon shows no skid marks on the lawn, no bodies, no blood, no significant pieces of wreckage, just a small, smoldering 20-foot hole in the wall. After reports of secondary explosions and the roof collapsing, the hole widened marginally, but even then remained far too small to account for a 155-foot long, 44-foot high, 124-foot wide, 100-ton Boeing 757. Small plane scraps were found inside and on the lawn, but most were small enough to be carried off by hand. There were no titanium engines, no indestructible landing gear, no major wing pieces, fuselage, or tail sections anywhere to be found. There were no bodies or blood anywhere either. Yet supposedly, forensic specialists were able to positively identify 184 of the 187 passengers through DNA work. 80 CCTV cameras were watching the point of impact at the Pentagon, including security cameras at the nearby hotel and gas station, but employees said FBI agents came within minutes to confiscate their tapes. All 80 tapes have been withheld from public view for national security reasons, save 5 frames they released that show the explosion, but no plane. The official story states that the fourth plane, Flight 93, went down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after a passenger revolt on board. Witnesses in Shanksville estimated the hole was about 20 feet long by 15 feet wide. They said on Fox News there was really no smoke, no fire, no airplane wreckage, no titanium engines, indestructible landing gear, body, wing, tail sections, and again, no blood or bodies. Wally Miller, the Somerset County coroner on the scene, said, "It looked like somebody just dropped a bunch of metal out of the sky, like someone took a scrap truck, dug a 10-foot ditch, and dumped trash into it. I stopped being a coroner after about 20 minutes because there were no bodies there." This was the second time in history that a commercial plane full of passengers crashed and obliterated into nothingness, all wreckage and bodies disappearing. The first time was earlier that morning at the Pentagon. The official government excuse for allowing the attacks to take place was ignorance. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice said, "I don't think anybody could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center." President Bush said his first reaction upon seeing a plane hit the tower was, "That's some bad pilot." Bush was busy with an elementary school photo op that morning. Even when his advisor told him of the second plane hitting the towers, he sat reading My Pet Goat for another 8 minutes. David Icke wrote, "The president reportedly told the school's principal that a commercial plane has hit the World Trade Center and we're going to go ahead and do the reading thing anyway." Critics find this incredible. If the hijackings were unanticipated occurrences, as claimed, with one of the hijacked airplanes having already completed its terrorist mission, the country was suffering the worst terrorist attack of its history. And yet the commander-in-chief, rather than making sure that his military was prepared to shoot down all hijacked planes, sticks to his planned schedule. This photo opportunity involved, as indicated above, the president's listening to second graders read a book about a pet goat. After Bush had been in the classroom a few minutes, his chief of staff, Andrew Card, came in and whispered in his ear, reportedly telling him about the second attack. But the president, after a brief pause, had the children go ahead with the reading demonstration. Is it possible that Bush, Rice, Rumsfeld, and friends truly were ignorant of the impending 9/11 attacks? Take a look at this timeline of events leading up to 9/11 and decide for yourself. To begin with, most people are unaware that the Bush and bin Laden families have been close friends and colleagues for a long time. Back in 1976, Osama's older brother, Salim bin Laden, invested $50,000 in George W. Bush's budding Arbusto Energy Company. They met through fellow CIA employee and Bush family friend Jim Bath, who handled all the bin Laden family's American investments. By the late 1970s, the Bushes and bin Ladens already owned oil companies and airports together. Larry Klayman, president of Judicial Watch, among others, has confirmed that the Bush family also vacations with the bin Ladens and usually stays at their home when they are in Saudi Arabia. How many know that the Bush family and the bin Laden family have long been extremely close, or that the former head of the family construction business, Salim bin Laden, brother of Osama, was an investor in President Bush's first oil company, or that an investor in a later Bush company was Khalid bin Mahfouz, an associate of bin Laden, who was named by the U.S. State Department during the Clinton administration as a funder of the al-Qaeda terrorist network, or that al-Qaeda was funded into existence by the CIA during the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, or that the al-Qaeda tunnel systems in Afghanistan were built by bin Laden construction with CIA money funneled through Pakistan Military Intelligence, the ISI, which is the CIA branch in Pakistan. Since the late 1980s, the Bushes and bin Ladens have also worked together in the Carlyle Group, Washington, D.C.'s largest private equity firm, which deals in the industries of aerospace, defense, automotive, consumer, retail, energy, power, healthcare, real estate, technology, telecommunications, media, and transportation. In 1998 and 2000, George Bush Sr. traveled to Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Carlyle Group and met with the bin Laden family. Then, on the morning of September 11th, as the planes were heading for the towers, George Bush Sr. actually sat in the Washington Ritz-Carlton Hotel at a Carlyle Group meeting with Osama's brother, Shafiq bin Laden. The London Observer reported on this June 22, 2002. Quote, on 11th of September, while al-Qaeda planes slammed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, the Carlyle Group hosted a conference at a Washington hotel. Among the guests of honor was a valued investor, Shafiq bin Laden, brother to Osama. The Wall Street Journal later called for Bush Sr. to resign from Carlyle Group. He never did, but for fear of bad publicity, the bin Laden family formally sold their investments back to the firm in October 2001. They went on national TV calling Osama the black sheep of the family, effectively disowned and washed their hands of responsibility for him. Nowadays, bin Laden construction still builds most United States military bases in the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia, including the bases in Iraq. The Carlyle Group also has very close links with the bin Laden family, who have been both clients and investors. Father Bush has been a paid consultant to the bin Laden Group. Reports in the Wall Street Journal say these Carlyle investments have been earning the bin Laden family some 40% a year on their money since 1995. The Carlyle Group is the biggest defense contractor on Earth, and the majority owners are the Bush family and the bin Laden family. Both families are profiting hundreds of billions of dollars off America's foreign policy, and Carlyle's earnings continue to rise since 9/11. Osama bin Laden was the 17th of 52 sons of construction baron Mohammed bin Laden. Back in 1979, the CIA paid Osama to recruit and train al-Qaeda fighters. When Bush became CIA director in the 1980s, they recruited Osama, al-Qaeda, and the Taliban in Afghanistan to run their opium trade. Everything changed, however, on December 4, 1997, when American oil barons proposed the Afghanistan oil line to the Taliban, who turned it down after demanding too large a share. A BBC headline from that day read, "Representatives of the Taliban are in Texas, visiting the headquarters of Unicol." The proposed pipeline was to be built by Halliburton, whose CEO at the time was none other than Dick Cheney. Shortly after this, the media began labeling the Taliban as terrorists. In 1999, NORAD performed exercises in which hijacked airliners were used as weapons to crash into targets, one of them being the World Trade Center. A USA Today article from March 18, 2004 read, "In the 2 years before the September 11th attacks, the North American Aerospace Defense Command conducted exercises simulating what the White House says was unimaginable at the time, hijacked airliners used as weapons to crash into targets and cause mass casualties. One of the imagined targets was the World Trade Center." In September of 2000, Rebuilding America's Defenses was published by Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, Jeb Bush, and others from the Project for a New American Century team. In it, They said regarding their plans for the Middle East that, quote, the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. On October 24, 2000, Mascal was a Pentagon training exercise that simulated a Boeing 757 crashing into the building. Back in 1989, Charles Burlingame, an ex-Navy F-4 pilot who worked at the Pentagon for 17 years, also participated in an earlier version of Mascal, crashing simulated planes into the Pentagon. Burlingame retired from the Navy into a job at American Airlines. 12 years later, on 9/11, it was none other than Charles Burlingame's Boeing 757 American Airlines Flight 77 that was supposedly hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. In January 2001, FBI Deputy Director John O'Neill went public that the Bush administration and Clinton's had ordered the FBI to back off investigations of bin Laden and al-Qaeda. Alex Jones wrote, "The next piece of evidence you are about to read is the biggest smoking gun of all. President George W. Bush signed Secret National Security Order number W199I, telling FBI agents, as well as defense intelligence officers, that if they tried to stop al-Qaeda, they would be arrested under national security implications. This secret, leaked document has been in many publications, including BBC News Online, Agency France Presse, and the London Guardian. Lawsuits have now been filed by FBI agents who were outraged by the fact that they were not allowed to stop al-Qaeda. The worldwide crime syndicate that George W. Bush and his family work for has everything to gain from the September 11th attacks: a national ID card, a national control grid, and a cashless society. It's part of the public record. George W. Bush signed the documents threatening defense intelligence and FBI agents with arrest if they stopped al-Qaeda. This is the most absolutely treasonous, treacherous thing he could possibly do." FBI Director John O'Neill was so furious that he quit after the Bush administration blocked his investigation of Osama bin Laden. He was then generously offered a position in the private sector working as Kroll head of security. Marvin Bush was director of Securicom and Kroll, which provided electronic security for the World Trade Center, United Airlines, and Dulles Airport, all three of which were involved in the 9/11 attacks. The head of security position offered to Mr. O'Neill was for the World Trade Center. His first week on the job was the week of September 11th, 2001. CNN's American Morning with Paula Zahn reported that FBI Deputy Director John O'Neill resigned because he felt the U.S. administration was obstructing the FBI in their attempts to stop al-Qaeda. The show went on to report that Bush signed W199I, restricting the investigation. Again, this is high treason and absolute fact. George W. Bush signed this publicly reported document. The BBC has a copy of it. The body of evidence is conclusive. George W. Bush is an intimate partner with bin Laden and a traitor to America. We have already talked about FBI Deputy Director John O'Neill quitting because George Bush signed the order forbidding him to stop al-Qaeda. The reason for his not going public now? Mr. O'Neill is dead. His new job was head of security for the World Trade Center complex, and he died in the collapse of September 11th, his first day on the job. Back in 1996 and 1998, the Sudanese twice tried to arrest bin Laden, but Clinton also ordered his release. This was reported in the Los Angeles Times, the London Times, WorldNet Daily, the Village Voice, and other mainstream sources. The truth is that the Central Intelligence Agency, controlled by Wall Street, has been grooming bin Laden and his family over the last 50 years to carry out dangerous projects in the Middle East, Central Asia, and North Africa. Back in 1996, according to the Times of India, the CIA worked in tandem with Pakistan to create the Taliban. Then, in 1998, when the Afghans offered to arrest bin Laden, the CIA responded by publicly telling them to do no such thing. They needed this boogeyman for one more big action. Through all of this, bin Laden's family was being rewarded with giant satellite company deals, oil company mergers, and some of the biggest construction projects in the world. In May 2001, the Bush administration gave $43 million in aid to the Taliban. In June, German intelligence, the BND, warned the CIA that, quote, Middle Eastern terrorists are planning to hijack commercial airlines to use as weapons to attack America. In July, George J. Tenet, director of the CIA, warned Condoleezza Rice, national security advisor, of the imminent al-Qaeda attack, but failed to persuade her to take action. On July 4, 2001, Osama bin Laden, wanted since 1999, was on dialysis at an American hospital in Dubai, where he was visited by the local chief of the CIA. Alex Jones wrote, "Shortly after September 11th, witnesses came forward documenting for the record the fact that bin Laden met with the CIA section chief for 10 days in Dubai in the American hospital. French intelligence was so upset by what they had learned that they purposely published media reports prior to September 11th, specifically warning that bin Laden was planning to hijack aircraft and fly them into tall buildings in downtown Manhattan, as well as the Pentagon. On July 24th, World Trade Center owner Larry Silverstein took out a $3.5 billion insurance policy on the entire complex, which specifically covered acts of terrorism. On August 6th, President Bush's own daily debriefing memo was headed, "Bin Laden determined to attack within the United States." Also, in August, the FBI arrested a Muslim militant linked to bin Laden in Boston. French intelligence confirmed the connection, and the FBI learned he had been taking flying lessons and possessed Boeing aircraft and flight training manuals. Later in August, Russian President Vladimir Putin himself ordered Russian intelligence to warn the US government of imminent attacks on airports and government buildings. Putin later stated, "I ordered my intelligence to warn President Bush in the strongest terms that 25 terrorists were getting ready to attack the US, including important government buildings like the Pentagon." The head of Russian intelligence said himself, "We had clearly warned them, the US, on several occasions." Israel's Mossad intelligence agency also met with the CIA in August regarding the proposed 9/11 attacks. Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak says that he gave the United States specific warnings that something big was going to happen in New York 12 days prior to September 11th. In an interview in December of 2001, he stated, "We expected that something was going to happen and informed the Americans. We told them. Other warnings were ignored from Russia, Israel, Germany, and France." On September 14, 2001, Ananova News Service reported that German police confirmed that an Iranian deportee phoned warnings to U.S. police agencies, including the Secret Service, about the impending attack on the World Trade Center. A month before the attacks, Israeli intelligence warned U.S. intelligence of al-Qaeda plans to attack highly visible targets like the Pentagon, World Trade Center, White House, and CIA headquarters. Dr. Tatania Koragina, a leading Russian economist in Vladimir Putin's inner circle, in an interview with Pravda on July 12, 2001, stated that America was a giant financial iceberg and that a private $300 trillion group working towards world government was going to launch an attack on the U.S. financial system. During this interview, she also stated that the attack would come in the next few months. An anonymous listener to a Cayman Islands radio station wrote a letter 2 weeks before the attack, which was passed on to a Cayman government official. The letter stated that agents of Osama bin Laden had entered the U.S. and were about to carry out an attack via an airline or airlines. Just a week before 9/11, World Trade Center occupants Zim Israeli Shipping Company suspiciously broke their lease, packed up, and moved out after paying a $50,000 penalty for breaking their contract. Then, on September 6th, there were 4 times the normal amount of put options, bets to go down, placed on United Airlines stock. The next day, more than 5 times the usual put volume was placed on Boeing stock. And on September 10th, American Airlines had nearly 11 times its daily put average. No other airlines showed such anomalies. CIA Executive Director Buzzy Krongard was implicated, along with a few other CIA-related investment firms, as being the one who placed the UA put options, but as of yet, no further investigations have been made. Newsweek twice reported that top Pentagon officials had got a warning of the impending attack on September 10th and canceled their flights for that day. This confirms that these officials knew both the locations of the imminent attack and the method of using jetliners as bombs. Not only did a group of top Pentagon officials cancel their 9/11 flights, Mayor Willie Brown, author Salman Rushdie, and Attorney General John Ashcroft all said they were specifically warned not to fly. None of them will divulge sources, but Brown said he was warned by an unspecified federal agency. Rushdie was temporarily banned by the FAA, and Ashcroft cited an FBI threat assessment saying he had been advised to travel only by private jet for the remainder of his term. During a CBS interview with Dan Rather, Tom Kennedy, a spokesman for FEMA's National Urban Search and Rescue Team, let it slip that they were sent out to New York City on September 10th. Tom Kennedy said to Dan Rather, "We're currently one of the first teams that was deployed to support the city of New York in this disaster. We arrived on late Monday night and went right into action on Tuesday morning." Paul Joseph Watson wrote, "The National Security Agency intercepted 2 messages on September 10th, indicating a significant event was to take place the next day. The messages were in Arabic and stated, 'Tomorrow is 0 hour,' and 'The match begins tomorrow.' The majority of communication took place between Khalid Sheikh, one of the chief 9/11 planners, and Mohammed Atta, the lead hijacker. NSA intercepts also detected multiple phone calls from Abu Zabida, bin Laden's chief of operations, to the United States. Over 30 messages in all had been received by the NSA from May to September, indicating an imminent attack. Unbelievably, with all these warnings, relationships, covert ops, and examples of foreknowledge, the Bush administration claimed and continues to claim complete ignorance regarding the 9/11 attacks. On that very morning, once again, NORAD and the FAA were running suspicious drills. Operation Vigilant Guardian and Northern Vigilance moved New York and DC fighter planes hundreds of miles away, where they performed training exercises involving hijacked planes. British MP and Blair cabinet minister Michael Meacher in the London Guardian said, "The first hijacking was suspected at not later than 8:20 a.m., and the last hijacked aircraft crashed in Pennsylvania at 10:06 a.m. Not a single fighter plane was scrambled to investigate from the U.S. Andrews Air Force Base, just 10 miles from Washington, D.C., until after the third plane had hit the Pentagon at 9:38 a.m. Why not? The FAA and NORAD essentially stood down that morning. Any other day, when planes go off course, fast movers are scrambled within 10 minutes to liaison. That is standard procedure and had already happened 67 times in 2001 alone. Why was 9/11 any different? When giving evidence to the 9/11 Congressional Commission, Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta stated that Dick Cheney knew of the plane heading for the Pentagon, but purposely ordered the stand down. Quote, "There was a young man who had come in and said to the vice president, 'The plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out.' And when it got down to 'the plane is 10 miles out,' the young man also said to the vice president, 'Do the orders still stand?' And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, 'Of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?' Well, at the time, I didn't know what that all meant." Norman Mineta's testimony was completely ignored by the Keene Commission report. Former White House counterterrorism expert Richard Clarke told Vanity Fair that on the days following 9/11, when all commercial flights were down, the Bush administration allowed at least 4 private flights with about 140 Saudis, including over 20 members of the bin Laden family, to escape the U.S. without being interviewed or interrogated by the FBI. Not long after, it came out many of the supposed hijackers were or are still alive. Paul Joseph Watson wrote, "As is now well known, at least 8 of the September 11th suicide hijackers either died before the event or are actually still alive. This isn't some kind of internet conspiracy theory. It's been reported in mainstream media across the world. Furthermore, 4 of the 5 named Flight 11 hijackers are still alive and could not have been on the plane that hit the North Tower. Beside the fact that according to their flight school instructors, they could barely fly a Cessna, never mind a Boeing 767. It has been confirmed that 7 of the alleged hijackers are still alive and well. Another one had died already in 2000. The Bush administration and Keene report have nothing to say on this matter. On top of this, September 15th, 2001, it came out in Newsweek that 5 of the alleged hijackers may have trained at U.S. bases. Shortly after, the Pensacola News Journal confirmed that 3 of the hijackers were trained at the Pensacola NAS in 1999. In the following months, it got out that the CIA had been tracking 2 of the hijackers for 4 years, and had actually helped getting visas for all 19. Alex Jones wrote, "It emerged in May of 2002 that the Central Intelligence Agency had officers and assets shadowing 2 of the hijackers. Newsweek ran the headline, 'The Hijackers We Let Escape,' reporting the fact that the CIA followed these 2 men into Malaysia, where they had a meeting with senior leaders of the Al-Qaeda in 2000. The CIA flew out of Los Angeles, closely tracking Al-Qaeda Pakistani intelligence useful idiots Nawaf al-Zami and Khalid al-Madar. Both men attended what the FBI called an Al-Qaeda summit. The American people were shocked to learn that the CIA had been following the hijackers for 4 years. Even after their meeting in 2000 with the leadership of the Al-Qaeda, al-Hazmi and al-Madar were allowed to return to the United States to enroll in flight schools. Reports in the BBC and Washington Times confirmed that the CIA had pressured U.S. embassies abroad and the INS to issue visas for all 19 of the hijackers. The government claims that the lead hijacker, Mohammed Atta's suitcase, was accidentally not loaded onto the flight that day. Inside it, investigators say they found the Quran, a video on how to fly commercial planes, and a fuel consumption indicator. The night before, he also accidentally left a Quran in a Florida strip club. Then another Quran and an Arabic flight manual were found in his rental car. Why didn't he take a taxi? If he was such an Islamic extremist and about to take his life for his religion, why was he at a strip club? And why did he bring his Quran inside? It also came out that Mohammed Atta was wired $100,000 by the CIA through the ISI. One of the biggest smoking guns to indicate that the terrorist attack was an inside job is the CIA's direct connection with the hijackers via Pakistan ISI Director General Mahmoud Ahmad. General Mahmoud Ahmad instructed Ahmad Umar Sheikh to hotwire $100,000 to the 9/11 lead hijacker, Mohammed Atta. On September 11th, Ahmed was a guest of former clandestine CIA officer and CFR member Porter Goss and Skull and Bones CFR member Senator Bob Graham. Since September 4th, he had met with top brass at the CIA, the Pentagon, and the White House, including Colin Powell, Richard Armitage, Joe Biden, and George Tenet. In a statement issued to Al Jazeera just days after the 9/11 attacks, Osama bin Laden said, "The U.S. government has consistently blamed me for being behind every attack. I would like to assure the world that I did not plan the recent attacks, which seem to have been planned by people for personal reasons." Weeks later, Japanese, Chinese, and Indian news reports all confirmed Osama's death. But then, on December 14, 2001, the U.S. government came out with the Bin Laden confession tapes, starring someone whom we are told is Osama bin Laden, yet looks and acts nothing like him. His beard changes color, his skin darkens, and his face fattens. He's actually seen signing a paper with his right hand, even though Osama bin Laden is left-handed. He claims responsibility for the 9/11 attacks and said he did so because he hates our freedom. This fake Osama is still alive and well, hiding in the caves of sheeple's minds worldwide. Now, President Bush is seeking to restrict Capitol Hill probes. He had Dick Cheney call 6 separate congressional committees and threaten them, telling them not to investigate September 11th. It took 9 days until an investigation was ordered into Pearl Harbor. It took 7 days until an investigation was ordered into JFK's assassination. It took 7 days until an investigation was ordered into the Challenger. It took 6 days until an investigation was ordered into the Titanic. It took 411 days until an investigation was ordered into 9/11. $75 million was allocated for the 1986 Challenger investigation. $50 million was allocated for the 2004 Columbia investigation. $40 million was allocated for the Clinton-Lewinsky investigation. Only $14 million was allocated for the 9/11 Commission. Is this the kind of effort shown by a government in support of a thorough investigation into these attacks? Once the government finally agreed to an investigation, Bush originally appointed war criminal Henry Kissinger, of all people, to lead the commission. This alone should have been a red flag as to how investigative the commission whitewash would be. Kissinger quickly stepped down due to public pressure, and CFR member Thomas Keane took his place. In June 2002, Lieutenant Colonel Steve Butler, the dean of the Defense Language School in Monterey, California, claiming he was forced to train lead hijacker Mohammed Atta, wrote a letter to the editor of the Monterey Herald. He also wrote regarding Bush's prior knowledge and motive for the attack, stating, "Of course Bush knew about the impending attacks on America. He did nothing to warn the American people, because he needed this war on terrorism. His daddy had Saddam, and he needed Osama." He said that the 9/11 events were engineered to work the American people into a frenzy, which would in turn allow the Bush administration to further its political goals. After making that statement, he was suspended from duty, and motions were made to court-martial him under Article 88. Alex Jones wrote, "Why would the globalists in control of our intelligence community orchestrate such terror? Right after the attacks, Bush's approval rating went from 45% to 90+%. The USA Patriot Act, which effectively eviscerated the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, was passed, radically expanding the scope of the already colossal police-state complex. Their cashless society, compact city control grid is accelerating into place as Americans scramble for security." And David Icke wrote, "Indeed, it almost seems to be a requirement or admission into public discourse to announce that one rejects conspiracy theories. What is the logic behind this thinking? It cannot be that we literally reject the very idea that conspiracies occur. We all accept conspiracy theories of all sorts. We accept a conspiracy theory whenever we believe that two or more people have conspired in secret to achieve some goal, such as to rob a bank, defraud customers, or fix prices. It is false to suggest that those who allege that the attacks occurred because of official complicity are conspiracy theorists, while those who accept the official account are not. People differ on this issue merely in terms of which conspiracy theory they hold to be true, or at least most probable. According to the official account, the attacks of 9/11 occurred because of a conspiracy among Muslims, with Osama bin Laden being the chief conspirator. Revisionists reject that theory, at least as a sufficient account of what happened, maintaining that the attacks cannot be satisfactorily explained without postulating conspiracy by officials of the US government, at least in allowing the attacks to succeed. The choice...
Coffee. Follow me.